Section 1 of By Way of Cape Horn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Barry Eads. By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. Section 1. It would have been reasonable to suppose that, having made one long voyage in a sailing ship, my wife and I would have been content to stop ashore for the rest of our lives, or at least to limit the length of our voyages to the distance which separates the United States and Europe. For a while, indeed, after our return to America from India, we were contented enough on land, and were kept busy answering the innumerable questions of interested relatives and friends concerning the voyage just ended. But restlessness presently attacked us again, and it was not hard to perceive by the avidity with which my wife searched the Herald's ship news columns every morning for tidings of deep-water vessels, that no persuasion on my part would be necessary in the event of our undertaking another voyage. Therefore, when 2 years had passed away, we began to discuss the advisability of once more tempting the elements in another sea journey to far distant lands. Japan loomed up before us in a particularly rosy light as a destination for this voyage, but there was one great objection to it. A voyage to Yokohama would have taken us around the Cape of Good Hope a second time, and it was our cherished desire to double Cape Horn, and thus overcome the two most celebrated and tempestuous promontories on the globe. Indeed, as far back as I can remember, I have always wanted to accomplish the westerly passage around the southernmost extremity of the earth's continents. The very name of Cape Horn is enough to fire the imagination of a true lover of the sea, and fills the mind with pictures of ships battling with gales of wind and giant seas and visions of bleak, iron-bound shores wrapped in the gloom which enshrouds that desolate region. After much discussion, then, we decided on the voyage from New York to San Francisco. It was January when we first broached the matter, and, after arguing the pros and cons of the subject, concluded to try and get away in May, as that would take us to the Horn in July, the middle of the Antarctic winter. At this our friends stood aghast. It is quite bad enough, they said, to tempt Providence at all on so foolhardy an excursion, but to double Cape Horn in midwinter is going beyond the limits of reason. But we stood our ground in spite of the hurricane of objections, and it required some moral courage to do it, and forthwith commenced systematic preparations for the journey. We were making the voyage to a great extent for the purpose of experiencing the weather and seas off Cape Horn, and as the latter would, no doubt, be larger and grander in winter than in summer, I don't think that our idea was so preposterous after all. Naturally, our first thought was of the vessel in which we were to sail. We looked forward with much interest to a voyage in an American ship, having all our lives heard that our ships were run in a splendid manner, that the discipline on board was perfect, etc., and it would also be interesting to compare this vessel with those of another nation, as our first voyage was made in the British ship Mandalore. Now, it happened that all of our largest deep watermen were away from New York, and we were at a loss what to do. For, as a general rule, the larger vessel the more comfortable she is in bad weather. There are many who will, no doubt, take exception to this, as being by no means true. Yet it would be absurd to argue that the Germanic, for instance, is as easy in heavy weather as the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, or a 1,200-ton sailing ship as the Potosi. At length, one morning appeared the announcement in the Marine News that the ship Hosea Higgins, Abner Scruggs' master, had arrived from San Francisco. She was not as large as the Roanoke by 1,000 tons or more, but she was well known to us by name, and we went over to Brooklyn one day, where she was discharging a cargo of wine, canned salmon, and whale oil, and introduced ourselves to the captain. Although gruff in the extreme at first, he subsequently thawed out sufficiently to warrant the belief that he was really quite an amiable individual, and we parted with his assurance that if the owners were willing, he would take us around to San Francisco, and even went to the length of offering us his own room, which was very large and well ventilated. The owners raised no objections to our going, so we paid the passage money of $600 and took possession of the captain's room. I might remark parenthetically that this seemed to be a pretty good round sum to pay as passage money, in view of the fact that we paid only $300 to Calcutta on the first voyage. However, in the latter case, the money went to the captain, while in the present instance it went to the owners. Besides, this passage would probably be somewhat longer. The captain received no recompense whatever, unless we should choose to make him a present. The ship was advertised to sail on May 1st, but there was the usual delay incident to the departure of a sailing ship taking out a general cargo, and it was nearly a fortnight after that date before we finally departed. Under any conditions, it is interesting to watch the loading of a large sailing ship, and when you are going to sea in that ship, a certain degree of interest seems to attach itself to each article, and the assortment of freight was bewildering. In a couple of hours, one morning when I was on board, there came down in rapid succession 2 large boilers for Spreckels's sugar refinery in Honolulu, several hundred cases of starch, ditto kegs of nails, 2 wagon loads of sewing machines, 200 bales of oakum, and 4 very large whaleboats, about 35 feet long, going out to Sitka. Strange that they cannot or do not build good whaleboats on the Pacific coast. The best boats used by our whalers are all built in New Bedford, even down to the present time, and sent out to Alaska round the Horn. It will be easily perceived how difficult it must be to stow a cargo of this sort so that in the heaviest of weather it will not shift. Imagine packing away 4 clumsy boats in a ship's hold so that they will not be crushed by heavier objects, and yet in such a way as to prevent these very objects from shifting. If the various articles could be delivered on the pier to suit the stevedores, it would be plain sailing. But everything must be taken as it comes, and it calls for the greatest skill from the most experienced men. There is said to be only a single firm of this sort in New York whose men understand perfectly the art of stowing the cargo of a deep-water ship. For several days we were tortured on the rack of expectation, but after the most aggravating delays and daily messages from the owners that the ship would positively go to sea tomorrow, we learned one Monday morning that the ship would be cleared that day and would sail the next morning, which was May 11th. Oh, the riot attendant upon the departure of a ship on a long voyage! The distraction and tumult are at some moments terrific. In spite of everything that has been written about a vessel's being in perfect order to a sailor's eye when leaving port. We have been on 2 large ships now when getting under way, and all I have to say on the subject is that it is wonderful how much disturbance and disorder can be gathered into so small a space as a ship's deck. We were told to be on board by 9 o'clock, as the tide would serve soon afterward, and we would haul out about 10. At the stipulated hour then we went over the side and found that the crew had just come down. They were collected together in the waist, and in the center of the group stood a hard-looking individual whom I took for the shipping master. He was haranguing the men, who seemed to listen intently, though I couldn't hear what was said, and when I strolled to the break of the poop to be nearer to him, he gruffly commanded me to "Go away from there, will you?" Why he did so it is impossible to say unless he was engaged in some unlawful transaction. This was no doubt the reason, as there is no attempt made by the United States authorities to enforce the laws relating to the shipping of seamen. By and by this creature took his disagreeable countenance over the side, and immediately those who were not too drunk were turned to at various odd jobs about the decks. Some of the men, however, were too far gone to even stand upright alone. So the 2 mates seized half a dozen of them and drove them forward and into the forecastle, the door of which was then locked, and the men were left to themselves to sleep off some of the effects of South Street grog. Those who come aboard in this condition generally have a bottle or 2 each of rum concealed about them, and after a vigorous search the mate found himself possessed of several quarts of very bad grog, which he hove into the river. Several of our relatives and friends had come down to see us off, and seated aft by the wheelhouse, they seemed to take deep interest in the rakish fellows who were to be our companions, as it were, for 4 or 5 months. On the whole, they were a very decent-looking crowd, But when the second mate sung out, "Come up here, a couple of you, and give us a hand with this tow line," and all hands came stumbling on the poop ladders and lumbered aft with that fixed, idiotic stare of half-intoxicated men, trying to show how very sober they are, we observed that our relatives shuddered as they thought of our being imprisoned for maybe half a year with this company of ruffians, as they, no doubt, supposed the men to be. A remarkable feature of the departure of our ship was the crowd that had gathered to see us off. A body of men and boys to the number of at least 200 were ranged along the pier, minutely criticizing the ship and the way in which she was sparred, as well as the probable length of voyage. "It'll be Cape Horn in July," said one, "and she'll never do it in less than 150. "Guess you don't know the old man, or you wouldn't say that," said his neighbor. "If Scruggs don't take her out under 120, I'm a farmer." Here a movement was perceptible among the crowd. Somebody seemed to be elbowing his way through the midst, and in another moment we recognized the fierce whiskers of Abner Scruggs himself. With him was one of the agents, and they both seemed angry about something. But the captain greeted us very amiably, imparting to us at the same time the unwelcome news that he must now clear the ship of all who were not going along. Sad farewells were said, relatives and friends were handed over the gangway, which was instantly drawn on board. The powerful towboat C.E. Everts started ahead, and we began to move slowly out, stern first, into the rapid current of the East River. So imperceptibly did we gather way that it was a minute or so before anyone on the pier saw that we had started. Someone in the crowd suddenly perceived it and shouted, "She's off!" And as our long, slender jib boom glided out past the string piece, we were saluted with a series of hearty cheers, which lasted until the tugs, for another joined us, had slewed the ship around and headed her for Governor's Island. On the way down the river, we passed two splendid iron sailing vessels. The German ship H. Bischoff, which had just arrived after an extraordinarily long passage of 218 days from Hong Kong, and the British ship Walter H. Wilson, being one of only a few English vessels named after individuals. The second towboat left us at Governor's Island, and afterward it was extremely slow work, as the speed at no time was greater than 4 knots an hour. Off Tompkinsville we passed the battleship Indiana and the cruiser New York, each of which we saluted with 3 dips of the ensign, which were returned in kind. We could see the sailors on the men of war gather in crowds to watch us drag slowly by, for it is not so very frequently nowadays that a large ship flying the stars and stripes is seen on her way to sea. In the lower bay we found a very slight southerly wind blowing, and a German iron bark with painted ports that had passed us outward bound returned and anchored in the Horseshoe, not caring to continue under conditions somewhat unfavorable. However, we kept on, and commenced to make sail off the point of the Hook, and I must here assert that I never saw such a confusion as reigned during this operation. The disorder when hauling into the stream was bad enough, but when the command was given to cast off the gaskets, the ship was in a perfect whirl till the mizzen skysail had been swayed aloft, and as it takes several hours to make sail when first leaving port, the mates were almost out of their minds when the job had been finished. All hands began the customary blackguarding of the men who had bent the sails, and the second mate passed the afternoon taking his oath that he never did see quite the like of the mess them riggers had made aloft, while the men were jumping about the decks like headless chickens trying to find where the various ropes led to, for no two ships are rigged alike. It may be imagined how confusing it is for a man to come aboard of a ship and find that some of the sheets and clew lines are not belayed in the same place as in the vessel that he left only a week ago. Indeed, an intelligent second mate will often be 2 or 3 days getting the hang of a sailing vessel. Before dark, though, everything had been straightened out, and the ropes coiled away over the pins, and the decks at length began to assume that well-ordered appearance so attractive in a large, square rigger. The men are a far better lot than we expected to find in a Cape Horner, and most of them are on the sunny side of 35, though there are 2 or 3 old hulks among them. About 3 o'clock, the drunken sailors were hauled out of the forecastle, and they were a sight as they yawed around, falling over ropes and capstan bars. As the foretop gallant sail was being sheeted home, the captain went down on the main deck to have a look about the ship, when to our intense astonishment a young tow-headed sailor, the drunkest of the lot, lurched up to him and, leaning against the skipper's shoulder, poured some tale of woe into his ear. Now, Captain Scruggs doesn't look like a particularly mild-tempered person, and when the man held out a ponderous fist to shake hands with him, we didn't know what was going to happen. But the captain gravely gave him his hand and nodded his head, while the man lurched forward to his companions. At 6 o'clock, Captain Scruggs said, "I don't believe in giving grog to sailors at any time, but some of the men are feeling pretty well used up from the hard work after a long drunk ashore, so I'm going to give 'em a bracer." Forthwith, a bucketful of diluted Jamaica rum was served out at the cabin door, each man, as his pannikin was filled, nodding his thanks to the steward. One of them, however, a very sinister-looking man, tried to snatch the bucket away from the little steward, but the skipper caught him at the moment, and then for the first time we heard Captain Scruggs's deep-sea voice. The man was so scared by the hurricane of words hurled at him that he dropped the bucket, which luckily didn't capsize, and pulling his front hair to the skipper, insisted that it wasn't he who was doing the funny business. Our first night on board began silently and peacefully, and we turned in early after the turmoil of the day. May 12th. The ship was cheered, the harbor cleared. Merrily did we drop, below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. When we reached the deck this morning, the lofty Navesink highlands had vanished beyond the horizon, and we floated alone upon the ocean. The day came on with a fresh southerly wind and a lively sea. My wife went to bed last night seasick, and this morning she was very ill and wholly given over to dismal reflections. The motion was quite severe, and I myself felt far happier on deck than below. Indeed, it generally takes me 3 or 4 days to grow fully accustomed to being at sea. The captain evidently saw that I wasn't feeling particularly robust, so he instilled life into me by asking whether I wouldn't like to keep the meteorological record during the voyage, the ship being provided with blanks for the purpose by the Hydrographic Office at Washington. This will be very interesting work for me, and I feel quite important. If a man commenced guessing what we in the cabin had for breakfast today, he might keep on indefinitely without hitting the mark, for we had broiled sweetbreads. Ponder on this, ye landsmen. A week hence, though, we'll see the end of our ice and therefore of the fresh meat. To our surprise, 100 pounds of prime beef, mutton, and chickens for broiling came down about an hour before we sailed, beautifully packed in a cask in alternate layers of meat and ice, and now repose under the forecastle head in a cool place. No doubt, by exercising a little care, much, for us aft, may be accomplished in the way of prolonging our Lucullian banquets. Imagine a fresh, juicy roast of beef off Cape Horn. Before proceeding with the history of our voyage, there may be some readers who would like to know what sort of a ship this is in which we are journeying, and the following is a description of the vessel. The Hosea Higgins is a powerful wooden ship, a fraction over 2,000 tons net, with a length overall of 260 feet, a beam of 44 feet, and a draft of 25. She was built at Waldoboro, Maine in 1885 and is of course classed A1. She is a 3-master, very loftily rigged, as nearly all Yankee ships are, crossing 3 skysail yards, and her main yard is 95 feet long. There is but one house on the main deck, but it is a very large one and contains the forecastle, sail room, galley, and carpenter shop, in which there is a 20-horsepower donkey engine. So many persons have asked us at various times about the cabins of sailing ships, that we have made a plan of the saloon and staterooms which appears on the opposite page. So much for the ship. Now for the monarch who commands her. Abner Scruggs is one of a very large family of seafaring men, and hails from Rockland, Maine. In stature he is not exalted, but is very massive, and before he grew stout was no doubt a powerful man, his age being about 50 years. He is fierce of aspect, with bristling whiskers and dark eyes that snap like electric sparks when angry, and I have never known a man who could utter his commands in so determined, severe, and brittle a voice. The mate's name is Leander Goggins. By the way, on a sailing ship, the man who holds that position is never called the chief mate, first officer, or anything except simply the mate, even if there are four of them. Mr. Goggins was born in Chichester, England, about 50 years ago, but left that country when a lad, and became a citizen of the United States. An unusual performance for an Englishman, who seldom renounces his native land. He is short and small generally, talks with a terrific Cockney accent in spite of his 35 years in and about America, and possesses one of those countenances which you can't tell anything about. But his looks are not in his favor. One of his most objectionable points is his fawning servility, which is never prominent in a man who amounts to much, however humble his station. The second mate, Thomas Rarks, is a Nova Scotian, and is a large, raw-boned, hearty man with a fresh complexion, and is therefore the mate's antithesis. You would never suppose that he was addicted to the thumping of sailors, yet this is one of the most important duties of the second mate of an American ship. On some of our sailing vessels it seems to be the most important. Then there are two boatswains. One of them, a Brooklyn youth, is a weak-looking creature, and has more appearance of an American district messenger boy than that of a boatswain of a Cape Horner. Perhaps his name has crushed his spirit. It is Jimmy Rumps. But the other boatswain is a brawny Scot, David McFoy of Troon. He is a splendid man, beautifully built, tall, straight, very good-looking, and is somewhat conceited, handles the men well, and has a cyclonic voice. The cook and steward are both natives of the East. The latter is from Singapore and is therefore a true Malay. Blandness seems to be his chief attribute, and his bashfulness allows him to do nothing but smile and back out of sight. What there is of the cook seems to be unexceptionable. He is a Canaanite, about 4 feet and a half high, weighs possibly 90 pounds, and is a tip-top sea cook. Next comes the carpenter, whose only name aboard ship is Chips. Instead of a neat, clean person, redolent of pine shavings and sawdust, our carpenter is a very dirty, fat individual, who appears to have been steeped for an indefinite period in a solution of kerosene and lampblack. Most Finns, why Russian Finn? The man who says that will say hop-toad, seem to be dirty, however, so that he is no exception. In weight he would go well over 230 pounds, and as a whole is the most objectionable-looking person whom I have ever seen. You could never call him Chips. As for Sammy, the boy, he is a short, thick young Jew, not prepossessing in appearance, and with an apparently wonderful capacity for doing nothing. Like Peter Simple, he looks as though he could stand a great deal of sleep. We have seen so little of the sailors as yet that, of course, no notion of any of them can be formed. We did fairly well as to distance sailed in the 24 hours, and at noon we were 175 miles from Sandy Hook. End of section 1. Section 2 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 2. May 13th. This was a glorious morning, with a fresh breeze from the southward. Last night the wind came whistling along in strong puffs, and we had to stow both skysails and royals for it, and when I went on deck at 7:30, quite a hummocky sea was running from the southwest. My wife was exceedingly seasick all night long, and clung tenaciously to the theory that she would perish within 24 hours. At about 10 this morning, though, both wind and sea having gone down somewhat, my wife consented to go on deck, so we arranged chairs on the cabin house, and she stayed there all day, improving every minute. By supper time she had a hearty longing for food, and we have no more misgivings as to seasickness for the rest of the voyage. I rather like the way in which the second mate goes to work. He appears to be a very fine seaman, and this is perhaps the most desirable and necessary of all acquirements of a second mate. He has also considerable quiet humor. Yesterday afternoon he caught sight of one of the men who had not yet recovered the full use of his faculties, fussing about on the main yard, and after watching him for a few moments, he sung out, "Main yard there, what the H are you gaping at? Cast off that yardarm gasket. Do you think you're mesmerized?" After which he rolled forward, and we could see him chuckling and shaking at his own conceit. Our fresh breeze wafted us across 220 miles of the North Atlantic yesterday, and at noon we were in latitude 39 degrees 22 minutes north, longitude 65 degrees 8 minutes west. May 14th. Another fine day with the same fresh breeze from the southward, and the captain is busy shaking hands with himself on his good offing. Remembering the German who turned back and anchored in the Horseshoe, he mutters from time to time, "Oh, I wish I was under Sandy Hook. I don't think." We couldn't carry the skysails last night, but they were set this forenoon, and we are now doing fully 10 knots. My wife has entirely recovered and is amusing herself with the 3 cats on board. One of them is a splendid animal, a pure Maltese, whose companion is a so-called coon cat. Both of them belong to the captain. The third beast is the mate's, an unfortunate, weird, black and white alley cat, tall and lank, and as hideous as a nightmare. It is remarkable how good the eating is on board, for although on many ships the meat, flour, etc., are often the best that can be bought, everything is frequently spoiled by villainous cookery. Even our coffee is as good as people generally have ashore. Captain Scruggs told us before we sailed that he was a dyspeptic, and said that he had to be very particular about what he ate. On this, we somewhat callously congratulated ourselves, and sure enough, the skipper's stomachic infirmities have ensured us none but the best of everything. It might be here remarked that we brought absolutely nothing with us in the way of provisions. It is customary for captains to ascertain what their prospective passengers' preferences are before storing the ship, and as I knew the company who had the victualling of the ship, it was certain that nothing better could be bought. Indeed, the average ship in these days carries such an abundance and variety of wholesome food that unless one cared to take along such absurd edibles as pâtés and the like, the food question can very well take care of itself. The mate, Leander Goggins, entertained us at breakfast this morning with some more or less remarkable conversation. It really seems impossible that a man can hate his native country as he does, and he gave an affirmative reply to Scott's famous question, "Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, 'This is my own, my native land'?" The skipper jollies him up constantly about his still being an Englishman in spite of his citizen's papers, and this morning the mate couldn't withstand it any longer and delivered himself as follows with great intensity. "Captain Scruggs, sir, I thank God I left Hengland when I were 11-year-old, sir. I tell you, captain, and you too, sir, it ain't no fit country for a man to call himself a native of. A poor man can't take off his hat to a lord, sir. Ho, no. He's got to bow and shear and pull his front air, and if hit's a lady, why, he mustn't look at all." This was enough to disgust anyone with him, and he made so strange an appearance with his weather-stained face, bleary little eyes, and heavily veined temples that I almost shouted when he finished. A great slashing scar on his chin, when his stubby beard permits it to be seen, doesn't add much to his personal charms. Later on, he began to talk about Captain Bob Waterman, perhaps the most unpleasantly notorious shipmaster in the old New York, California trade. The mate averred that he had sailed with Captain Bob, and he added that the yarn about Captain Bob's having cast off the lee main brace in a Cape Horn squall one night, jerking half a dozen men into the sea just because he didn't like them, he had always considered as probable. "He shot his own child, you know," pleasantly added Mr. Goggins, as though he were mentioning the killing of a chicken. At noon We were 650 miles from Sandy Hook, in latitude 38 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 60 degrees 14 minutes west. May 15th. Glorious weather, with southwest winds as fresh as ever. It is growing much warmer, and the temperature of the water has risen to 71 degrees, making it possible to bathe in it without much gasping. Shortly after breakfast, the captain asked us if we wouldn't like to go forward and see him catch a bonito, as there were several playing around the forefoot. So we went up on the forecastle head, sat down on the gamming iron, and watched the skipper creep out on the bowsprit with a codline and a hook baited with a bit of rag in his hand. Then he went through various maneuvers necessary in the capture of these deep-sea fish, and incidentally nearly maneuvered himself off the jib boom. The scheme consisted in dropping the rag swiftly down till it touched the water, and instantly jerking it upward again to excite the imagination of the fish, I suppose. They looked very fine darting about at great speed several feet beneath the surface, being of a brilliant hue, and at first we thought that they were young dolphins, that is, the dolphin of sailors. At length, after innumerable vain efforts, accompanied with much hard breathing and damming of the fish's eyes, the captain hooked one and hauled him up, snapping and fighting till he was dropped into a gunny sack held by one of the men. He looked like a plump mackerel, weighed 6 pounds, and will afford a little variety to our evening repast. This afternoon the skipper said I ought to have a pair of sea slippers, so he vanished into the slop chest, the technical name for the apartment where all sorts of wearing apparel for the crew is kept, and emerged with the most uncomfortable-looking footgear that I ever beheld. The slippers were made of immensely thick red-grained leather, with heavy peg soles as inflexible as plate armor and as easy-looking as Belgian sabots. The captain said that they were as tight as sea boots, if I kept the water from flowing over the tops, adding, "I'll tell you what I do. In cold, wet weather, I just haul a pair of heavy socks right over the outside of the slippers and make boots of 'em." At 4:45 this afternoon, we sighted a steamer on the lee bow, and as there was a chance of signaling her and she was bound to the westward, we put our helm up a little and kept away a couple of points. At 5:30 she was abreast of us, and we hoisted our number and "Report me all well," to which she hoisted her answering pennant. She was a very large English cargo boat, one of that new style of tramp freighters with one funnel, 2 pole masts, and a great sheer. She seemed to be making more than 10 knots, though the snowdrift under her bows indicated about 25, and should therefore reach New York in time to be reported in next Wednesday's papers. Latitude at noon, 38 degrees 31 minutes north, longitude 55 degrees 2 minutes west. May 16th. Our first Sabbath at sea broke calm and warm. When we went on deck at 7 bells, not a breath of air was stirring. The ship had no steerage way, and an oily calm lay upon the face of the deep, recalling memories of our previous voyage, when in this very part of the ocean in the month of July we averaged 20 miles a day for 21 days. 420 miles in 3 weeks couldn't burn a ship's copper off. It is about 3/4 of one day's run of the fastest express steamers. It was truly hot this afternoon, for the calm prevailed all day, but fortunately there was quite a swell present, in which we rolled about, creating pleasant draughts from the slatting sails. How orderly and quiet a ship is on a Sunday afternoon when the weather is mild and clear. Every rope, every implement is in its place. The decks have been washed as clean as hard scrubbing can make them, and the brass mountings shine like mirrors. Coiled away in shady nooks lie the watch, each with a book or paper in his hand, deep buried in its contents. Some recline in the waterways under shadow of the bulwarks, others in the shade of the deckhouse, some on the forecastle head, where cool airs circulate from the swinging of the big foresail and jibs. The only audible sounds are the flapping of the sails, somnolent cheeping of the blocks, and the working of the rudder head as the ship rolls about in the swell, with perhaps the low tones of a man's voice humming an air to himself on the main hatch. A more peaceful scene it would be impossible to find than that presented by a large ship thus becalmed, more tranquil and solemn than the little country hamlet dozing in the drowsiness of a midsummer Sabbath afternoon. Let a breeze come along, though, from an unexpected quarter, and in an instant everything starts into life. "Square the Crojick yard!" comes the startling suddenness from the officer of the watch. In a moment the half-hidden forms of the men spring with a bound from their cool retreats, and the forward part of the ship resounds with their deep voices as they come rolling aft, each repeating the order, "Square the Crojick yard, sir!" Aft they come in a shuffling trot, not slovenly, but in a cheerful way, and the ponderous yards creak slowly round to the hoarse tones of the boatswain. It is during such scenes as this that the magic of the sea takes hold of the imaginative mind. The remembrance of gales of wind and of hail and sleet and snow fade utterly from the memory, and the mind is conscious only of the inexpressible charm which the mighty deep exerts over those who truly love the sea and go down to it in ships. After breakfast this morning, the mate told me how oranges are loaded at Tahiti, by hauling the vessels up under the trees which overhang the water and shaking the fruit into the hold. Already Mr. Goggins is beginning to growl at the weather. What he wants all the time is just enough to show the sky sails to, sir. We had a little more wind after breakfast, it is true, but it came from the southeast and let go at 10. Last night, just before we turned in, some Mother Carey's chickens which were flying around the ship began to utter their quaint, plaintive cries, at which Captain Scruggs and the mate shuddered and looked grave. I asked Mr. Goggins what was wrong, and he replied, "Whenever the blarsted birds cry, there's sure to be a long spell o' light weather." It is strange what disdain merchant skippers have for yachting, nor can they ever understand why a man should expend so much on a vessel without trying to derive some income from the same. I happened to mention to the skipper last evening that I once chartered a pineapple schooner at Nassau and took a party of friends on a cruise through the Bahamas. "After shells, I suppose," quoth the worthy man, thinking that my scheme was to load up with the beautiful shells found in those islands and take them across to the mainland and sell them. Again I told him that my most cherished scheme was to navigate the South Seas in an auxiliary yacht. "Yes," he answered, "it's a good notion. Trading ain't dead there yet." Perhaps the most amusing incident of this sort happened once when I was on board a yacht lying at Vineyard Haven. A large three-masted schooner came in, having lost her mizzen-top mast. The owner of the yacht pulled aboard of the schooner and looked her over, and then asked her captain and mate back to the yacht. Of course they admired her exceedingly, and as she was quite a large boat, they observed that it must cost a sight to run her. Finally, when they were about to return to their own vessel, the skipper asked, gravely and in perfect good faith, "What I don't understand is, how do you make her pay?" Latitude 37 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 53 degrees 40 minutes west. May 17th. Perhaps we may change our opinion before the voyage is over. Perhaps we may not. I have seen enough of the skipper to know that this voyage is not going to be exquisitely pleasant for ourselves, the mates, or the men. A little disturbance started this forenoon in the following manner. A barrel of carrots, onions, and parsnips had been rolled under the forecastle head by the mate, who then forgot all about it, so that instead of giving it to the cook, he allowed the green stuff to wilt and wither in the heat of the past 48 hours. The captain heard of this for the first time today, and ever since not a single thing has gone right for him. We first noticed that something was amiss with the skipper by the tone he used to the helmsman at 11 o'clock, when he told him to hold her up a little more. The man obeyed instantly, but made an inexcusable mistake. He forgot to answer, and in this he was, of course, wrong, for he should have either repeated the order or said, "Aye, aye, sir." The captain then told him in forcible language what would happen to men who failed to answer. We thought that the matter was settled when the mate came aft from the break of the poop on a run, thrust his fist through the wheelhouse window in the man's face, and snarled, "Now look at 'ere, Ain't I told yer to answer when you're spoken to, eh? Well, you just do it, or I'll teach yer to open your mouth. I'll fix yer. Innocent words, comparatively speaking, but no one can imagine the intensity of emphasis on the fix or the malignant hazing tone which the mate threw into his threat. The skipper had just jumped on the mate, and of course the latter must find someone to retaliate on, and here was an opportunity. The boy Sammy, too, came in for his share of attention, but it must be said that this slothful youth deserved it. And finally, the skipper and mate came to words at dinner about a barrel of hard bread. Captain Scruggs graduated years ago with high honors in the art of nagging, and at last he provoked Mr. Goggins beyond endurance. Godly mighty, Captain Scruggs, if I ain't seen no shipbread, how can I break it out? We expected an explosion from the old man, but he only tugged fiercely at his whiskers and shut the mate up with, "All right, sir, all right. We won't continue the argument." As the day wore on, his temper grew worse and worse, and when I called his attention to a school of fish playing alongside, supposing that he would like to see them, he answered tartly, "Very well, sir, you'd better jump overboard and catch 'em." I thought it best not to reply, but it was very annoying, for some of the men hard by smiled broadly. It must be acknowledged that the thought of being obliged to sit opposite to this man at table 3 times a day for at least 4 months is a disagreeable one, and this is not a cheerful meditation at the very beginning of a voyage. Yet the captain has proved that in some ways he is very kind and considerate, but he has that hard, flinty voice and overbearing manner, an instance of which the reader can doubtless recall among his seafaring friends. Throughout nearly the entire day we had an almost perfect calm. This, of course, aggravated the old man's temper, for he seems to be a most intolerant individual. So little headway did we make that at noon we were in latitude 37 degrees 22 minutes north, longitude 52 degrees 39 minutes west. May 18th. We had another sample of American ship discipline this morning. We went on deck at 7:30 to eat some fruit before breakfast, and as soon as the skipper hove in sight, it was plain that he was looking for trouble. Presently the mate appeared, and it was evident from his countenance that he had found the trouble the captain was looking for. In a little while 2 of the men came aft, each with a case of oil in his arms, which they deposited on deck by the wheelhouse, preparatory to passing them down into the lazarette. One of the hands, Bruin, an inoffensive, quiet Norwegian, the most peaceable sailors in the world, happened to put his case down with the lettered side underneath, which displeased the skipper, who asked him, in his ogre's voice, if he hadn't told him the way to handle case oil. Now the man was evidently doing the very best he could, which was evident from his great desire to please, and also from the way in which his hands shook. Finally he grew so nervous that when he picked up the case to turn it over, it slipped and fell with a loud noise on the deck. At this, the poor fellow jumped back several feet, and put up his arm to ward off the expected blow. But the skipper saw plainly that it was an accident and was going to let the matter pass, when the mate jumped in between them and, catching a firm hold of Bruin's right ear, gave it a terrific wrench, then slewed him round and brought him to his knees, while he yelled, "Ain't I told yer how to lay them cases down?" Such scenes as this are extremely unpleasant, particularly as they are always accompanied with boisterous language. And as we saw the whole affair, I can say with certainty that it was absolutely unprovoked and unnecessary. If the man had been of a surly or ugly disposition and intentionally put the case down wrongly, some excuse might be in order for the mate's conduct. But this fellow has always been unobtrusive and actually jumps in his desire to please. It is generally men of a certain temperament that mates pick out to haze, men with no appearance of sand. I have never known a man of Mr. Goggins' sort to try it on a determined-looking, deliberate seaman. How calm it was until 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The sea was as if oiled and of a rich blue, fascinating to contemplate and deeper in color than usual. No stream that ever cascaded down a mountainside could approach in transparency the sea water as found in the remote solitudes of the ocean. We had a strange sunset, too. the horizon being apparently at an immense distance, with whole chains of ragged, golden-tipped clouds like jagged mountain rocks, seemingly 100 miles away. We had a fine breeze all day from east-northeast, which, it is true, jammed us on the wind, but it was fresh enough to blow us along at 7 knots. Latitude at noon, 36 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 50 degrees 36 minutes west. May 19th. This was perhaps the finest day which we have had yet. It broke with the heavens obscured, but during the forenoon the clouds melted under the influence of the sun, and an afternoon of dazzling brilliancy followed. A fresh breeze whistled out of the east-northeast, giving us as much as we could show the skysails to, and the ocean was covered with foam-topped waves like immense snowflakes, the crests of which often came tumbling in glee over the weather side. Yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock we rose the upper canvas of a bark on the port bow, bound in the same direction as ourselves. At 4:30 she was abeam, and at 7 in the evening her trucks had vanished below the horizon astern. In truth, this ship is a flyer on a wind, for in order to pass the other vessel in so short a time we must have sailed almost, if not quite, 2 miles to her one. Again, this morning at daylight, we made out the sails of a ship hull down to leeward. She was then abeam, steering about southeast, but during the afternoon we ran her out of sight too. For the past 24 hours we have certainly done splendidly, logging 198 miles, hauled as close to the wind as possible. Captain Scruggs even went so far as to say that he thought that there were only 2 other American ships afloat that could have made more than 200 miles today by the wind, the Henry B. Hyde and the A.G. Ropes. Later I asked the skipper which he considered was the finest all-around wooden ship under the flag today. His answer instantly was, "The Hyde by all odds, and not only that, but she's one of the finest ships that ever came out of a Maine shipyard." She was built about 10 years ago in Bath by John MacDonald, a Nova Scotian and a pupil of the famous Donald Mackay of Boston, who turned out so many celebrated clippers 30 or 40 years ago. The Hyde is a large ship, registering 2,500 tons, but in spite of her size, she is a 3-master, being, I believe, the second largest ship of this rig at the present time, the British ship Ditton heading the roll of 3 masters with a net tonnage of about 2,800. Almost all sailing vessels of over 2,000 tons register are now built with 4 masts. Last night I was talking with the mate about seabirds, and he was giving me considerable information of the birds on the Pacific coast, when he said, suddenly, "I see a auk at sea once, sir." "Indeed," said I, "that is very interesting, for the bird is almost extinct. It must have been a long time ago, for even the eggs now are quite valuable." He looked very hard at me then for a few moments, when the captain called him away, and for some time I wondered why he had stared at me so fixedly, when all at once I realized that he meant hawk, not auk. Latitude 34 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 47 degrees 15 minutes west. End of section 2. Section 3 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 3. May 20th. Light showers prevailed this morning early, but at 10 the clouds disappeared, leaving a sky of deep cobalt and a glorious sparkling sea. Fresh winds from east-northeast blew all day, giving us frequently 10 knots, the ship driving along with the even, modulating swing of a pendulum. The mate says that Captain Scruggs is so lucky in making fast passages that in New York they say that he carries a fair wind in his pocket and spills it out when necessary. However true this may be, the direction of the wind could be easily improved at the present time, by hauling more to the northward, so that we could come up a little. Our position, too, would be a far better one if we were 5 or 6 degrees more to the eastward, as it is a little too soon to make so much southing. Nolens Volens, though, southeast has been our course for some time, and the skipper jocosely remarks that he expects to see San Roque this time. We are now in the approximate position of the American iron ship May Flint, late steamer Persian Monarch, one of the largest sailing vessels under our flag, when she was hove down and dismasted about a year ago in a cyclone. Captain Nichols subsequently accomplished so fine a piece of seamanship that a short account of the whole affair might not prove uninteresting. The vessel left Philadelphia bound to Hyogo with a cargo of case oil on August 21st, and on September 8th, about 400 miles from the Azores, she encountered a gale which gradually increased to a tremendous hurricane, in the center of which she became involved, and shortly afterward she was hove on her beam ends, and the fore and maintop masts and mizzentop gallant masts, together with all standing gear above the lower mastheads, went by the board. Her condition was really terrible, as all hands were in momentary expectation of seeing some of the broken spars alongside stave in the hull, as the wreckage was battering and thumping furiously against the ship. A steamer was sighted later on, the Craftsman, which stood by the Flint till the weather moderated, and then offered to tow her to New York. This offer Captain Nichols refused, though at their request he transshipped his two passengers, one a Boston and the other a Chicago man, and they returned to New York on the Craftsman. It is reasonable to presume that neither of these individuals will ever step over the side of another sailing ship. When the cyclone had passed and the ship had come up on an even keel, Captain Nichols surveyed the wreck aloft and then decided on his course, which was as follows. A part of the spars and rigging having been saved, a foretop mast was made from a spare spar, and the stump of an old mizzentop gallant mast was used for a foretop gallant mast. The ship carried a spare foreyard, and the lower foretop sail yard was intact, and the upper maintop sail yard was utilized for an upper fore. The foretop gallant and royal yards were saved, thus square rigging the vessel forward. A portion of the main yard, which was broken, was used for a maintop mast, leaving the mainmast fore and aft rigged. The mizzentop gallant mast, which was apparently hopelessly damaged, was fished and repaired together with all the yards below it, so that the vessel was square rigged forward and aft, but schooner rigged amidships, presenting a most extraordinary appearance. She looked at a distance somewhat like two hermaphrodite brigs, yet after the repairs had been made, which occupied 15 days, she was successfully navigated into New York Harbor, a distance of 2,200 miles, and on one day logged the extremely good run of 240 knots. For this performance the underwriters presented the gallant captain with a superb gold watch, and well he deserved it, for it was an act of seamanship so bold and unusual as to command the applause of Captain Nichols's fellow shipmasters, a class of men who, as a rule, are extremely reserved in their expressions of approbation. Latitude 31 degrees 34 minutes north, longitude 42 degrees 10 minutes west. May 21st. Last night was windy, with a severe squall at 1 o'clock in the morning, with much rain, and we haven't seen the sky sails since 6 last evening. As I was leaning against the rail yesterday afternoon, looking at the mizzenstay being set up by the starboard watch, the captain came up and said, "I've found out we've got another captain aboard, a fellow called Murphy, I believe. I'm going to send him aft to run the ship, and I'm going forward to sleep in the forecastle." The skipper has a curious way of saying such things, and we never know whether to smile or not. Presently, though, he cast joking aside and began to blackguard Murphy in the language of the deep sea, saying that when he, the captain, had gone forward to see that the regular weekly washing out of the forecastle was properly done, some of the men did not seem to relish the process, and he heard Murphy grumble. Now, when a foremast hand has been somewhat disagreeable for a few days, and at length finds audible fault with various things, it is almost certain that some 1 hour in the succeeding 24 will be unpleasant for him. Thus with Murphy. After supper, we were sitting on the deckhouse when Captain Scruggs came up and said that at 8 bells the decision would be reached whether or not there were two captains aboard. He was very nervous and couldn't sit still, which reminds me that I have never yet seen a long voyage skipper who wasn't nervous at even the mildest encounter with the men. The evening shades fell early, by reason of heavy clouds, and at 8 o'clock it was dark. Word was passed forward that both watches were to muster aft, and when 8 bells had been struck, the 18 seamen, including the boatswains, came trooping down from forward and grouped themselves at the after hatch. Here I sent my wife below, fearing scenes which she ought not to witness, while the captain at the same moment passed out of the cabin to the main deck and faced the men. It was an impressive, rugged scene. The wind was puffy and uncertain, and the decks were wet. And though it was too dark to see the men's expressions, their forms stood out clearly enough as they rolled from side to side with the heave of the ship. Two broad beams of light shooting out from the cabin doors and illuminating the showers of spray that flew incessantly over the weather side. The great mainsail bridging over the scene with its huge curve till lost in the gloom of the upper sails. As soon as the captain appeared, he began to pace athwartships between the hatch and the poop, keeping it up for several minutes in a dead silence. How well he knows how to handle a crew. Nothing is more effective than such a silence, for it shows the men that the skipper is about to act with deliberation. Suddenly he unexpectedly rapped out, "Go forward, the port watch," and the 9 men quickly disappeared, wondrous glad to escape, no doubt. Now what the captain said to the rest I could not hear, for the wind cut his words off short. But he walked up among the men, shouldering his way roughly through them until he stood directly in front of Murphy, who, though putting on some side, shrunk back from the glare that I knew shot from the old man's eye. He spoke to him in the fierce, intense tones of a thoroughly angry man, and after a considerable harangue he seized Murphy by his nasal extremity, the size of which afforded him excellent holding ground, and led the recalcitrant youth around in a small circle, every few seconds tweaking and twisting his nose, till I was surprised that it did not part company with the rest of his face. This done, he sent the men forward, entered the cabin, sat down, and joined us in a game of casino. At first this seemed a very puerile manner of administering punishment, but it is considered wonderfully effective, and in truth it is humiliating to be hauled about by the nose in the presence of one's companions. I had expected that Murphy would have been floored with a belaying pin, that handy instrument of correction which most American masters and mates know so well how to wield. But Captain Scruggs seems to be restraining himself, owing in part, no doubt, to our presence on board, though chiefly to the space which the newspapers have been devoting lately to aggravated cases of cruelty at sea. Indeed, the skipper himself said the other day, "What's a shipmaster to do nowadays when the press jumps on him when he gets ashore?" He forgets that if the said shipmaster conducted himself at sea like a captain of a ship ought to, the press would have no cause for writing him up. The course has been poor, with the wind at times to the southward of east, and, horrible to relate, we made a degree of westing in the 24 hours. If we don't have a better chance than this, we'll be jammed on the San Roque in earnest. Latitude 28 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 43 degrees west. May 22nd. It is necessary here to make an announcement of a very painful nature, an announcement of a fact so lamentable and unfortunate that for a long while we tried to believe that it could not be. Captain Scruggs has several times in the last week been very much under the influence of strong liquor. More than once we have noticed that he exhibited a strange uncertainty in his gait, and for 2 days he has been unusually aggressive and sometimes silly in his arguments. Still, neither of us would acknowledge to the other that which we knew in our hearts was true, until last evening at supper his conduct compelled us to admit the shocking fact that the master of the ship in which we have but just commenced one of the longest and stormiest voyages was plainly drunk. He had to steady himself against the mizzen-mast at the end of the dining-room before he could sit down, and during the meal he was for a time a drooling idiot. His chief amusement seemed to lie in spilling small quantities of maple syrup over the tablecloth, in which he then dabbled with his fingers like a boy with his feet in a puddle. The syrup appeared to revive memories of his childhood, for he told us stories of his passion for this fluid when a youth. Said he, "Why, I used to go out in the woods, tap a maple tree, and let 2 gallons of syrup run into me." No one said a word. 2 gallons! Glaring fiercely at the mate, who, of course, didn't offer any objection. Then he caught sight of a small washtub, and, turning on the mate again, cried out violently, "When I was a boy, I used to could drink that right down fuller maple syrup. This 'ere hain't syrup, hit's mucilage." Here we excused ourselves and went on deck. Now, what is all this going to lead to? Pleasant thought, that of knocking about in a gale of wind off Cape Horn, with a groggy skipper in charge. Indeed, when we first discovered his bibulous inclination, my wife was in despair, and the only consolation we have is to be found in the hope that the case of whiskey that we have seen is the only one on board. We can account now, too, for the innumerable times that the captain has popped into his little room, only to emerge in a few seconds, smelling furiously of Florida water. Well, we'll probably have fine light weather through the northeast trades, which we are now sure that we have taken, and at the rate at which the grog is vanishing at present, it will be gone before we reach the squally doldrums, providing that the skipper has but one case. In a copy of a nautical magazine on board, I saw an account of a singular fact that occurred a short while ago. The British ship Crompton was homeward bound a few months since, from Calcutta to Dundee, when one morning Captain Lloyd sighted something ahead which seemed to be either a capsized vessel or the back of a whale. As the vessel approached, however, the captain saw that it was neither, but a rock, about 60 feet long, 8 feet high, and the same broad. He could scarcely believe his senses, for the position of the rock was 47 degrees north and 37 degrees 20 minutes west. Imagine a rock's existing in the most crowded ocean on the globe, almost every square mile of which it was reasonable that at least one vessel had traversed, which had never been seen or reported before. For some time Captain Lloyd could not believe that it really was a rock, and so to verify it he sailed as close to it as possible. And as the morning was a perfectly clear one, and the hour 20 minutes to 8, he was at last compelled to believe the evidence of his eyes, that here was a large rock, extremely dangerous to navigation, lying 500 miles north-northwest of the Azores. Speaking of those balmy isles reminds one of that ardent, skillful yachtsman, the Prince of Monaco. About 2 years ago, while prosecuting some deep-sea soundings in the vicinity of the Azores on his steam yacht, he found a bank or ledge which rose from a depth of about 2,000 fathoms to one of something like 50 fathoms, which, like the aforementioned rock, had never been charted or reported. So extremely zealous is the prince in his pursuit of knowledge concerning the floor of the Atlantic that he shortly afterward gave an order for a 1,200-ton steam yacht, he can well afford it, fitted with the most recent inventions in connection with deep-sea sounding apparatus. I wonder whether he will use the machine for this purpose invented by Captain Sigsbee, who commanded the battleship Maine at the time of her destruction. It is said that Lord Kelvin, who, when Sir William Thomson invented the famous sounding machine which bears his name, has stated that Captain Sigsbee has adopted an idea in his apparatus which he, Lord Kelvin, had vainly sought for years to utilize in his mechanism. If this be true, Captain Sigsbee has reason to be a very proud man, for Lord Kelvin is, perhaps, the most learned individual, now living, on hydrodynamics and kindred sciences. Last voyage it took us exactly a month in which to reach this spot where we are now, which illustrates how uncertain and erratic long voyages are. All fear of being stuck in this region, as we were before, has disappeared, for the trades have come now without question. And while they are quite fresh enough to suit us, we would like to see the wind back 2 points to the northward. Latitude 26 degrees 18 minutes north, longitude 41 degrees 9 minutes west. May 23rd. Last night was a windy one, and in the middle watch we split the mizzen royal in a severe squall. So we took in the fore and main royals, the sea being choppy and the vessel plunging a good deal. It is customary to cut the light sails in such a manner that a fore sky sail will answer for a mizzen royal. Therefore, toward the end of the morning watch, the fore sky sail was unbent and stretched on the mizzen royal yard, the royals having been set again an hour or so previously. It didn't fit particularly well, but it will do until tomorrow, for the royal will be repaired, as such work is not done on Sunday unless in case of urgent need. Sometimes there is necessity for hard work on the Sabbath aboard ship. Such an instance having occurred on the Hosea Higgins on her last homeward voyage from San Francisco. It might be first observed that, though it is the custom to give the men a holiday on Sunday, still, if the captain orders anything done, he must be obeyed without murmur. On this particular occasion, Captain Scruggs saw fit to order one of the boatswains to do some work aloft, which he refused. The skipper went down on the main deck then and spoke to the man, a lusty young German, asking him why he refused to turn to. "Because it's Sunday, sir," he replied. "Sunday? Never heard of it. What is Sunday? Who told you anything about it?" quizzed the old man. "I say, a man's not supposed to turn to on Sunday, sir," repeated the boatswain. "Oh, he's not," quoth the skipper. "Then we always put him where he'll have plenty of leisure. Mr. Goggins, the irons." This same mate came around from California in the Higgins. The irons were brought, and the man, quietly enough, but with angry eye and sneering lip, put his hands behind him. The irons were locked on, and he was led down into the lazarette, where he sat calmly down, and the key was turned. 6 hours afterward the mate went to him with some food and found that the man had in some way contrived to shift his hands around in front and was disposed to be ugly. Therefore he was taken up into the after part of the wheelhouse. These structures on American ships are divided into equal portions, one containing the wheel and binnacle, the other the rudder head, tiller, flag locker, etc., where a staple was driven into a carling, to which the man's hands, still ironed, were secured, leaving him so that he could not sit down, his wrist being about 6 inches above his head. Now, this posture for 12 hours is enough to break the heart of a wild beast. Yet this boatswain stood there without a word for 30 hours, refusing food or drink during that time. At the end of every 6 hours or so, the mate went to him and asked if he had had enough, to which the Teuton would answer, "Nah." His endurance yielded at the 30th hour, and he implored to be released, which he was 6 hours later, and for the rest of the passage he was a model sailor. At this time we are on or near a favorite whaling ground, great numbers of these leviathans being taken in this vicinity every year by schooners. In the old days, a first-class whaling bark cost about $35,000 and was manned by perhaps 30 Western Islanders, or natives of the Azores. They were owned by companies who supplied the vessels with provisions, clothes, and outfits, and also advanced certain sums of money to captain and crew, which did not go to crimps as it does now, while they were away on a 3 years' cruise. No wages were ever paid to anyone, but all hands received a percentage when the ship returned, the bulk, which remained, being divided among the stockholders. The most lucrative whaling voyage of which there is any record was made by the Onward of New Bedford, which, after a 41 months' voyage, stocked $275,000, the captain's share alone amounting to $33,000. More startling even than that is the fact that during the 52 years which formed the golden era of Massachusetts whaling industry, the total value of whale products landed in New Bedford alone amounted to $145 million. We had quite an agreeable shock this morning when the carpenter walked aft to breakfast with a clean, new, checked shirt on, it being Sunday. He had combed the sawdust and other little inconveniences out of his unctuous locks, and he made quite a respectable appearance as he wobbled into the cabin. Fresh trades blew all day, and we have made good a course about south-southeast. Latitude 23 degrees 28 minutes north, longitude 40 degrees 15 minutes west. May 24th. This day broke with a strong breeze and a cloudy sky, but as usual, the vapor cleared away at 10 o'clock and a superb afternoon followed. Nearly all wooden ships have to be pumped out twice every day, once in the morning watch and again at 6 in the evening. It is almost impossible to build a tight wooden vessel of any size, and the rougher the sea, the more water she will make, on account of laboring. Of course, the leakage varies greatly, but I suppose that our own is an average one, about 1,000 strokes of the pumps being necessary to free the ship at each session of 30 minutes, and the aperture through which the water escapes is about as large as a fire hose. Last evening, sadly needing exercise, I descended to the main deck after supper and announced to Jimmy Rumps, the young starboard watch boatswain, that it was my intention to assist in pumping ship if the men had no objection, at which they smiled, while Rumps assured me that any such assistance would be eagerly welcomed. A ship's pumps are worked by means of handlebars attached to large, heavy flywheels, 6 feet in diameter, and the motion of pumping is similar to the old-fashioned way of lifting rock out of an excavator by man-powered derricks. I therefore grasped the handlebar with the reckless assurance of a man who knows not what he does, having opposite to me a raw-boned, powerful Englishman, Coleman. "Shake her up," came from the second mate in another moment, and urged by the strong arms of the men, the great wheels began to slowly revolve. As moments passed, though with no indication of acceleration in the speed, I began to fear that after all I was not to find much exercise in this way, when all at once there was a distinct increase in the movement, and my breath came shorter and quicker. Faster and yet faster flew the iron handles till we must have been doing 60 revolutions to the minute. I was nearly pitched off my feet at every turn, and my head commenced to swim. Usually at the end of 15 minutes a halt is called for a breathing spell, but now we went on and on with no signs of cessation, and the men wrought with wooden faces. Then instantly I saw that they were having their joke, initiating me, as it were, and that they had no intention of resting till the trick was over. The pace was quite frightful, but I decided to faint on deck rather than yield. Round went the relentless, cruel handles, carrying me with them, like a nautical Don Quixote on the windmill, while Jimmy Rumps, that young limb of Satan, made facetious observations, at which the men smiled compassionately. "Fine exercise this, mister," and "How'd you like to do this when we're turnin' the corner with 2 feet of water on deck?" A ghastly smile was the only answer that I could summon, and in 5 minutes more I should certainly have succumbed to dizziness and want of breath, when I heard the voice of the mate, sounding strange and distant, "That'll do the pumps." I let go the handle, grinned like a skull to show how happy I was, summoned all my strength, tottered to the poop ladder, crawled up, fell into a deck chair, and for 5 minutes endured the bitter agonies of a man thoroughly pumped. This was a good deal better than giving in, however, and it was my intention to hammer away at it for the rest of the voyage. Today the sun was overhead at noon, the declination and latitude being the same. We made a somewhat better course during the past 24 hours, about south 30 degrees east, and a heavy bank in the northeast presages a breeze from that quarter, so that we may come up a couple of points farther. The captain continues his libations with no indication of a change. Evil as the thing is, though, there is some compensation in it for us, as he is usually asleep in his room all day. An ill wind, and so on. Latitude 20 degrees 3 minutes north, longitude 38 degrees 23 minutes west. End of section 3. Section 4 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 4. May 25th. Last night we celebrated the Queen's birthday for Mr. Goggins' sake, and the old man had a fete all by himself with a bottle of Monongahela. The first part of the proceedings consisted in burning balls of tar-soaked oakum mounted on sticks secured to the weather rail. Each ball was the size of a man's head and burned with a brilliant flame that lit up the whole ship with a red glare. sending now and then a stream of sparks across the deck, quite alarming till we remembered that everything in the waist was drenched with spray. The second portion of the festivities was more elaborate, and was begun by carrying a barrel of oiled shavings up on the poop. The open end of the barrel was headed up, and a hole a foot square was then cut in the side. Of course, the captain insisted on performing this piece of carpentry, and he entertained himself for 10 minutes, jabbing away at the hardwood with a little keyhole saw till he was in quite a frenzy. "Now give me a match and I'll show you some fireworks," said he. "I don't think it'll burn, Captain Scruggs. The hole ain't big enough," meekly observed the mate. "I didn't ask you whether you thought 'twould burn or not," responded the skipper, who had snapped about an inch off the end of his little saw. "I asked you for a match." Finally, the contents of the barrel were ignited, and the skipper, seizing the chimes at one end, bade the mate to do the same at the other, then to lift it horizontally, swing it to and fro, and when he said 3, to let it go over the stern. But the mate got it wrong in some way, and let go at 2. And as the captain hung on, there was a good deal of excitement for a few seconds. The barrel all but hauled him overboard after breaking off 2 or 3 fingernails, banged loudly against the counter, turned over, and dropped into the water whole side down. The scene which followed was too harrowing for reproduction, but it was interrupted by the loud voice of the lookout. "Light right ahead, sir." Instantly all was silent. The skipper jumped up on the deckhouse, while the mate ran for the top-gallant forecastle, whence he shouted back, "All right, sir, she's keeping away." And in a few minutes a bark of about 700 tons, under topsails, passed us to leeward, by the wind, bound north. Mr. Goggins entertained us at dinner today with a new version of an old sea fight. The captain did not come to the table until supper, owing to his celebrations, which he prolonged far into the night. So, after the soup had been cleared away at dinner, the mate began, "Did you ever hear, sir or ma'am, of the true history about Semmes, in the battle of the Kearsarge and Alabama?" "No," said I. "Let us have it." "'Twon't take long to tell," said the mate. "He weren't in the fight at all." "Where was he?" "Aboard of that English yacht, the Greyhound, or whatever she was, a-lookin' on." "Yes, sir, I was in Liverpool then, and he came in and went on board the Great Western, and her captain spit in his face, and him without the courage to reply." Mr. Goggins had a sousing yesterday which diverted all hands for some time. He was coming down from forward on the weather side with that peculiar confidence assumed by captains and mates when the spray is flying, as if it were impossible for a drop of water to strike them. The man had reached the main hatch, when he heard the swash of an unusually heavy sea, and casually turned his head in time to see a perfect storm of spray flying down upon him. It hit him fairly between the shoulders. He staggered, fluttered about for a moment, and then flapped heavily and helplessly against the hatch combing, where he sat up finally in a foot of water, drenched to the bone. Our fine breeze holds, but we are still hard on the wind. Course southeast by south, true. Latitude 17 degrees 15 minutes north, longitude 36 degrees 50 minutes west. May 26th. Last night was a squally one, and the sky sails were furled early in the evening, hands being stationed at the royal halyards as well, until they too were stowed at 3 in the morning. We had an accident yesterday afternoon, which, though comparatively trivial, occasioned some lively work. My wife and I were playing backgammon at the forward end of the deckhouse in the first dog watch, and everything was running very smoothly, when, with a snap and a rattle of chain links, the lee maintop gallant sheet was carried away. In a second there was an uproar. 2 men jumped with great alacrity into the weather rigging, and in a few minutes were astride of the lee upper maintop sail yardarm, working like demons, with the long length of chain sheet waving and slashing among the braces as the ship rolled in the beam seas. Louis, the Frenchman, swung himself into the rigging immediately afterward, stationing himself on the royal yardarm, followed by Mr. Rarks and 3 other men. It wasn't long before the work of their repair was progressing satisfactorily when the skipper appeared at the cabin door, and, without preliminary, commenced to shake things up a little. He shook with such success that in 3 or 4 minutes Jimmy Rumps began to simply hop into the air at intervals. The men were reduced to idiots, while Mr. Goggins charged about, gulping with excitement. For the captain would sandwich in such observations as, "I wonder whether I shipped you for a mate or a farmer," and requesting him, in soft but deadly tones, to be "good enough to secure that sheet so it'll hold till tomorrow anyway." After snarling everything up into 100 grannies, Captain Scruggs vanished, and the work proceeded quietly. The only man who kept his head was the second mate. This French seaman, Louis Joaquin, is an ideal sailor. He is built like an ox, short and very broad, with a bull neck thrust well down between massive shoulders, a back all corrugated with muscle, and, what is very remarkable in a sailor, large, strong legs. He is as swarthy as a Spaniard, with blue-black hair and short mustache, and a wide, powerful jaw with a pleasant scowl, if such can exist, on his lean, determined face. He is a man to lean on in an accident. We were glad to hear that when repairs had been made, the men were going to masthead the topgallant and royal yards to the stimulus of shanties. And sure enough, when the topgallant halyards were manned, the invigorating strains of "A Long Time Ago" broke out in a hoarse but agreeable baritone. A sailor's chorus of this sort is a very inspiring thing. The whole of the crew, 18 brawny fellows, were stretched in line clear across the deck, with David McFoy, the lusty-voiced Scot, at the end to sing the verses. And at the conclusion of each line a roar would go ringing over the water that must have been heard beyond the horizon, the halyards coming in a full yard at each swing. The main royal went aloft to the tune of "A Poor Old Man," and the boys seemed to find so much pleasure in their shanties, and their faces so shine with merriment, that even the sight of them is enough to put a man in a good humor. Over against this pleasant diversion looms up gloomily today's evening repast. The captain had again imbibed enough to make him quarrelsome, and during the half hour that we were at table the mate was so jerked about at the end of the skipper's tongue that, objectionable as he is, we could but pity him, for in 5 minutes he was in a running perspiration. The only one who enjoyed the situation was the little Malay steward, whose face shone with delight as he moved noiselessly about the table with his gentle excuse, which he utters whenever he places a plate before us. It might be stated that the mate and the steward of a ship are at perpetual war, for the former always has charge of beef, pork, and flour, which he invariably grudges to the steward. The skipper has surprised us by handing me his sextant now and then at about 1:45 with the injunction, "Just look out for her today," and has then disappeared below to lie concealed often for several hours. We made the discovery today that he does this to avoid making himself ridiculous when taking the sun, for naturally a man requires all his faculties to know exactly when the sun is at meridian. Latitude 14 degrees 34 minutes north, longitude 35 degrees 12 minutes west. May 27th. Our good luck still follows us, for the trades are stronger than ever. We made 222 miles in the 24 hours, and for the last 10 days our average daily run has been 190 miles. Not very many vessels can show such a record in the northeast trades at the end of May, and while 222 miles would be merely a fair run with a free wind, it is extremely good work close hauled with the leeches of the skysails lifting. It is true that we are still 4 degrees too far west for this latitude, but I expect that we'll fetch by San Roque all right anyhow. Where will we lose the trades is in everyone's mouth. 48 hours will, no doubt, see the end of them, and then for the doldrums and rain. It is very hot now, but the atmosphere is quite dry. The captain hasn't boozed any all day, and at dinner he was in normal condition, and we had a long talk about the Scotch clippers of 40 and 50 years ago. I asked him which he thought was the fastest sailing ship ever launched. He was in a good humor and answered pleasantly, "Well, that's a big question. Some will tell you that the Sovereign of the Seas was the smartest, others the Andrew Jackson. some the Flying Cloud, which went out to San Francisco in 85 days, 21 hours in 1857. These were all American ships, as I suppose you know, but the fastest ship I think that ever left the ways was the Lothair of Aberdeen, and I believe she was faster than that other Scotchman, the Thermopylae, with her 60 days from London to Melbourne. I'll tell you what happened to me once. I was second mate of a Newburyport ship, and we were running our easting downbound out to Canton, and were somewhere near Tristan da Cunha, when we sighted a vessel astern. It was blowing hard from the northwest, and the next time I looked, a couple of hours later, there was the ship close to our quarter, and we doing 12 knots. "Holy jiggers," says I to the mate, "there's the Flying Dutchman." "Nah," says he, "it's the Thermopylae." But when she was abeam a little later, she hoisted her name, the Lothair, and it's been my opinion ever since that she was making mighty close to 17 knots. Then I asked him what he thought of the runs of some of our old tea-clippers of from 400 to 440 miles. "Don't believe it," was all he said. It is very possible that the Luther was doing better than 16 knots at that time, and one of the most prominent young naval architects in New York told me once that if he got the order, he could design a sailing vessel which, under favorable conditions, would log 18 knots. The best authentic day's run which I know of was made by the ship in which we sailed from New York to Calcutta 3 years ago, on her next eastern voyage to Angier. She was running her easting down in ballast not far from Amsterdam Island, and from noon to noon on one occasion she sailed 351 miles, an average of 15 miles an hour. I mean knots, of course. Captain Kingdon wrote to me of this performance from Passarorian, and asserted positively that it was done by some of the best observations which he ever got in the Southern Ocean, and that dead reckoning had nothing to do with it. Indeed, the whole passage was a very quick one, as he went out to Java in 83 days from New York, and broke the record, as far as he knew, from the longitude of Cape Agulhas to Angier, having covered that immense distance in 21 days. I told Captain Scruggs about this, and he doubted it, until he learned the vessel's name. "Oh," said he, "the Mandalore. Well, maybe she did. I saw her in the dry dock once, and there never was such a bottom on a merchant ship. 'Twas like a yacht's." And in truth, the handsomest vessel which I ever saw, taken as a whole, alow and aloft, was the Mandalore of London, built at Stockton-on-Tees. Seen, as we often saw her afterwards, moored in the Hooghly at Calcutta, among scores of the finest sailing ships in the world, she was the star of the fleet, the pride and very life of her captain. Poor dear old Kingdon! The voyage on which he broke the record from Good Hope to the Straits of Sunda was the last he ever made. The Mandalore sailed from Banjowangie bound to Boston on the return passage, but called a few weeks later at Table Bay with the captain sick. He pluckily continued, though against the doctor's orders, but was soon afterwards landed at St. Helena, ill with cancer, the vessel proceeding in charge of the mate. Captain Kingdon then went by steamer to London via Madeira, but was too far advanced in life for an operation, so he was ordered to Cairo in the hope that the dry atmosphere would prolong his life. But his constitution was not able to hold out much longer, and 2 months after his arrival in Egypt died Ray Kingdon, true friend, master mariner, gentleman. Latitude 11 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 33 degrees 14 minutes west. May 28th. The wind god is so exceedingly gracious to us at present that I cannot but think that he is saving himself to swoop down upon us in fell wrath at the Horn. Here we are, bowling merrily along within 500 miles of the equator, doing 220 miles in the 24 hours with an unlimited prospect of wind ahead, and if we could maintain the speed of 9 knots, we would cross the line on Sunday, 19 days from New York. There are sure to be several days of calms between the trades, though, so let us call it 25 days. During the whole of yesterday the captain kept as sober as a Lord Chancellor, until 10 o'clock last night, when he took a drink, which set him off again. He was very talkative when we left the deck at 10:30, and the last thing I remember before dropping off to sleep was, "You'll have an easier time of it if you break a few of their blankety-blank heads." This to the second mate after he had had two more drinks. We knew by this he was in for another round of festivities, and my wife said this morning that he was charging around the cabin all night, snoring and groaning, falling over camp chairs and door sills. I have known him to sink into a stupor on the cabin sofa, shoot off with a whoop in a lurch of the ship, wallow on the floor till he struck the table legs, and then peacefully continue his slumbers in that attitude. He doesn't like my mixing with the men so much, especially when pumping ship. He is very suspicious, and said last evening that he shouldn't think that I'd want to come into contact with such men, forgetting how much more interesting they are than he is. If sailors can be induced to talk, they are the most entertaining people as a class which it is possible to find. But it is very hard for a stranger to break the ice with them, and if the stranger should be a gentleman, it makes it twice as hard, for they will always be extremely reserved in his presence. The only way to do if you want them to talk freely among themselves, which is much the most amusing, is to ask them questions and try to start conversations with them at every opportunity. Generally, at the end of a week, they will see that you really like to converse with them. The ice will gradually melt, and from that time forward, if you should ever feel gloomy and sulky, go down on the main deck and stand by the galley during the second dog watch, and listen to the witty passes at each other. In 15 minutes you will be shaking with laughter, for theirs is real humor. At the pumps this evening I asked the Frenchman several questions and found him not at all averse to talking, though his English is very bad. In speaking of the Southern Ocean, he said that his preference lay in favor of the Horn voyages, saying that the Good Hope seas were too short, meaning that in the event of a very heavy sea it is best to have as long a one as possible. Probably he was thinking of the Agulhas Bank, where there is at times possibly the most dangerous sea in the world, a Bay of Fundy sea multiplied by 10. Across this bank, in a westerly direction, flows a swift current that issues from the Mozambique Channel, called now the Agulhas Current, and this, meeting the westerly gales, produces enormous hollow seas from which no vessel, however buoyant, can keep free. What a splendid fellow this Gaul is! What a back and legs! And his wrists are as large as some men's ankles. He has a really engaging smile, too, in spite of his bulldog jaws and shaggy brows. Opposite to me today pumped Jimmy Rumps. Curiously enough, he is the only sailor whom I have ever heard swear in joking among themselves. However, they may talk alone in the forecastle, and he does so because he thinks that it is big. "There's a fellow I'd like to see on the pumps," he remarked, quite an ugly look coming into his face, and glancing astern I saw the skipper descending the weather poop ladder. Though many of the men were evidently of this opinion, not a word was said by any of them, for might I not repeat their sentiments aft in the cabin for aught that they knew? Therefore the observation was received with scowls and a dead silence, which continued until Rumps again broke in with, "Last voyage I was in the American ship Ivanhoe, and I was nearly starved to death." "Eh?" said Lewis sharply. "I said I was starved in the Ivanhoe," repeated Jimmy. "Oh," replied the Frenchman, "I thought you meant these sheep. You'll find no better food anywheres in here." It is not often that a sailor will acknowledge this, and it speaks very well for Lewis. "Say," Jimmy went on, "I've had enough of the sea, and if I can, I'm going home to Brooklyn on 8 wheels, i.e., railway car, and let me give you a tip on San Francisco. Don't you miss the baths, though it'll cost you 10 cents, and a quarter for a freshwater swim. And say, you go over and see Oakland, but I don't know if they've got the fare down to 5 yet." It is rather surprising that Captain Scruggs doesn't take an interest in keeping track of his various voyages, plotted off on the different charts as Captain Kingdon did. The latter used some which had 16 voyages pricked off on them as plain as ink could make it, forming a very useful aid for future work, as he could select the average from them all for each voyage as it progressed. Our skipper, however, takes no such pains, and so far hasn't even looked at an ordinary chart. Today, my wife asked him to show her where we were at noon, and he hauled out from under the sofa an old, ragged, hydrographic wind chart. And after much stertorous breathing, he managed to stab the position on the paper with the dividers, being so palsied from last night's potations that he had to steady one hand with the other before he could hit the chart within several degrees of where we were. Latitude 8 degrees 24 minutes north, longitude 31 degrees 40 minutes west. End of section 4. Section 5 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 5. May 29th. The end of the trades is at hand. After blowing us through nearly 25 degrees of latitude, the wind began to let go yesterday afternoon, and to simultaneously haul to the southward, while an immense pall of blue-black cloud rose slowly out of the southwest and solemnly spread itself over the clear sky, with an indication of thunder squalls in the white heads which crowned its summit. Sure enough, in the middle watch there was some mild thunder and lightning, but hardly any rain. However, a drizzle started later on, and as the morning was a soft one and the atmosphere almost as heavy and hot as the steam from a kettle, a typical tropical morning, the men were turned to scrubbing the paintwork generally. It was a very long, tedious job, for every particle of white paint had been transformed into a dirty drab in the New York docks. I never saw such a change in a vessel as the men, starting at the taffrail, worked their way forward. Poop, bulwarks, boats, skids, everything putting off the grimy look, and assuming in its stead a glossy whiteness which almost hurt the eyes. It is strange that we have no head pump here. On the Mandalore there was a very powerful one, worked by 4 men, and a line of 2-inch hose that reached to the afterhatch. Our method of washing down the decks, though, is as primitive as irrigation in India, for all the water must be hoisted over the side in a canvas bucket and dumped into a cask, whence it is taken out as wanted. Speaking of the Mandalore reminds me of a gruesome tale which McFoy, the boatswain, told me last evening. So broad is his brogue that it was rather hard to understand him, but I gathered the following. One day, about 9 years ago, there started from Hamburg, bound to San Francisco, the big Liverpool ship, Falls of Air. The weather growing very bad in the channel, though, she up helm and ran back for the Downs, to anchor till the gale should break. Shortly before she sailed, the Mandalore left Hull, also bound around the Horn to San Diego on what McFoy said was her maiden voyage. After getting well out into the channel, though, and finding it as thick as pea soup, she too ran back for the Downs. And before anybody knew what was happening, with a fearful crash she hit the Falls of Air head on, well aft on the quarter, dividing her nearly in two and smashing her boats, which she carried aft Liverpool fashion. Very curiously, the Air had no after companionway, entrance to the main cabin being effected solely by means of the doors on the main deck. These, being of iron, crumpled like paper under the impact of collision, and then jammed, so that in the hurry and confusion they baffled all attempts at opening, and before anything could be done the ship foundered, carrying down with her every soul aft, captain, 2 mates, steward, and cook, caught like flies in a trap. Nor was this all. 3 boats had been broken into matchwood, leaving but one unharmed, in which only a handful of men and 2 apprentices escaped. And look again, sir, continued David, she's the unluckiest ship that ever left a yard. 2 years later, she ran down a large Belfast ship off Pernambuco, one of the Star Line. I think 'twas the Star of Greece, though both ships finally made Buenos Aires for repairs. And this was the dear old Mandalore, which carried us so happily across 13,000 miles of ocean only a short time ago. We had absolutely no suspicion of those accidents before, and I asked the boatswain if he couldn't be mistaken, but he answered, "I never forget a ship, sir. This one I mean is a London ship built at Stockton 9 years ago. That settled it. But how strange that we should never have heard of either case. There are 2 boxes of Sicilian oranges on board which are holding out remarkably well, for though they are getting a little dry, not one has so far spoiled. We also have good cool water to drink yet, for in spite of the great heat of the last 2 days, it has not penetrated the big galvanized iron tanks below. Indeed, the water is so much cooler than the air that a blur forms on the outside of a tumbler. But this will soon change, and we will have drinking water at a temperature of 90 degrees for a fortnight. Latitude 6 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 30 degrees 30 minutes west. May 30th. This afternoon was very hot and calm, and we had the first hard rain of the voyage. As we had had no wind at all previous to this shower, the courses had been hauled up to prevent chafing, but some of the buntlines and clewlines had been let go when the rain came, although as there was not much wind in the squall, the men were allowed to drop braces and everything else and run for tubs and buckets to be filled with fresh water, so that for the next 30 minutes the decks presented a remarkable sight. The head yards were braced up, while the main and after yards were still squared, with the starboard clew of the foresail, both clews of the mainsail, and the port clew of the cross jack hauled up, while the decks were covered with a wonderful snarl of ropes. However, we filled every bucket, tub, and cask on board, while the men ran for their soiled clothes and spread them out all over the forward deck to soften in the warm rain, the mate producing 3 pairs of old trousers which he carefully deposited on the after hatch. Odd notion, this washing of ordinary clothes. I had never heard of such a thing. The rain lasted for an hour, and the captain had the bathtub filled, and I had a delightful freshwater bath, the temperature of the rain being 79 degrees. Only those who have been compelled to bathe for weeks in brine can appreciate the luxury of fresh water. Our calm reminded the mate at dinner of a curious circumstance which happened once in the Pacific. Quite a fleet of ships started out together from San Francisco bound around the Horn, and keeping well together, they all fell into a calm streak just north of the line, which lasted for 12 days. During this time, several ships passed this fleet about 50 miles to the westward of them, among which was the Wandering Jew, an American ship since burned, with half a gale of wind. This story seems to be quite true, as the Jew's logbook for that day showed that she was a degree west of the becalmed vessels and mentioned that they stowed the fore and mizentop gallant sails. A fact of this sort shows what different weather conditions may exist at a distance of less than 100 miles. We witnessed a punishment this afternoon which I thought was never resorted to except in the Navy, and even there, the construction of a modern warship necessarily precludes it. We were sitting at the break of the poop, when we saw a man coming down from aloft in a hurry, as though he were especially anxious to reach the deck, when to our surprise, no sooner had he done so than McFoy gruffly said to him, "Back you go, and this time to the skysail yard, do you hear?" So up he went again. It was Louis Eckers, the youngest and dullest seaman in the ship, till he reached the main royal, when of course he had to shin up to the skysail yard, as there are never any ratlines above the royals. Presently, though, he stood upon the yard, 180 feet above the water, grasping the slender skysail pole with one arm and surveying the deck quite comfortably. When he had been there about half an hour, the boatswain roared out, "Come down!" and it was not till then that we realized that he had been mastheaded for bad conduct. It seems incredible that a punishment so humane should be resorted to on a Yankee ship. The eating on board, aft at any rate, is still extremely good, particularly the coffee, which is put up in convenient packages for sea use and labeled Best Maracaibo. Thus there is no deception, the greater part of mocha having its origin in Central or South America. Every day at meals, the mate seems to grow more hideous and grotesque, and he is the only man whom I ever saw to whom the latter adjective could be applied. His nose, which is enormous, is canted far over to the right, One nostril is the size of a slate pencil, while the other would fit a small gas pipe, and his dense, kinky mustache becomes at meals the lurking place of various liquids and solids, while ears like water lilies expand from his head like those of a bat. His table manners are actually shocking, though in some ways he is perhaps not much worse than the skipper, who contrives to decorate the lapels of his coat with a spray of soup at each dinner. Some men embellish the region of their waistbands with various fluids, but Captain Scruggs is dexterous enough to decorate his entire front with such things. Mr. Goggins has a stock phrase which is simply too absurd, when he declines anything further at table. Suppose the captain to say, "Have some more potatoes, sir." He will reply, closing one eye and leering at the dish with the other, "No, sir. I thank you, sir. I've 'ad sufficient, sir. I thank you, sir." This answer is invariable, and it is never abbreviated or curtailed in any way. He has also of late acquired the extremely objectionable habit of coming to the table with bare feet, which I am going to ask the skipper if he cannot prevent. Latitude 5 degrees 16 minutes north, longitude 30 degrees 5 minutes west. May 31st. Our progress for this 24 hours was not such as would delight the heart of a steam yachtsman, for our difference of latitude was precisely nothing, and we made 25 miles of westing, which would indicate a current. The heat, of course, is great, and also the oppressiveness, everything being indescribably sticky and soft. The temperature of the sea has risen to correspond with that of the air, both standing at about 84 degrees. Severe rain squalls with little or no wind necessitate oilskins on deck, for if your clothes get wet, they will be hours drying in this weather. Indeed, they will not dry at all, unless you put them on when the heat of the body evaporates the moisture. As we have been several days now in very hot weather, we have had plenty of opportunity of comparing the cabins of a wooden and an iron ship in the tropics. As might have been expected, that of the Higgins is cooler than that of the iron Mandalore, but the difference is surprisingly little, not more than 2 or 3 degrees. The principal disparity we notice at night, as the Mandalore's topsides used to retain the heat of the sun for so long a period that it was frequently 2 o'clock in the morning before the temperature fell perceptibly. The thermometer now in our room stands at about 85 degrees day and night, as against 87 degrees and 88 degrees in the other ship. Yesterday we caught a dolphin. It was a true dolphin, Delphinus delphis, a mammal, the bottlenose of sailors. Seafaring people giving the name to a small beautifully colored fish, Coryphena hipparus, which isn't a dolphin at all. Scores of the big, graceful creatures had been disporting themselves around the ship for several hours, as many as a dozen sometimes simultaneously breaking the water in a space which apparently could have been covered with a tablecloth. By and by they aroused the blood-loving propensities of the mate, who forthwith rigged his harpoon and stationed himself on the bowsprit shrouds to watch for his prey. Presently a dolphin shot under the martingale boom, when zip! The heavy iron flew through the air and passed completely through the unhappy creature, whose blood instantly transformed the lovely blue of the sea to a rich crimson. Here Mr. Goggins showed indications of insanity and bawled for the watch, who came running up on the forecastle head with beaming faces. A dozen hands seized the harpoon line, and a few hearty pulls landed the dolphin alongside the starboard anchor amid the wildest acclamations from the men. As he was to furnish fresh food for them for several days, however, their joy was natural, and he was dragged down to the main deck, cleaned and skinned, which latter process was accomplished by slitting the hide into longitudinal sections, and then, starting each strip, 3 hands would take a strong hold, and with a hard wrench, the strip or ribbon would be ripped off with a noise like the tearing of heavy silk. One of the men, the facetious Charlie Nielsen, suggested the propriety of starting a shanty. After this had been accomplished, the carcass was suspended from the mainstay, bearing a singular resemblance to a hindquarter of beef. This morning we had dolphin liver for breakfast, which could scarcely have been detected from calf's liver, and this, with some new-laid eggs and salt mackerel, afforded us much the same breakfast which we would have had ashore. "And the flesh you won't know from beef, Captain?" said Mr. Goggins. But we hardly believed this, and our distrust was justified when a strange dish was placed before the skipper at dinner. "What on earth is that?" I asked. "Oh, this is a dolphin stew," quoth Captain Scruggs with much satisfaction, "and that's just pork fat on top to flavor it." Whatever it was, the thing was in a deep yellow dish and looked like a wretched meat pie, the slabs of pork taking the place of crust. But yet stranger things were to be disclosed, for when the captain inserted a spoon and sculled around in the recesses of the cavernous redoubt, he brought to light and placed upon our plates irregular lumps of what seemed to be coke, while some of the fragments were of that dead black that pitch assumes, smooth in places and in others sharp and ragged. I can assure the reader that a dolphin ragout is a strange thing. It will no doubt surprise some people to know that the largest steamship line in the world is the Hamburg American Company. That is, its vessels, which number 124, aggregate the greatest number of tons. The new freight steamers Pennsylvania and Pretoria of this line are mammoth vessels, and two more of the same class are now building by the Vulcan Works at Stettin. Their gross tonnage is about 12,500, with a displacement of 23,000 tons and a carrying capacity of 20,000 tons. It is marvelous that a vessel should be able to carry safely 20/23 of her own weight. The new White Star freighter Kimrick slightly exceeds these vessels in carrying capacity, and it requires 625 carloads of freight to fill her enormous hull. Below will be found a list of the 5 largest steamship lines, with the aggregate tonnage of each. Hamburg American, 341,000 tons. British India, 295,000 tons. North German Lloyd, 266,000 tons. Peninsular and Oriental, 251,000 tons. Messageries Maritimes, 279,000 tons. The Cunard Line is simply swallowed up in these figures, and even the White Star Line, with all its freighters, falls below them, while the Japanese Nippon Yusen Kabushiki, with 162,000 tons, exceeds the Cunard, which the average citizen would perhaps place first on the list. Latitude 5 degrees 16 minutes north, longitude 30 degrees 30 minutes west. June 1st. 3 weeks at sea this day, and we are involved in the vortex, so to speak, of the doldrums, with all which the name implies: intense heat, sultry, humid atmosphere, a baking sun which glares down between heavy showers, and an almost total absence of wind. We were congratulating ourselves last night, for at 8:30 we took a northeasterly wind, which sent us along at 7 knots through a sea spangled with phosphorescent jewels and leaving a wake of silvery light astern, like the tail of a meteor. About, in reel and rout, the death fires danced at night. But on issuing from the companionway this morning, lo, a great calm was lying upon the waters, while the sun, like a globe of incandescent gold, sent down terrible rays of heat, trebly intensified by the brassy glare from the ocean. Perspiration dripped from the faces of the weather-hardened seamen upon the least exertion. The pigs breathed in short gasps, and the poultry stalked about the deck with open bills. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down. 'Twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right up above the masts did stand, no bigger than the moon. A typical day of the low latitudes this. To me, this is ever something wonderfully impressive in an absolute calm, when no breath of wind tarnishes the surface, and the only evidence that the ship is not resting upon a plane of glass is to be found in an occasional slow, deep surge, hardly ever absent when in the profound depths of the ocean. All around the northern and eastern horizon hung superb, dense masses of violet cloud, descending at intervals in steaming showers, while broad on the port bow lay becalmed a large square rigger, hull down, but lifting at times on the swell till we could see her courses hanging in the buntlines in easy, graceful curves. Nearer and nearer, by imperceptible degrees, she approached, till at 11 o'clock she lay not more than 3 miles distant, a magnificent four-masted bark, bearing the stamp of the Clyde upon her powerful iron hull, and presenting, with her double top-gallant yards and splendid sheer, a perfect illustration of the modern sailing ship, of the largest and finest glass. How beautiful and stately and proud she looked as she floated along, apparently conscious that she was homeward bound, and fully aware that she was one of the swift shuttles of an empire's loom, which Kipling mentions in those fine verses, "The coast-wise lights of England." "I'll bet there's nothing to eat aboard there but rice, hard bread, and water," said a croaking voice at my elbow, and the greasy countenance of the grizzly old mate was thrust suddenly into the foreground, totally destroying the beauty of the scene. Mr. Goggins, always Mr., never loses a chance to blackguard his native country, which shows better than anything else what sort of creature he is. We made our number to the ship, to which she replied with her own name, but which we unfortunately could not make out, though, owing to the position of our flags, she may have been able to do so. It is pleasant to study a great vessel like this, and to wonder how old she is, and what great gales she must have witnessed in her career, walking up and down the world. Now, perhaps, carrying 5,000 tons of grain from California to the starving multitudes in India. Now, beating her way round tempestuous Agulhas, full to the hatches with tea and silk. Now, struggling against the thunderous southwesterly monsoon in the Bay of Bengal, homeward bound from Calcutta with 30,000 bales of flossy jute in her great body. God speed the gallant ship. Latitude 4 degrees 24 minutes north, longitude 29 degrees 35 minutes west. June 2nd. This afternoon was a perfect scorcher, even worse than yesterday, and the sun glittered down from a sky absolutely cloudless. Half a dozen albacores gamboled lazily around the ship all day, sometimes casting themselves several feet out of the water and then falling back with such a splitting crack that it was marvelous how their skins withstood it. And as these fish usually weigh about 200 pounds and are some 5 or 6 feet in length, they made quite a fascinating display. Last night we had what will probably be our last look at the pole star for a couple of months. The sky was very clear then in the north, showing Polaris just above the horizon. Theoretically, the altitude of this star is the approximate latitude in, and it ought to be visible at, the equator. But owing to vapors, etc., the polar star is generally not visible south of 5 degrees north. My wife is remarkably well in all this heat, a fact well illustrated by her hearty appetite at meals, considering that what we eat for dinner is usually supposed to be the accompaniments of cold weather. Our noon repast today, as an example, comprised a liberal portion of dense steaming pea soup, hot Boston baked beans, and brown bread, followed, topped off with, oh heavens, smoking plum pudding and Edam cheese in lumps as large as walnuts. Most people would consider this a throttling diet on the equator, and so it is, more or less. But our appetites are so fine that just now we don't mind such a little inconvenience as Boston beans bubbling in pork fat. At supper, the heat was worse than ever, and we were hurrying to get on deck, when my wife called attention to the strange yellow tinge of a cloud bank right ahead, which we could see through the cabin door. "Oh, it's nothing at all," said the skipper. But, as if to nail his words, there came a blast of cold wind, which heeled the ship over to the scuppers and sent the captain and mate flying on deck. We followed instantly and beheld a thrilling sight. Ahead, from southwest to east, the sky was covered with thick, windy-looking saffron clouds, rushing rapidly toward us, while the sea, as black as beneath a summer thundersquall, was whipped into angry, spitting whitecaps, through which we were just beginning to force our way. In the northwest, over against this gloomy scene of dun vapor and dark, foam-flecked water, gleamed the sun, just setting in golden splendor, encircled with wonderful clouds of the most delicate blues and grays. Meanwhile, the ship was in the wildest uproar which we had seen yet. The newly washed clothes had been hung in lines across the poop, and they were thrashing about like tattered flags, while ever and anon detached clothespins whistled by, necessitating very lively dodging. On the main deck, 16 sailors were doing absolutely nothing but casting off the wrong braces. While ropes were flying, sails were slatting and booming, the bosuns jumping about sulphurous with profanity, and Mr. Goggins in 5 minutes had so far lost command of himself as to lean helplessly against a capstan, quite speechless. Captain Scruggs stood at the weather poop ladder shouting commands to which no one paid any attention, such as, "Brace up those head yards there. What's the matter with you, Mr. What's-your-name? Come out of that trance and get a watch tackle on the foresheet. Hurry up that handy billy now, or maybe you want me to show you what a handy billy is." This with blighting sarcasm. "Bosun, get that jib topsail in." The trumpeting of a rogue elephant couldn't have been worse than the roar in which these orders were given, and the relief was infinite when objects began to straighten themselves out and the skipper went below. At 7 o'clock we were doing 8 knots, steering southwest by the wind. "The southeast trades," said the captain positively. "They always come in a squall like that." But so far from this being the truth, the wind had let go entirely at 11, and we were once more lying idly on a motionless sea. Latitude 3 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 29 degrees 3 minutes west. End of section 5. Section 6 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 6. June 3rd. Even Captain Scruggs's proverbial good luck seems to have vanished, for we have not made more than 50 miles per diem for several days, usually drifting about all over the ocean without steerage way until a squall comes along every 2 hours or so and sends us ahead 4 or 5 miles. The skipper lately has kept his temper well for so intolerant a man, but it is now oozing rapidly away, and he rolls out a reverberating oath at the men every few minutes, at whom he rages for apparently nothing. He seems to think that the most laborious tasks ought to be accomplished instantaneously, and he stuns Jimmy Rumps now and then with something like, "I'll learn yer to obey with the end of a rope, for yer can't pull any more than somebody's D-blank cow," and constantly asks him, "Ain't yer got a mouth on yer to answer with?" I had a talk with Coleman the other day. This man is the graven image of the conventional Mephistopheles, and arrived, together with Olson, at New York on the American ship S.P. Hitchcock, a fortnight before we sailed, 92 days from Honolulu. Coleman couldn't say enough in favor of Captain Gates. Indeed, everyone speaks well of him, adding, "She's a bloody sight different from this packet," in saying which he alluded to Captain Scruggs's abusive manner when talking to the men, which is entirely unnecessary and doesn't do any good. Sailors, of course, can't bear this when they are doing their best, and will make it just as hard as they can for a captain in return. In the face of several recent outrageous pieces of cruelty on our ships, I do not think that our skipper will personally lay hands on the men. Still, you cannot tell to what length he will go when we have been together 3 or 4 months. The mate approached us last evening and gave it as his opinion that we'd never see the big steel Bath ship Durigo again. "Why not?" said I. "She had not been more than 160 days at sea when we sailed." "I know, that's all right," he answered, "but she was spoken off the Horn by the British ship Howth, that arrived a month before we left. Oh, you'll never see her again." That's the way with this individual. He always thinks that something is going to happen. Then he suddenly asked, "Do you know what Durigo means?" I told him that I did know what it meant. I direct. "Nah," he replied, "it's the motto of the state of Maine, and means go ahead." And when I tried to tell him that that was a very free translation of it, he said, "I don't care for no translation. In the Greek language, it means go ahead." Such incontrovertible evidence was, of course, indisputable. Mr. Rarks, the second mate, is of an altogether different type from Mr. Goggins. He has more natural intelligence, is very neat and clean, and is, besides, a far better seaman, and handles the men in such a way as to get twice as much work accomplished in a watch as the mate. But I am inclined to think that he has a very bad temper from the motion he made with a fid the other day at two of the sailors who had made a mistake with a splice. And when he told me about an easy voyage which he had just made in the William H. Smith, and added I didn't have to speak cross to the men once from Singapore to New York, he looked at me very hard, and it seemed as though he were sounding me, to see whether I would believe improbable yarns. Still, I may be doing him injustice. Perhaps the most agreeable man in the ship is David McFoy, and we talked together for half an hour yesterday at about 6 o'clock. "This is a tedious place, mister," said he. "We were 3 weeks here in the doldrums a couple of months ago in the P.N. Blanchard from Manila to Boston. We'll be a while here now if signs count, and what's that we've got ahead of us? The Horn in midwinter. Oh dear, dear. The last time I went round to the westward was in the Tam O'Shanter, a couple of years ago now, and we were 49 days off Cape Horn, and that much snow that in half an hour the lee decks would be full adrift. But, do you know, I'd rather double the Horn to the westward than run the easting down going out to China and Australia. If you do get heavier sou'west gales there, you're hove to comfortable like, but running to the east'ard, it's a terrible thing to have them greyhounds a-chasing yer. On the last passage out to Wellington, 2 hands were washed overboard out of the waist, another was washed away from the wheel off the poop, and a fourth poor fellow fell from the upper mizzen top sail yard and only lived 10 minutes. Oh, that other's a cruel cape, sir. No, I'm not married. There's too many grog shops around. Now look, when I landed in Boston a few weeks ago from the Blanchard, I had $176 coming to me. That was on a Friday. The next Monday, I landed in New York with 50 cents and signed here next day, but that was pretty quick work. This and much more did the big, handsome Scot reveal to me, in the pleasant accents of his native land, and with that knack of storytelling which so many shipmasters imagine that they possess, to the chagrin and distraction of their friends. I expect many more agreeable half hours with this interesting fellow, for he instills much individuality into his tales. Nor will I ever forget him as he leaned against the pin-rail in the dusk this evening, his clean checked jumper lying open across his brown chest as round as a barrel, and his head shaded by a wide-brimmed felt hat. He is an ideal bosun. Being now in one of the great ocean crossroads, we are constantly sighting vessels, both steamers and windjammers, bound north and south, the steamers being those on the voyage to and from the River Platte and Brazil to the United States and Europe. Yesterday we sighted 5 vessels, but none near enough to speak. Latitude 3 degrees 40 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees 50 minutes west. June 4th. Our calm hot weather continues with no indications of a break, and the sun is continuously obscured by heavy cumulus clouds, though the heat is scarcely so overpowering as it was a day or two ago. But the humidity is suffocating, and as we have no sun, rugs, towels, and everything else felt almost wet to the touch. Last evening we had a sharp squall at 6:30, for which we lowered the skysails and luffed smartly at the same time. Very heavy rain fell, too, making the 14th hard shower of the day. In the middle watch last night, the mate said that the heaviest rain fell which he had ever seen, together with a single dazzling lightning flash and a simultaneous crash of thunder. In our lives we have witnessed many scenes of great tumult, but never have I seen any to compare with that on board this ship this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Captain Scruggs had been growling and yapping around the main deck all day, cursing everything, and particularly the light air which came fanning along, whenever it fanned at all, straight out of the south. Thus far, we had not once tacked ship, though several times the wind had shifted so as to bring it on the other side. We were crawling along then this afternoon toward the east when 8 bells went and both watches came on deck, while in another minute, without previous warning, the skipper yapped out, "All hands 'bout ship." Paint-brushes and serving mallets were dropped and tar-pots stowed away, while everyone hastened to obey the summons. Now, there is always more or less confusion the first time that a square rigger tacks or wears on a voyage, though if everybody keeps his head, there ought not to be so very much, and if our skipper had only let Mr. Goggins attend to the small details, there wouldn't have been a tenth of the disorder here. From the moment that the helm was put down, however, until we filled away on the other leg, the ship was like a madhouse at recess. I don't believe that there ever was heard on a vessel's deck such yelling, or howling, which is a more comprehensive word. Nearly every order given by either mate, the captain at once countermanded, sometimes without knowing it, often on purpose. The main deck was full of capstan bars, lead blocks, and braces, which had been cast off when the order came up to "'bout ship, and over and among these encumbrances 18 men wrangled, stamped, and swore to an accompaniment of chattering blocks and thrashing canvas as the ship came up to the wind, the mates cuffing and thumping the awkward ones with unflagging diligence. Mr. Goggins lumbering heavily aft to administer a painful booting to that hapless creature Niels Brunn, who has been in almost continuous trouble since the mate nearly pulled his ear off a fortnight ago. And where was the master of the ship all this time? Behold him at the break of the poop raging like the heathen, while at times he shook both fists together above his head and swore like a pirate, as his voice went booming and crashing above the noise of battle. But the full glory of the scene was reached when, a few moments after he had roared out, "Main topsail haul," the main brace jammed in the brace block and wouldn't render. His passion was almost fearful as he called upon the blankety who fouled the brace to show himself, while he jumped off the poop and raged away, tearing the braces apart as though he were wringing someone's neck. Even the second mate lost his head once as the old man shouted to his boatswain, "I told yer to let go the t'gallant brace, didn't I? Do yer want me to show yer how it's done? I will, but I'll wipe the deck with yer first. Where are yer steerin' the ship to? You're at the wheel. Maybe yer'd like to have her aback." Now, if we had never been to sea before, we might have supposed that this was the necessary and proper manner of putting a ship about. But as we had seen the Mandalore under similar conditions several times, where there was almost perfect order during such evolutions, this scene was positively astounding, and disgusted us with Captain Scruggs. He is manifestly a fine seaman, American shipmasters are invariably that, but he loses command of himself and everyone else as soon as there is anything to be done. Although the American sailing ships have decreased in numbers amazingly in the last 25 years, there being in 1871 2,466 square-rigged vessels under the flag, as against 456 at the present time, there seems to be good reason to think that an increase in this branch of shipbuilding is about to commence. Arthur Sewall, the great Bath ship owner, has a large 3,000-ton vessel completed and the keel of another one laid down, both of steel, while it is not improbable that he will build a fleet of such sailing ships. Think of our immense trade to the East 50 years since, and then ponder on the fact that not long ago the only vessel which entered the port of Calcutta flying the American flag for a period of 4 years was a British-built steam yacht. That sailing vessels in general are not passing away as rapidly as people suppose, however, was shown by a circumstance that occurred about 6 months ago, when the freight steamer Massachusetts arrived one day at New York from London and reported that in 12 hours she passed 54 sailing vessels of various rigs, all close-hauled on the starboard tack. Her approximate position then was latitude 48 degrees, longitude 27 degrees. For several days, the men have been setting up the rigging fore and aft, and they are now finishing the mizzen-top gallant, royal, and skysail backstays. It was a tedious job, but intensely interesting to watch, and I had never seen it done before on a square rigger, as the other ship's rigging was set up with turnbuckles. Latitude 3 degrees 22 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees 50 minutes west. June 5th. We think that we have taken the southeast trades, though the wind as yet is nothing to the eastward of south. Last evening, the dense rain clouds and vapory masses of the doldrums gave way to a clear sky dotted with trade clouds, and a lovely night followed, the moon in the first quarter being visible for the first time in many days. We had also a magnificent view of the southern heavens, with the Golden Cross now well up, wheeling slowly through the sky, the finest constellation in the south. Immediately beneath, though a little to the left of, the cross, a strange thing is to be observed in the shape of what seems to be a large pear-shaped blot in the surrounding stars, bearing a close resemblance to a dark cloud, about the same size as the cross itself. Within this space, which sailors call the black cloud, not a single star can be observed with the naked eye, though the sky round about the cross in every other direction is thick with stars of the third and fourth magnitude. At 8 o'clock this evening we tacked ship for the third or fourth time today, and by reason of so much practice this Herculean task was accomplished with a little less noise than before. Still, the disturbance was very great, with a prodigious amount of shouting and bad language from the skipper, which once more rose to a climax when one of the four buntlines caught on something, just after he had sung out, "Let go and haul." Captain Scruggs, who was standing at the extreme forward end of the cabin house, here executed a few fantastic steps to relieve his mind, and being clearly outlined in the moonlight, he had a very idiotic appearance. The maneuver of tacking on this occasion, by the way, was a very impressive one, the white moonbeams transforming the dull gray canvas into claws of satiny sheen, as the great yards revolved to main-top-sail haul. It must be said that the captain was justified today in kicking at the weather. The breeze was of the very faintest sort, and as often as we tacked ship, the wind actually seemed to jump around and head us off, so that, after we were once more braced up on the port tack this evening, and the wind shifted back and into the south, heading us off to nearly west, we really began to pity the skipper. The phosphoric display here is the most beautiful which we have ever seen. Our wake every night is a swirling, gyrating, writhing path of liquid fire, in which glitter thousands of apparently incandescent globes as large as billiard balls, with now and then a suggestion of fiery serpents twisting and wriggling through the glowing mass. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared the elfish light, fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. How singularly devoid some men are of decent feelings! I talked last evening at the pumps with Murphy, he whose nose was pulled, and Rumps. The latter was boasting as to how long he could stay drunk without seeing startling visions, and rejoiced in saying that he had been in the lockup of more than one city in the United States. Murphy, however, bowled him completely over by remarking quite calmly, "I've been in the jail of every large seaport in the world." Though the temperature is just as high, 84 degrees at noon on deck, the humidity has almost disappeared, and the weather seems clear and settled. Latitude 2 degrees 49 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees west. June 6th. Indications seem to point with certainty to our having taken the southeast trades, for a strong breeze sprang up at 6 this morning, descending upon us in a squall. We trembled lest it should prove naught but a puff, but we had the satisfaction of seeing it steadily increase, so that 4 hours later we had logged 34 miles, close hauled, laying our course, the wind being strong and true at southeast. It might not be thought amiss if I state here what the origin of the trade winds is. They are due to the inrush of cold air from the poles towards the equator to take the place of the warm current which rises from the latter. Owing to the easterly rotation of the earth on its own axis, the air from the north becomes a northeast wind, and that from the south a southeast wind. The hot air flows to the poles as an upper current, and, having been cooled there, it descends to the surface of the earth to form the westerly or anti-trade winds. At 8:30 this morning, a vessel was sighted to windward, bound north, which soon resolved itself into a tramp steamer. Here was an excellent chance to be reported, so telling the helmsman to hold her up as much as possible, the captain hauled out the flags DRHF, bent them onto the signal halyards, and when he thought that the steamer had opened out our monkey gaff, he told the mate to hoist away, which, being a very simple operation, he accomplished without accident. And in a few seconds the flags which spelled our name were fluttering merrily away 100 feet above the deck. Anxiously we waited, but no answering pennant showed from the steamer, and we were about to blast her skipper with deep-sea anathemas when she was observed to alter her course at right angles and come bearing down upon us, pushing a big snowbank of foam ahead of her bluff bows. On she came, as if to lay us aboard, until she was within half a mile, when she shifted her helm again, describing a deep circle, while at the same instant the familiar little red and white striped pennant flew up to her triadic stay, meaning "I understand you." Down came our flags on the run, and "Report me all well" was hoisted instead, or rather it wasn't hoisted until the skipper had discovered that the miserable Goggins had run up "Steer after me" by mistake, which necessitated some lightning changes as the stranger was moving rapidly away. Again, the gay little triangle fluttered from the ladder, while we ran the stars and stripes to the gaff and dipped 3 times, the other reciprocating with the scarlet ensign of Great Britain. The steamer then kept away, and in half an hour was a blot on the northeast. From her course, the skipper thinks that she was from Pernambuco, bound to the Cape de Verde. Now, here is a man who deserves to be publicly commended, and I wish that he had caught the steamer's name, for it might appear in these pages. How many steamer captains are there who will alter the course for the purpose of speaking a mere windjammer? This incident seems to refute the assertion, which is often made, about the careless and "what are you to me" spirit of British shipmasters, for no one could be more civil or polite than the captain of this tramp, rivaling in this respect the Germans, who are said to be the most painstaking of all the nationalities in the reporting of vessels. I nearly forgot an agreeable break in the monotony of yesterday. We sighted a brig in the forenoon ahead and to windward, and though she had a lot of fore and aft canvas set, which ought to have held her up well, we rapidly ate up towards her, so that at 4 o'clock she was ahead and a little to leeward. We gradually crawled up on her then, and in another 15 minutes had her abeam, so close that the features of her helmsman were clearly visible. Then I thought of our megaphone, presented to us just before we sailed, and here was a grand opportunity of putting it to practical use. So I brought it up on deck, and the following conversation ensued. "Hello, what brig is that?" "The Venturer, of Nova Scotia, from Philadelphia for blank." Here followed a terrific aggregation of syllables which we couldn't catch. "When did you sail?" "May 7, from Delaware Breakwater. What ship is that?" "The Hosea Higgins, from New York for San Francisco. Please report us all well." A flourish of the arm from a man on her poop answered our request, which ended the interview. The megaphone worked beautifully, though they are of no use in windy weather. Of course the mate, never having seen one, felt it his duty to jeer at it, which he did by saying, "That thing, whatever you call it, is no good. I could hear better'n you without it." Reference to a copy of the Maritime Register on board showed that the Venturer was 193 tons, hailed from Weymouth, Nova Scotia, and was bound to Margem du Torquay, Brazil. Small wonder that we couldn't understand it before. It reminds me of an Italian bark which sailed from New York a short time ago for Alexandretta, the Nostra Senora del Sacro Coro de Jesu. The Venturer was what is usually known as a tidy little vessel, and she made a really fine picture as she surged buoyantly along over the watery hillocks. Accurately, she was a brigantine, and we got several very fair photographs of her, though the light was bad. Altogether, we sight about a dozen vessels a day now, which shows how densely populated the Atlantic is near the equator. A circumstance quite surprising is the frequency with which the mates leave the poop when on watch. Indeed, a good deal more than half of their time is spent on the main deck, whereas on ships of foreign nations it is the general rule that the officer of the watch shall never leave the poop unless he has some excellent reason. Common sense shows the desirability of always keeping an officer where he will have full command of the ship. Well, we're doing grandly now, and at noon we're only 95 miles from the equator, and should cross it between 1 and 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latitude 1 degree 35 minutes north, longitude 27 degrees 52 minutes west. End of section 6. Section 7 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 7. June 7th. South latitude. Our expectations were fulfilled, for we entered the southern hemisphere in the morning watch, crossing the great circle which circumscribes the earth at 15 minutes past 4. Thus we have entered upon the second stage of our voyage, and while the first quarter was certainly not everything which could be desired, we reached the line in very good time, 27 days from New York. If we had had even a little better luck in the doldrums, 4 days could have been stricken from the 27. This is a far better passage, though, than we made in the Mandalore, when we had been 49 days at sea before we finally cut the equator. Perhaps the most comforting part is the fact that the skipper seems to have exhausted his supply of aguardiente, for he has been very solemn and strictly sober for 3 or 4 days. Heaven grant that he has no more grog. This weather is so magnificent now that the memory of our late smothering calms, during which we were 8 days in making 4 degrees of southing, has entirely passed away, for we are humming through the water at 8 knots, close-hauled, with streaming scuppers, while the superb southeast trade wind sings a blithesome tune in the rigging. It is the grandest wind that blows, so cool and steady, and the ocean so sparkles under its influence, with a snow-white crest topping each sea, reflecting the splendid blue of the heavens in its azure depths, that existence becomes an unbounded delight. I think, too, that the finest cloud effects which we saw on our first voyage were in the southeast trades. True to precedence, yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock, the northeastern sky was obscured by a huge dark cloud the color of indigo, and rendered doubly so by the sun shining upon it. This cloud extended almost to the sea rim, black and frowning, while immediately beneath it, on the horizon, appeared some faraway masses of cumulus cloud of a most beautiful cream color, enchanting the mind with their loveliness and resembling great yellow icebergs. As we were contemplating this spectacle, McFoy sung out something which I thought was "vessel on the lee." The mate then went aloft for a better view, and when he had come down, I asked him if he could see the vessel, to which he replied, "St. Paul's Rocks." This excited us at once, and I went up to the cross-jack yard, from which elevation I plainly saw against a dark cloud what appeared to be twin lighthouses, like Thatcher's Island lights at Cape Ann, Massachusetts. Although 15 miles distant at the time, and the weather was slightly hazy, these two rocky columns rising from a depth of 2,000 fathoms, the only land within hundreds of miles, produced an effect wonderfully majestic and solemn. The exact position of the rocks is 0 degrees 55 minutes 30 seconds north and 29 degrees 22 minutes west, and they are 5 in number, though only 2 are of considerable altitude, the loftiest being 100 feet in height. They are separated from each other only by narrow chasms, so that until you approach very close the appearance is that of a single island. The whole space occupied by St. Paul's Rocks does not exceed 500 yards in length and 300 in breadth, and while Darwin concluded that they were not of volcanic origin, more modern scientists, Renard, Geikie, and Wadsworth have decided that they are eruptive. These rocks are totally devoid of vegetation, but are the resort of incredible numbers of seabirds, both gannets and noddies, as well as a certain spider, while the water in the vicinity swarms with fish, 7 varieties having been taken by the Challenger during a very short stay. Captain, afterward Admiral Fitzroy, when in command of the Beagle during her celebrated 5 years' voyage, visited these rocks and wrote an admirable description thereof. Among his observations is the following: "The multitude of birds covering the rocks was astonishing, and they suffered themselves to be kicked about and killed with sticks. At the same time, those on the wing even darkened the sky. Numbers of fine fish, like the grouper of Bermuda, bit eagerly at baited hooks, but as soon as a fish was caught, a rush of voracious sharks was made at him, and notwithstanding blows of oars and boat hooks, the ravenous monsters could not be deterred from seizing and taking away more than half the fish that were hooked." Had it been earlier in the day, we would have stood in toward the rocks to behold the surf which rages incessantly against the weather side. But it was too late, and even as we looked, the lofty obelisks began to fade away, and at 6:15 we had what I hope will be our last look at the lonely St. Paul's Rocks. The Atlantic Ocean near the equator, between the meridians of 18 degrees and 23 degrees, is subject to frequent and violent earthquakes, which have the effect upon a vessel like that of being dragged over a reef, or that of a heavy chain cable being suddenly run out through the hawse pipes. The most singular fact in relation to the component parts of seawater is the variation in the proportion of salt. For every ton of Atlantic water evaporated, there is yielded 81 pounds of salt. Ditto Pacific, 79 pounds. Ditto Arctic, 85, while the Dead Sea heads the list with 187 pounds, though I have never seen such statistics in regard to our Great Salt Lake. Although the temperature in the shade today was very agreeable, the sun's heat was terrific. It is customary to refer to a baking sun, but I should call that of today a boiling sun, on account of the moisture. And it is strange that on a day like this the sun's rays will not dry out a wet towel, though exposed to them for several hours during the hottest part of the day, so great is the humidity. Latitude 0 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 53 minutes west. June 8th. These are fine trades, though the squalls are severe and sudden. A few words here in passing as to squalls. What landsmen often call a squall, sailors call a puff, such as are experienced along our coasts with a northwest wind, lasting a few seconds. A sailor's squall often lasts for 30 minutes and is accompanied with heavy rain, while it can be observed approaching in the form of a nimbus cloud touching the ocean a long while before it reaches the ship. In this 24 hours we did 213 knots, an average of more than 9 within the hour, while in many of the squalls we must have been doing nearly 12. How many yachts are there which can equal this on a bowline? Shipmasters, however, cannot realize how fast a yacht can sail with a light wind. They all seem to think that a yacht sails best in a gale. Captain Kingdon often used to say to us in the Southern Ocean, when we were doing 12 knots before a fresh gale, "Ah, this is where I'd like to see an able yacht, 16 knots, eh?" And he couldn't understand that under those conditions a smart yacht could sail but little, if any, faster than we were doing. But what is even more difficult for them to grasp is the speed of a racing yacht in what they call a light air. Sometimes when we were fanning along at, say, 5 knots, I used to worry Captain Kingdon by telling him that a 70-footer would run him out of sight in that breeze in a few hours. He refused to believe that any yacht could make nearly 10 knots while the Mandalore was doing perhaps 5. This morning we had a heavy sunrise squall, for which we had to let go the royal halyards, the skysails having been stowed during the night. But quick as the men were, the wind was swifter yet, for before the clew lines and bunt lines could be manned, a great rent was made in the mizzen royal, and in a few minutes the second mate reported that the upper foretop sail was in the same condition. Both were, therefore, unbent and lowered as such, while a brand new mizzen royal was sent up, the first of the strong new sails which will be bent before we reach the bad weather. It was the hardest squall which we have had yet, and the wind and rain made a thunderous noise while it lasted. Yet, high above the din, could be heard the powerful voice of Mr. Rarks, shouting to the men to bear a hand with the mizzen royal clew lines. Though there were plenty of squalls throughout the night, the sky was perfectly clear between them, and thickly studded with fine constellations, while the moon silvered the great wool packs as they sailed serenely up out of the southeast. Quite a sea had made by 8 bells this morning, in which we wallowed a great deal, but lost none of our way. Seabirds have been very scarce lately, though a single large frigate bird has sailed all day on motionless wing in wide circles overhead. I wonder how many perfectly well and healthy deep-water captains there are. This sounds absurd at first, as it is the general opinion that sea captains are always thoroughly hardy and strong. Of course some of them are, for long voyage skippers not infrequently live to a very advanced age, proving that they must have always been sound men. Yet in most cases it will be found that they suffer from some malady brought about in their profession. Perhaps the most common is liver trouble in conjunction with dyspepsia in some form. Captain Kingdon's death, it will be remembered, was caused by a cancer or abscess in the liver. Such complaints are due to an inactive life for months at a stretch, for captains, on account of their dignity, cannot take part in the working of a ship or in pumping her out, so that walking the poop must constitute all their exercise. Rheumatism, produced by bad food and exposure, divides the honors with the liver, while from heart disease but comparatively few long voyage captains are free. It generally develops in those of a nervous temperament, induced by worry in gales and dread of trouble with the crew if they are unruly, besides a score of reasons only understood by the initiated. Even in my very limited experience, I have known 3 master mariners afflicted with cardiac disease. One, a splendid fellow, Coalfleet of Hantsport, Nova Scotia, died in his bunk in the North Atlantic. Another, in the ward line service, was grievously stricken in Cuba and had to retire from the sea, while the third suffered from dreadful intermittent attacks of angina, but I have lost track of him for several years. Latitude 3 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 35 minutes west. June 9th. Late yesterday afternoon, Captain Scruggs came up and said that Fernando de Noronha was visible to leeward from aloft, and that if we looked hard enough we might be able to see it from the deck. So we gazed long and earnestly over to the westward, and there, sure enough, arose a soft, rose-colored cloud through the mist, and in another half hour we could perceive the various islands which constitute this group, together with the lofty pyramidal rock 1,000 feet above the sea, which crowns the loftiest of the islands, giving it a peculiar individuality, so that it is not possible to mistake this cluster for any other known group. We were near enough to count 4 distinct islands, the largest of them being 20 miles in circumference, and we could just make out the tremendous walls of sheer, unbroken rock falling into the sea. But beyond this it was not given us to penetrate, even with the strongest glasses on board. Would that we had been 15 miles nearer, that we might have compared this group with Trinidad, which rears its desolate summit 2,020 feet above the sea, 15 degrees farther south. The spectacle of the surf breaking on Fernando de Noronha must be even grander than on St. Paul's Rocks, for lying in the very heart of the strong southeast trade wind, the full force of the mighty South Atlantic surge dashes ceaselessly against its basaltic walls. Last evening was very fine indeed, the wind having let go sufficiently to make the deck agreeable, and as the moon shone with great power, it was a night of remarkable beauty even for the tropics, although some ragged scud which blew swiftly across the moon presaged plenty of wind for today. The indications were fulfilled, for it has been very squally since early this morning. All the royals came in at 11 o'clock, and we have been plunging along in a broken sea, through savage blasts which roar in the rigging with an angry voice. The most unfortunate thing is that the wind is heading us by hauling to the southward, and for the greater part of the past 24 hours we have been steering well to the westward of southwest, so that in spite of our weatherly position on the line, we are going to have trouble in getting past that portion of Brazil lying to the southward of San Roque. Indeed, at noon we were only 75 miles from the land, a little south of the Great Bugbear, as Maury pertinently styled the famous cape. For dinner today we had canned lobster, which came from the far distant Cape of Good Hope. At least the skipper called them lobsters, but the mate disgustedly muttered crawfish. This sort of thing the skipper cannot stand, as he considers it a crime for Mr. Goggins to know more than he does, and actually resents any information which the mate volunteers at table. He generally doesn't care to exhibit his knowledge in the skipper's presence, and it is hard to see why today he forgot himself in so unusual a manner. Yesterday, for instance, I remarked what a particularly hot day it was for the trades, and the skipper promptly denied it on principle until furnished with ocular proof by thermometers, while the mate discreetly observed, "I feel like getting out me warmer coat." Mr. Goggins is occupied during the first watch every other night in teaching two of the men where the different ropes lead to on deck. One of these hapless individuals is Louis Eckers, who doesn't understand much English, and the other is John Peterson, an immensely tall, lean Dane, who lives in such terror of the mate that he utterly loses his head at every command. He is, besides, pitifully anxious to please, and his awkwardness is really remarkable. If there happens to be a rope yarn in his path, he is sure to trip on it. And when he starts to move in obedience to an order, he first stares all about as though just recovering consciousness, and then suddenly perceiving that the men are some distance off by this time, he laboriously gets his lank frame under way after heavily tripping over some object, and with elbows squared and head bent low, he charges like a bull across the deck. Neither of these men has ever been aboard a square rigger before, and what little sense they have seems to vanish when anything is to be done. I'll never forget John's appearance last night as he clattered heavily forward toward the forecastle when the mate said ferociously, "Show me the spanker sheet." Poor fellow, so rattled he knew not whither he was going. Speaking of ropes a moment ago reminds me of the largest one ever made in England. It was of white manila, weighed 5 tons, and was 22 inches in girth, with a breaking strain of 18 tons. This huge rope was made a short time ago for the express purpose of towing a floating dry dock from the Tyne to Havana, which itself weighed 6,000 tons. 70 men were required to haul in the hawser and coil it away. Latitude 6 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 58 minutes west. June 10th. Oh, unhappy day! Oh, joyless hour! We could not weather South America after all. Late yesterday afternoon, when I had plotted the run off on our own chart, I sought the skipper and said to him, "Unless my chart is out, we're not more than 40 miles off the land." "No," he answered quietly, "we're just 30 miles from the beach, and I'm going to wear ship at 6. How bitter was his tone as he said this, bitter and calm with despair, for that which he said in jest 3 weeks ago has truly come to pass. Far back in the North Atlantic one morning, when we were not far enough to the eastward for that latitude, I asked the captain if he weren't generally farther east than we were then, but he made light of it, trusting to his star of luck as he jocosely answered, "Oh, well, maybe we'll have a chance to look at Brazil." Prophetic utterance. No one knows until he has been there how it galls a skipper to be caught here, for it often puts 2 or 3 weeks on the length of a voyage. At any rate, when 6 o'clock came last evening, we wore ship to a running and complicated accompaniment of boisterous profanity, and stood away east on the starboard tack. If the trades were where the general average shows that they ought to be at this season, east-southeast instead of south-southeast as they are, we would have fetched by with 2 or 3 degrees to spare. The breeze was pretty strong when we turned in last night and gave evidence of freshening considerably. But no one looked for any such wind as we had this morning. We were awakened by the loud voice of Captain Scruggs. "Haul up the crojick, Mr. Rarks," and 5 minutes afterwards, "Clew up the topgens'ls fore and aft," while a sudden headlong dive showed that something more than a strong breeze was blowing. Dressing was difficult, and when we finally emerged from the companionway, behold the ocean almost white with breaking seas and a moderate gale whistling from south-southeast. The seas were short, and we plunged heavily into them with an unpleasant jerk. But it was a glorious sight to watch the billows as they came roaring at us, deep blue in the hollows and crested with hissing froth. We hadn't been more than a half hour on deck when the captain sung out, "Haul down the maintop mast staysail and clew up the mainsail," which meant that we were going to wear again and stand in shore. We were nearly in the wind on the other tack, and the second mate had just roared out, "Head yards now," when, crash! A tall sea fell over the weather side and full upon the wee Chinese cook, the meekest, jolliest little fellow imaginable. He was standing outside of the galley door when that sea claimed him. It slammed him first against the main hatch, washed him back into the scuppers, then aft nearly to the cabin bulkhead, and finally sat him fiercely down by the pumps, during which evolutions the frail little fellow could be perceived shooting about in the surging waters, his long, black, thin pigtail curling and writhing several feet behind him. After the water had partly run off, half burying the men on the lee foresheet, our little Chinaman lay very still, and we feared that he was badly hurt, though the men were roaring with laughter, while the skipper thundered, "Why in H don't yer pick him up?" to the mates, who stood as though petrified, gazing at a cask of sea-water bearing down on the cook, which would have flattened him like one of his own pancakes. All at once he came to, however, saw the barrel almost on him, and skillfully rolled out of the way of it, escaping with some painful bruises on his arms. This was the only sea that boarded us, and we were soon straightened out on the old port tack, steering southwest and doing scarcely 4 knots, for we were under short canvas and the seas pounded us back, and even now we will hardly go free of the land, for in spite of our 12 hours of easting during the night, a powerful northwest current has set us back to such an extent that our noon sight showed us that we were only 10 miles farther offshore than at the corresponding hour yesterday, and that we had made only 30 miles of southing. If the wind shifts only a point, though, we might be able to weather the land after all. Last night, the mate and I had a conversation about fast passages, and he said to me, "I can tell yer, there was plenty of smart ships 30 or 40 years ago that yer never hear tale of nowadays. There's the Boston ship Siren as I was mate of. We were coming around from Coquimbo, bound to Liverpool, when we were caught in a pampero off the River Platte. It came in a squall as usual, and the fust thing I know, there was the fore and main gallant masts over the side. We didn't have no spare spars aboard, and in spite of that, we went from 3 degrees south right into Liverpool in 19 days. Pretty quick for a lame duck, and considering the doldrums too. Then there was a smart passage I heard tell of the other day about a modern ship, the British ship King George. She went from Cape Town up to the Delaware Capes in 47 days. This last was really a fine performance, for the distance which she covered was 6,800 miles. Compare this passage with the voyages of sailing vessels to the westward across the North Atlantic in winter. They are nearly always 50 days coming across, and not infrequently 70, or nearly a month longer than the King George was from South Africa, while the distance is less than half. In the Gulf of Mexico trade there is a wonderfully fast little fore and aft schooner called the Margaret S. Smith of Portland, Maine. This vessel ran on one occasion from Roatan, Honduras to Mobile in 72 hours, which was an hourly average of 12½ knots. And considering that the net tonnage of the schooner is only 112, her performance must be regarded as almost phenomenal. There are not very many large sailing ships in these days which can show a record of 300 miles per diem for 3 consecutive days, yet the Smith is doubtless less than 100 feet long. The other day I managed to get a large dollop of slush on a pair of thick trousers, and I asked the skipper if Sammy, the boy, couldn't get it out, thinking that he could do so with some soap and a little warm water. But lo, 15 minutes later, I saw my trousers soaking away in a tub of water like a pair of dungaree breeches. This, as I observed before, is the way with seafaring people. Whenever there is aught amiss with a garment, pop it goes into the washtub. Latitude 6 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 48 minutes west. End of section 7. Section 8 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 8. June 11th. All hands wear ship, all hands 'bout ship. These are the cries which ring constantly through the vessel now. Woeful to tell, the trades are still from the south-southeast, though the captain in some way has contrived to control his temper to a wonderful degree. Such unlooked-for and devilish a performance of the trades is enough to finally ruin any skipper's chances of entrance into Heaven's Gate, or the Golden Gate either. Last evening at 5 o'clock we descried the land from aloft on the lee or starboard bow, and after supper it was very plain from the deck, so that at 6 o'clock we tacked and stood off shore again. At that time the sun had just sunk behind the sandy wastes of the Brazilian coast, casting a deep crimson light over the sea, while dead ahead, at the extremity of a profound curve in the coastline, Point Pedras rose out of the ocean in a low headland, with a tremendous mass of gloomy cloud above it, lending to that part of the scene a somber and awful aspect, though the land did not show up sufficiently well to allow us to perceive any of its characteristics. It was plain enough to permit us to say that we distinctly saw the shoreline of this vast and torrid land. Point Pedras, it might be well to state, is not only the easternmost point of Brazil, but of the entire western hemisphere, being 55 miles farther east than Cape San Roque. This afternoon we perceived a disturbance at the end of the fishing line which is always towing astern, and it was presently seen that we had hooked a fine specimen of the sailor's dolphin, the most beautiful in coloring of all deep-water fish. I think that it might be as well to apply the name dolphin to this fish from now forward, if there should be occasion to mention one again. Of course, it isn't a dolphin at all, but as sailors call it so, and this is supposed to be a book about sailors, this name is as good as any other. Carefully we coaxed him beneath the counter, and then tried to kill him by holding his mouth out of the water, for he would have parted the line if we had attempted to haul him aboard. As he sheered about on the end of the line, he presented a spectacle which was actually gorgeous, and being immediately above him, our view was perfect. His motions were the very ideal of grace, and as he moved swiftly from side to side, he exhibited in succession all of his wonderful hues, vivid greens and yellows merging into silver and Prussian blue. His antics were cut short, however, by the arrival of the mate with the grains, which he skillfully drove into the creature's side. What a useless slaughter! And he was hauled up over the stern. Then we stood by for the dying colors, out upon them. Not for a single instant can they compare with those of the fish in his natural condition, when, darting about a fathom or so beneath the surface, he positively enchants the eye with his brilliancy. He will yield us fresh food for supper, such as it is. But all deep-sea fish are poor and dry, save one, the flying fish, which, if served in a restaurant with tartar sauce, I'm sure could not be detected from a smelt. One often hears the discussion in shipping and yachting circles as to the seaworthiness of fore and aft schooners in comparison with square riggers for deep-water work, and the question is often raised, which would make the faster passage to San Francisco from New York, the ship or the schooner? Naturally, there are points in favor of each, the advantage lying with the ship when off the wind in strong breezes, and with the schooner when by the wind. In the case of a voyage to, say, Hong Kong in the southwest monsoons, the ship would probably arrive at her destination ahead of the other, as there would be 5,000 miles of hard westerly, fair winds in the Southern Ocean, and another long stretch of free wind from the Straits of Sunda to Hong Kong. On the other hand, in a westerly passage of Cape Horn, in which the vessel would be probably close-hauled for 2 or 3 weeks in the Southern Ocean, or perhaps more than a month, the schooner would have an immense advantage in being able to lie at least 2 points closer than the ship, if the wind allowed her to carry enough sail to go ahead. The wind is generally too heavy in the vicinity of Cape Horn, though, to allow a small vessel to show much canvas when close-hauled, and the passages of 4 schooners to San Francisco found below indicate that in reality there is not much difference between the voyages of these schooners and the average of square riggers. They were all Gloucester fishermen, and were sent out by Mr. Horatio Babson of Boston loaded with fishing supplies, rosin, pork, and hardware between 1868 and 1873. Urania, tons 92, days 125. Varuna, tons 92, days 131. Laura N. Mangum, tons 85, days 131. Reunion, tons 90, days 148. The average of these vessels was 134 days, as against 145 days for square riggers, so that whatever advantage they may have gained off Cape Horn and in the northeast trades in the Pacific, they doubtless lost in the long stretches of southeast trades on both sides of the continent. It must also be added that all the schooners sailed during the month of November, so as to reach Cape Horn in the middle of the southern summer. This fact seems to me to be a good answer to those shipmasters who are wont to assert that they would rather double Cape Horn in July than in January, i.e., in winter than in summer, saying that the gales are harder in the latter month than in June and July. But the fact that November was chosen for the schooners by a man who was no doubt familiar with the Southern Ocean would indicate that the weather there is better in January. Today, Mr. Rarks told me of a novel and very successful way of manning a vessel with what is known as a checkerboard crew. 2 forecastles are necessary, or one with a dividing bulkhead, all the men of one watch being white and the others black. If they were together in one forecastle, violent hostilities would continuously prevail. But if separated, they will work against and try to outdo each other, so that with a little judicious flattery or word of encouragement, such work as the making and shortening of sail, tacking, and wearing will be done with incredible alacrity. All Negro crews are held in esteem by some long-voyage skippers, but the men are said to be very unruly at sea, though fearless sailors, while the singing on board of a ship manned by darkies, both shanties and otherwise, is said to be wonderfully good. Latitude 7 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 34 degrees 20 minutes west. June 12th. No abatement of the southerly wind. We thought this morning that the breeze was certainly going to haul to the eastward, but the wind, though strong enough, yet hangs in the south-southeast, and we are therefore still hammering away at it, tacking or wearing 4 times in each 24 hours, so that in 4 days we have made only 98 miles of southing, a rate of nearly exactly a mile an hour. Apropos of which Rumps made quite an original remark last evening. For the full comprehension of the observation, it must be explained that if there is much wind and sea, a ship will not make better than a 7-point course. That is, with the wind at south, she will do about west by south, or almost at a right angle. So the boatswain remarked, "Well, here we are, walking up and down the avenue, eh?" It described what we were doing perfectly. This morning, while on the starboard tack, the skipper, who has now lost every vestige of the patience which he formerly exhibited, thought that at last the wind was going to shift to southeast at least, so he sung out to wear round. But when we were snug down on the port tack, we fell off to southwest half west, exactly as before. It seemed impossible that a human being could have shown such boundless rage as the captain did then. We could hear him muttering away at the farther side of the poop. "What's the use? No sort of use, no sort of use at all." And then, in a frenzy of sudden wrath, he stamped lustily upon the deck and swore like the mouth of the pit, his wiry whiskers bristling as though electrified as he fiercely wagged his head, for he wot not that we were hard by. Then his eye wandered to the main deck, and down the weather poop ladder he clattered, looking for trouble, for we could hear him growling and mumbling at the galley door. In rough weather, instead of ordinary teacups, we have large, flat, china utensils, which look like shaving mugs, so that at first I seemed to miss the brush. The mate, thinking to have another go at Merry England, cried triumphantly, "I'll bet you had nothing like them on the Mandalore." But we quite shocked him with the information that on that good ship we were furnished not only with these useful pieces of crockery, but with some which held an imperial quart, from which we drank our soup in heavy weather as from Brobdingnagian teacups. Perhaps Mr. Goggins was never so absurd as today after dinner, when he confidentially called to me and said, "Say, did yer hear the captain say perspiration instead of perspiration just now? There ain't no such word, yer know." This with an urbanity which would have floored a Chinaman. Mr. Rarks, too, sometimes favors us with some observations entirely sui generis, and particularly droll in that he has a well-inflated opinion of his own choice of English. He was telling of a painful accident which happened to him several years ago, in which his back was wrenched. "And, sir," he concluded, "I didn't know what to do. I couldn't stand, and I couldn't lay, and I couldn't set." We wondered whether he were possessed of any sort of ornithological accomplishments. In windy weather, wearing stirs up a lively scene. This is how it is done on the Higgins. The skipper is pacing athwart ships, undecided whether to hold on any longer or not, then suddenly he stops, walks to the break of the poop, and says quietly to the mate, "See the braces clear for running, Mr. Goggins." In 5 minutes or so, the mate catches the captain's eye and asks, "Are you ready, sir?" "Am I ready, sir?" repeats the latter, who will have nothing suggested to him. "Most certainly I am not ready. Don't you see that squall to windward?" The mate withers, and when it has passed, the idea of having to break tacks again seems to have festered in the skipper's mind, for he suddenly snaps out, "All hands wear ship," like a bunch of firecrackers going off. "All hands wear ship," roar the mates, running forward to rouse out the men, and aft they tumble and take up their positions at the various ropes. Then the skipper begins his harangue with voice of thunder and windmill arms. "Haul away on your main and crogic buntlines and clew garnets. Square the crogic yard. You at the wheel. Hard up your helm. Weather main braces now. Haul away, you blasted old women. Coming in on those topsail braces. Head yards now. Let go the foretack. Foresheet now, all hands. Fore braces. Steady your wheel." The ship by this time has fallen off dead before the wind, and the old man is in the zenith of his passion, whirling back and forth across the poop, belching perfect volcanoes of profanity. "Main braces again now. Overhaul those spilling lines and that main lee inner bunt line. Again your main braces. Crojack tack. Blankety blanket. Look alive there, and get that main sheet aft. Lead it to the capstan. Heave, in she comes. That's well. Main and crojack bowlines now. That's the style. Haul taut the weather braces fore and aft, and clear up the decks." This oration is delivered in a hurricane voice to an accompaniment of roaring wind and flying spray, which sometimes enshrouds the whole forecastle like a snow squall. And the mates whiz about, driving the men before them, and they in turn rend the air with their cries as they come in on the braces. Each man seems to have an individual ejaculation when hauling away, only one man, of course, singing out at each rope, but as there are often half a dozen knots of men at work, there are as many strange yells. Louis, the Frenchman, says, "Ho, ho, 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 ho," beginning very deep and ending in a falsetto. Broadhead, one of the youngest and smartest seamen in the ship, eases his mind with, "Ho oop, come in with her, oh fiddle strings, oh split the wind." Olafson cries, "Ha joop, ha joop," while Timothy Powers, the wild, carrot-topped Irishman, screams, "Yah-ha, yah-ha," like a freight train with the brakes on. Best of all, though, are the shanties, and as the men know each other well by this time, there are plenty of them, and good old songs they are, songs of the days of '49, into which the men throw their heart and soul. Some of the best ones for hauling are "Blow, My Billy Boys Blow," "A Long Time Ago," and "A Poor Old Man," which latter two I believe that I mentioned before, while some of the melodies sung to pumping ship are even better. One is "The Plains of Mexico," entirely in the minor, with a weird effect; another, "The Banks of the Sacramento," each verse of which ends, "For there's plenty of gold, so I am told, on the banks of the Sacramento." Still another, "The Girls of Dublin Town," is sung to the southern tune of "The Bonnie Blue Flag," the final words of each stanza being, "Then it's hurrah, hurrah, for the girls of Dublin Town, hurrah for the bonnie green flag and the harp without a crown." John Brown's whiskey bottles empty on the shelf and "Give a man time to roll a man down" are too well known to need comment. It is a fine sight to see 8 muscular fellows at the pump handles in the dusk of the evening, their broad backs standing forth against the dark recesses, rising and falling as they sing their favorite choruses. McFoy of the port watch and Murphy of the starboard always supplying the solo parts. Latitude 7 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 30 degrees 4 minutes west. June 13th. Worse and worse. The wind is more ahead than ever, and in the last 24 hours we made 6,080 feet of southing, or precisely 1 sea mile. Between yesterday noon and 6 in the evening we did make a few miles of latitude, for we tacked ship at the latter hour close to Cape St. Agostino, in 8 degrees 40 minutes south. But after standing over on the starboard tack till 1 o'clock today, we went back again to the northward, and at midday the sun told us that we had made only 1 mile of latitude to the good. I thought that the captain intended to stand off shore this time for at least 250 miles. But when both watches had dined at 1 o'clock, we wore round again and once more stood in for the beach. What a pity it is that we can't make better use of this magnificent breeze, which is too strong for even a main royal. Free, 11 knots would be our speed now, instead of which we go diving hard into it, jammed on the wind, pegging along at never more than 6 knots, 4 points off our course on the most favorable tack. Last evening we were presented with a most exquisite panorama of the Brazilian coast. At noon we were immediately east of Pernambuco, about 35 miles offshore, and continuing on our southwesterly course, we brought the land aboard 25 miles south of that city at 5 o'clock. All that we could make out of the shore at that time was that it consisted of a succession of lofty hills, and it was not until we came up from supper at 6 o'clock that we saw the land distinctly enough to appreciate aught of its beauty, laying as it did at that hour, broad on the starboard beam and ahead. On the quarter appeared dimly the snow-white angular walls of a little town lying snugly on an arm of the sea, glowing warm and mellow in the rich light, while by the aid of glasses we perceived, shrouded in the mists of a thundering surf, broad stretches of coral sand fringed at high water mark with clusters of palmettos and cabbage palms. Back of these, dancing and shimmering in heat waves, rolled the sand dunes. And then came the series of lovely hills rising tier on tier into the interior, rich in that wonderfully luxuriant vegetation that clothes the surface of equatorial Brazil, with the veils of night mist just beginning to form in the valleys and deep ravines. The whole of this fascinating scene lay steeped in the afterglow of a superb sunset, which touched everything with a reddish golden tinge to be observed only in the tropics. Lying almost entirely within the torrid zone, the climate of Brazil is naturally a very hot one, and is also extremely humid. The rainfall for the year at Maranhão amounting to the enormous total of 280 inches, or 7 times greater than that of New York. Such an excess of moisture has a corresponding effect upon its plant life, and has given Brazil a wealth of vegetation not excelled by any country in the world. Travelers assert that it is utterly beyond description, and that in the ravines and passes near the coast, where the humidity is intense, it defies man's utmost efforts at restraint. Even as far south as Rio, trees split for pollines send forth roots and branches immediately. And on the banks of the Amazon, the level of which mighty stream is yearly raised 40 feet by the immense rainfall, the loftiest trees destroy each other by their proximity, and are literally bound together by rich vines and lianes. In the province of Maranhão, the grasses, roots, and other plants extending from the brinks of pools in time weave themselves into vegetable bridges, along which the traveler wends his way, unaware that he has left terra firma until he perceives the scaly jaws of an alligator protruding through the herbage before him. On all sides the vegetation is bewildering, and every representative of plant life is of gigantic size. But to return to ourselves. Happening to glance ahead a little later, we caught a glimpse of the great lighthouse on the extremity of Cape St. Augustino, just as its beacon flashed over the sea, sending its brilliant needles of light far out over the moonlit ocean. Just at dusk, a large coasting steamer came unexpectedly out from under the hills, in whose stern waved the green and gold flag of Brazil, and heading south across the wide wake of the moon, suddenly vanished in the gloom beyond the somber headland. The light on Cape Agostino, by the way, can compare favorably with our most powerful ones, for its rays are visible 25 miles at sea, the tower being in the form of a white iron tripod 160 feet high, whose apex is 360 feet above the ocean. Indeed, on the whole of the South American seaboard, from the Guianas to Cape Horn, there is only one other light which equals it, and that is on Cape Frio, just to the eastward of Rio Janeiro. Speaking of Cape Horn, I wonder when we're going to see that famous rock. At this present rate, we would be several months in beating down the coast. If we were only as far south now as the Abrolhos Islands, we could begin to keep off a little, that being about the first point at which ships bound to the westward begin to think of bearing away. The old mate told us the other day that coming to the eastward towards New York this last time, they unbent the foresail and made some repairs to it on the main deck with Cape Horn in sight. This means that there was not enough sea there at the time to wet the decks, for a sail is never stretched there if there is any probability of water coming aboard. The sea has now returned to its usual Prussian blue, for, being on soundings yesterday afternoon, it changed to a most beautiful pale transparent green, owing to the white sandy bottom over which we sailed only 20 fathoms away, our least distance from the land having been about 8 miles. Latitude 7 degrees 57 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 47 minutes west. End of section 8. Section 9 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 9. June 14th. Though the trades are still from the south-southeast, we have done very well, as an offing of 130 miles has enabled us to hold on to the port tack all day, and as the coastline south of Maceió trends slightly to the westward, we may be able to go free of the land until we reach the Abrolhoses, for which it will no doubt be necessary for us to make a slight hitch. We were more than 7 days in making 9 degrees of latitude, for a week ago last night we passed the St. Paul's Rocks 55 miles north of the line, and yesterday we had not quite reached the 8th parallel. Can the reader duplicate this tortoise-like progression in the southeast trade wind? It is more like the doldrums in spite of a spanking breeze. Sometimes when there is a lull in the wind, the deep voice of Captain Scruggs will be heard. "Loose the main royal," but 5 minutes later will come the order, "Let go the main royal halyards, and you can put the gaskets on, Mr. Rarks. We won't want it any more." This word loose is almost invariably used at sea, and you never hear "set the mizzen to gallant-sail" or "hoist the fore skysail." They are always loosed. At dinner today, the skipper said, "I'll bet they've been having trouble off the River Platte lately." "Why?" said I. "Don't you see this swell a-heaving up?" he replied. "They've been having a southerly buster down there." Now, that portion of the South Atlantic in the vicinity of that vast estuary, the Rio de la Plata, is subject to terrific gales of wind, known as pamperos, because they blow off the pampas or plains of the Argentine. But the skipper, having lived long on the coast of Australia, where the hardest gales are called southerly busters, usually gives that name to the pampero. The Rio de la Plata should never be called the Platte River, pronouncing it as we do the Platte River in Nebraska. If the English form is used at all, it should be called Plate, which is so universal that one of the largest, if not the largest, shipping houses doing business in South America is known as the Brazil and River Plate Steamship Company. A rather singular fact in connection with the skipper is that he has never been to any one of the three largest and most important ports between Cancer and Capricorn: Calcutta, Bombay, or Rio Janeiro. This is really astonishing, as it would be hard indeed to find another American sailor brought up in the last generation who had never been to either Calcutta or Rio. Bombay is more modern. Captain Scruggs is quite interested in the Nicaraguan Canal project, and he insists that with its completion will pass away the sailing ship from the face of the waters, though I do not entirely agree in this theory. People also thought that when the Suez Canal was cut through, it would kill the long voyage trade to the east. Yet, what are the facts? It is probable that nearly double the number of sailing vessels pass Agulhas per year as per Cape Horn, fully 800 rounding Africa in both directions in a 12-month. The amount of case oil alone from New York and Philadelphia which goes east in sail bottoms is enormous. Few people, though, realize how much cheaper it is to ship goods from New York to either San Francisco or China in sailing vessels than by rail or steamer. For instance, the railway freights from the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans averages about $15 per ton. Sailing ship rates from $7 to $8 per ton, and often less. 80,000 cases of oil, which would be the cargo of a modern 2,000 net ton iron sailing vessel, are transported to Shanghai around Good Hope for $17,000. But if they were sent overland to San Francisco from New York and then by steamer to destination, the freight charges would be trebled, for they would amount to $50,000. We have just finished reading aloud the book which contains perhaps the finest descriptions of tropical scenery in English, Kingsley's Westward Ho. Nothing could be more charming than the picture of the delight of the scurvy-ridden fellow voyagers of Amyas Leigh upon first landing in the West Indies, while the description of a Barbadian sunrise is positively entrancing. Latitude 10 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 34 degrees 35 minutes west. June 15th. Another very excellent run was the result of yesterday's work, even though we could not steer a better course than southwest, for we made not far from 3 degrees of latitude, finding at noon that Bahia bore west, distant 120 miles, so that we are at the moment some distance off the land. Last night was one of the grandest that we ever remember at sea. A strong breeze whistled from the southeast at an angle of about 45 degrees to the long southerly swell, making a rather confused sea in which we sheered about considerably, our high, powerful bows crushing the steep head seas which came rushing ceaselessly at us, piling up on either hand a hissing wall of foam, and then flinging it far away on both bows, which, meeting the next on-rushing wave and impinging one against the other, would shoot up to an astonishing height, to be driven back again in a perfect hurricane of spray, which drenched the forecastle head, completely obliterating for the moment the lookout, who emerged from the showers like the shade of Neptune, with the water dripping from his oilskins in the moonlight in glistening rivulets. The moon herself was full almost at the moment of rising, shining with so great an effulgence as to necessitate the partial closing of the eyelids if one looked at the disk, and casting a weird light upon the abysses of a heavy rain squall crossing our stern. I don't know when we have enjoyed an evening as much as this one, lying at full length in deck chairs, watching the mizzen truck roll through the stars in tremendous arcs, and listening to the bursting of the seas against the bows, and the hissing of the water as it rushed under the counter. There is but one word which describes it: ideal. Has anyone ever seen a keg of root beer tapped in hot weather after it has been well shaken up? Or has anyone ever heard of a keg of root beer at all? I have always thought of it in bottles. However, we have one on board, and if the expansive force of a superheated, well-agitated barrel of root beer can be appreciated, it will be understood that we had a very animated and sprightly 30 minutes this forenoon. Ever since the commencement of the voyage, a beer keg of this fluid has been churning and rattling away under one of the alleyways which extend aft on either side of the cabin house. For some time past, the skipper has been cautioning us to save all the Apollinaris bottles, as he wanted to fill them in cool weather with the root beer. But he grew impatient and concluded to broach the keg this morning, after the contents had been well shaken up for a week in equatorial heat. Therefore he gathered round about him a phalanx of empty bottles, and assisted by the second mate and the boy Sammy, advanced heartily against the passive keg. After much ado, and the use of sundry expletives and the dripping of perspiration, they got it mounted on its side upon a low wooden box, wedged it, held a bottle under the spigot, turned the faucet, and stood by. But something was wrong. No liquor flowed, so the spigot must have been plugged with something. "Mr. Rarks," said the skipper, "go aft and get a bit of stiff wire." Back came the second mate at the end of a minute, during which Captain Scruggs was engaged in impotently kicking and pounding the keg, and when Mr. Rarks had brought the wire, he spent 10 minutes jabbing away with it, eliciting with great force now and then a little jet of brown foam, which generally hit him somewhere in the face, which he persisted in holding in front of the spigot. Tiring of this, which gave promise of lasting all day without bearing fruit, he dispatched the carpenter for an auger, having finally reached the conclusion that it was for lack of a vent that nothing would flow. The second mate was entrusted with its manipulation, and very confidently proceeded to bore a hole in the bung in the upper side. The wildest dream could not have pictured huger success. No sooner had the instrument pierced the wood than, with a hissing shriek, a column of dark liquid as big as a pencil shot high into the air like the spouting of a whale, breaking full against Mr. Rarks's head after blowing the auger out of the hole. Then there were frantic shoutings for a plug, while the little cascade played merrily away, falling in a gentle shower of amber froth upon those who tried in vain to stay its impetuous flow. Finally it was plugged, and the skipper called for a tumbler, that he might draw a glassful of the godly nectar, and, sipping it, gain courage for the bottling operation. But, oh misery! No sooner was the faucet turned than out shot a horizontal stream of root beer as large as a garden hose, and with such incredible force that the liquid was blown into a sticky foam a few inches from the spigot. Then there was a rush for utensils on everyone's part but the skipper's, who stuck fearlessly to his post in spite of the thick stream of mucilaginous steam, trying to turn the faucet with a monkey wrench. During this exhibition my wife and I stood at the break of the poop, looking down upon the actors and simply howling at the old man, who, crouched low upon the deck, wrestled like a gladiator with the unruly keg. And when he finally emerged from his vapor bath, with dripping beard and garments soaked to the skin, I feared that the second mate would die of apoplexy. However, most of the beer was saved, and we filled and corked away fully 75 bottles of the bubbling mixture. Latitude 12 degrees 51 minutes south, longitude 36 degrees 2 minutes west. June 16th. Most doleful to disclose, The trades began to let go this morning, and at 10 o'clock the sky sails were set for the first time in several days, while at the present moment, the middle of the afternoon, we are doing wretchedly, even though we have come up to south-southwest. As for the day, it was really magnificent. Temperature of the air 80 degrees, of the sea 78 degrees, while the breeze was of that singular mixture of vigor and balm so often observed in the southeast trade wind. Not a cloud specked the deep cobalt of the heavens all day, save some feathery mare's tails near the zenith and a few clusters of pearly clouds on the southeastern horizon. As usual, though, there was something to mar the serenity of the day. How many days are there without some untoward incident to cast its fell shadow? In this case, it was the temper of Captain Scruggs, who no sooner did he perceive that the wind was letting go than he at once began to blackguard the men and the weather in wild, lurid language. Perhaps he wanted to catch up with himself, for it must be chronicled that 3 days, actually 3 long days, 72 hours, have passed without his having consigned anyone's immortal parts to the fathomless pit. Last evening, my wife asked him if about 20 degrees south wasn't the average spot to lose the trades. This, in truth, is about the usual place at which the southeast winds vanish. But the disagreeable man glared at us for a few seconds and then snapped, "How do I know? You're liable to lose 'em anywhere," with an explosion on the final word. It is strange how he always tries to show that he knows just a little bit better than anyone else. If, for instance, I asked him if Montevideo wasn't in 34 degrees 50 minutes south, he would be certain to reply, "No, 34 degrees 55 minutes." On which occasions the mate usually gazes in wonder at him, and then smiles gently at us as though to say, "You see, you can't teach him." Ahead of us, distant from 50 to 200 miles, lie a number of shoal spots, called the Royal Charlotte, David Scott, Hotspur, Busbridge, Victoria, and Flybanks. There are more than 20 fathoms on all of them, though, except on a certain unnamed shoal 30 miles south-southeast of the Flybank, on which the ship Professor Airy struck in 1875. I wonder whether the water is discolored on these spots. It would be rather strange to come suddenly upon a stretch of green sea surrounded on all sides by water of the darkest blue. In a copy of Harper's Round Table on board, I found an amusing article called "A Yankee Skipper's Trick," which seemed good enough to transcribe, so here it is. A good anecdote is told illustrating the superior enterprise of the Yankee skippers years ago. The New Bedford whalers left port for many a long voyage, sometimes to the far north, at other times to the far south. These intrepid followers of the sea sought and pursued the whale into the ice-clad latitudes about the poles with a natural fearlessness. A squadron sent out by Russia to explore the South Seas and reach the pole if possible had attained a degree of latitude which the Commodore proudly told himself had never been reached before by white man or other human beings. While he reflected upon the fame which would surely embellish his name, his sailors cried, "Land ho!" Off to the south, he descried a long, low-lying bit of land, and hastened to shape his course to reach it, there to plant the Russian standard on its highest point, claiming it in the name of His Majesty. What was his disgust and astonishment when, as his vessel approached the shore, he observed, over a bit of headland, a flag fluttering from a masthead. In a few minutes, a little schooner poked her nose around the point and came sailing smartly over the waves towards his vessel. The lean Yankee captain, who was standing in the rigging as the schooner came up in the wind, yelled, "Ahoy there! What ship is that?" "His Majesty's ship the blank." "Well, this is the Nantucket from Massachusetts. We're doing a little piloting in these latitudes, and if you want to run the cove yonder, why, we'll pilot you in for a small charge." The Commodore's disgust caused him to square his yards and shape his course to Russia. Latitude 16 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 37 degrees 15 minutes west. June 17th. I don't expect that we will weather the Abrolhoses after all. We might be able to scrape along, but that would be taking chances, which Captain Scruggs never does. The chief danger in holding on to this course would be that of drifting foul of the reefs which stud the ocean in the vicinity of these islands. Therefore, at 8 o'clock this evening, we will go around on the other tack, and it is to be hoped that we'll do better than we did yesterday, with only 90 miles of latitude to our credit. This day was even finer than its predecessor, and we had some very grand cloud scenery, the eastern horizon being covered at 5 in the afternoon with great cirrocumulus clouds in which we could perceive a number of bright luminous spots on the sea line, called by sailors sundogs, being the bases of brilliant rainbows whose arches were concealed by the heavy clouds, producing a strange appearance. The carpenter is now engaged in hewing out a new maintop gallant yard, a slow but interesting piece of work. The old one is weak and may not withstand the heavy weather of Cape Horn, and the maintop gallant sail is a very important one. It is as well to observe here that whenever anything carries away aboard of this ship, it is never spliced or forced to do further duty, as is the case on many vessels. The sheet, clewline, or whatever has parted is at once unrove, and a brand new rope takes its place. The first illustration which we had of this was one morning in the doldrums, when the maintop gallant staysail halyards parted with a crack, and the half-dozen men on the end of it, among whom was myself, went down in a heap. Without a word, a new piece of manila was rove in its place, and the same thing happened to the spanker sheet a few nights ago. Indeed, this is one of the distinguishing marks of a Yankee ship. You will rarely find a piece of old running gear aboard of a square rigger flying the stars and stripes. Late yesterday afternoon we caught another dolphin, a small one weighing about 15 pounds. He showed none of the splendid blues of our first fish, though the yellows and greens were very fine. Indeed, this dolphin, as he was towed through the water under the counter, resembled nothing so much as a strip of gorgeous, glittering satin, particularly whenever, as the fish rose slightly above the surface, a glossy sheen irradiated his lithe, elegant body. And immediately afterward we captured a bonito, about as large as a bluefish. And now we have come to the first piece of inhumanity or gross cruelty of which either of us has been a witness on board. What we saw before was not much out of the way, except in regard to the bad language and the general atmosphere of toughness that pervaded the encounters. But even they were nothing to speak of when the character of the mates on American sailing ships is taken into consideration. That which I saw this afternoon, though, went far beyond hazing, for it assumed the form of a full-fledged brutality. I want to begin at the commencement, so as to bring the whole affair to light and allow the reader to judge for himself. The actors in the little drama which just escaped being a tragedy were Mr. Rarks and the Finn, Carl Carlson. This fellow is slow and thick-headed, with a very hazy idea of English, but is always one of the first to jump if he understands the order. He was told this afternoon at about 3 o'clock to overhaul a certain tackle, one block of which was belayed to a pin in the rail, while the second mate stood by, having in his hand another massive block of a threefold purchase. The captain was below asleep, and I was standing at the forward end of the poop, not 20 feet from Carl. Suddenly Mr. Rarks, who was in a very bad humor, as I could see, walked close up to Carl and picked up a small coil of rope from the deck, and yelling, "You ain't doing that right, D-blank you," made as though he were going to hit him. The man at once set about the job in another way. But the second mate's temper was so ungovernable that he stepped up to Carl with an expression in his eyes which I never saw before in any man's, gave him a terrific kick with his letter-carrier boots, and as the luckless fellow swung round under the shock and impetus, Rarks drew back the ponderous block which he still held, and which must have weighed nearly 15 pounds, and flung it full against the sailor's face. I could hear the thud distinctly, while with a sharp cry the big powerful man reeled across the deck and would have fallen prone had it not been for the main fife rail, against which he sunk gradually down, the blood pouring from a wide gash in his nose and forehead and rapidly forming a little pond on the deck, while a crimson track stretched from where he crouched to the second mate, who stood over by the rail with the block raised above his head as though challenging any other of the men hard by to take up the row. Half the watch saw the affair, and if looks could have annihilated him, Rarks would have dropped dead on the spot. And I saw Broadhead and the Frenchman, who were putting an eye splice into the end of a wire rope, flush crimson and bend hard over their work at this miserable act of cruelty. Meanwhile, Carl remained where he fell, groaning, trying to stop the flow of blood which was rapidly saturating his clothes. Why the block didn't crack his head like a walnut will ever remain a mystery to me. It would have broken the skull of anyone but a Russian seaman. For some few minutes there was a dead silence fore and aft. Then Rarks walked up to Carl, shook him heavily, and cried, "Now then, get away out of this, you blankety blank. Fine mess you made on the deck. Go wipe the blood out of your eyes, and bring a swab and get this out the deck. And don't you be long about it, neither." It struck me that this was rather hard lines, having to mop up your own blood. But in a few minutes more, Carl recovered enough to totter forward, and when he next appeared, he had a bucket of sand and water and a broom. And at the end of half an hour, no trace of the assault remained, save a large, gloomy stain, which will have to wear out. Later in the evening, I remarked to McFoy that this was the most villainous and unprovoked piece of brutality that I ever imagined, and that it was astonishing that a man who appeared to be such a well-principled fellow as Rarks would do such a thing. "Well-principled, is it? Huh," was David's comment. "Peaceable enough to you aft, I guess, but you'd think different if you could see him dark nights on the main deck wearing ship. Did you ever see a Yankee second mate that wasn't a hound?" "I don't know very much about them personally," I answered, "but they certainly have a hard name. The only other American second mate whom I ever knew was on a foreign ship, where he had to treat the sailors like men." "Oh," said McFoy, "what do you think of what you saw this afternoon?" "Well, about the only thing anybody could say about it is that it was damnable," I answered. Here the boatswain looked steadily at me and said, "If you'd seen what I have in these ships for 4 years, you'd think no more of that than stepping on a cockroach." At any rate, I'll never forget the scene at the instant before the block struck Carl's face. About half the watch in the rigging looking angrily down, the clumsy form of the Russian spinning round from the kick, and the second mate standing over him, red with anger, in the act of swinging the block well back to gather force for the blow. And this is what is known as discipline in the Yankee deep-water men. Well, my only comment is, thank God that my wife wasn't on deck to see it. Latitude 17 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 38 degrees 5 minutes west. End of section 9. Section 10 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 10. June 18th. No one today made the least allusion to yesterday's sinister deed until this evening. Mr. Rarks was as bland as usual, and after supper all that the skipper said was, "They tell me the second mate had a little fun yesterday." This indifference served to corroborate the boatswain's remark about what he had seen in Yankee ships. I think that the skipper wanted me to express my opinion, and then he was going to tell me his, in a loud voice before the men. But I asked him if there wasn't a ship over to leeward, pointing abaft the beam. It served the purpose very well, for he fetched up his lumbering prehistoric telescope and passed 5 minutes or so in looking for a vessel which wasn't there, so that he forgot all about Rarks and the Finn. To our great astonishment, we were enabled by a little shift of wind to fetch up by the Abralis Islands and to keep on, as we were on the port tack. It was a matter of great satisfaction to us all, and it put the captain in quite a radiant humor. The wind has been pretty well from the eastward of late, and even if it hasn't been very strong, it enabled us for the first time in many days to round in the weather braces and take advantage of what there was. Last night was exactly like the weather during a summer northeaster on the New England coast. One of those disagreeable spells which occur 2 or 3 times in July and August that fill the hearts of the hotel proprietors with dismay. A dense drizzle, increasing at times to heavy showers, prevailed throughout the night, accompanied by a mist which concealed everything 100 yards away, while at times we had short but severe puffs of wind for which we had to stow the skysails. At 9:30 in the evening a very strong breeze came out of the east, and increasing, the second mate, whose watch it was, went forward to haul down the jib topsail. So he left us on the poop in a heavy shower, and in a few minutes we heard some sharp slatting, but paid no attention to it, supposing that the jib topsail sheet had got adrift. Presently Mr. Rarks came back breathing heavily, and remarked, "Very funny. I don't see how that sail could go like that." "What's wrong?" I asked. "Wrong? Why, the main top gallant staysail's gone clean out the bolt ropes, and in a minute we'll have the old man up here telling me 'twas my fault." Sure enough, in a few moments the captain's bushy face arose through the companionway, and he said without preliminary, "I suppose that was the main t'gallant staysail that went, eh?" "Yes, sir," answered Mr. Rarks meekly. I suppose you were going to say that you was about to haul it down. Well, you needn't bother to explain. If you hadn't had it too flat, 'twouldn't have went. 30 years ago, men didn't sign as second mate till they knew how to trim a sail." The blighting sarcasm with which he said this put the second mate's temper on edge again, and I expect that he'll store this up against the skipper for possible future use, for he is unquestionably a fine sailorman. It is rather remarkable that we have caught no fish lately, as the sea in the vicinity of the Abrolhos Islands is the greatest fishing ground on the whole Brazilian seaboard. For 24 hours now we have been on soundings with an average depth of 40 fathoms, and while the water is of a dirty green color, it is wonderfully phosphorescent, though not quite equaling the water on the equator. Still, when the patent log was hauled in last evening at 8 o'clock, it hung up and down at that hour, the line was a rope of fire, dripping with silver sparks, and long after it had been coiled away over a pin, it continued to emit brilliant flashes of phosphoric light. Our new main top gallant yard is coming along nicely. It is being trimmed down from one of the double top gallant yards which the ship used to carry. This is a rather remarkable fact, for if a vessel carries double top gallant sails, the yards will be larger in every way than if they were single. It would be hard to conceive a more gnome-like appearance than that presented by the carpenter today as he was hewing at the spar with an adze, seen from a distance of about 100 feet. Nearer, the illusion vanished, but his tall, peaked felt hat, immensely broad face, open dungaree jumper, which refused to meet over his globular person, and short fat legs lent him, when he rested on his adze with widespread feet, a wonderfully elfin aspect. In a squall this morning, I noticed that the mate wore for the first time a tremendously thick garment of red cloth, which he called a llama coat, being made of the wool or hair of that quadruped. It looked something like a flannel shirt, but was not split up the sides, and seemed to be as thick as a felt slipper. Mr. Goggins says that he has never yet seen the rain which can penetrate it. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about it is the fact that he has worn it for 15 years and intends to wear it 15 more. How sailors hate oilskins! Their aversion to them is universal, and seems to be unreasonable. The captain, for instance, has several ancient heavy suits which he calls his Cape Horn clothes. Whenever his presence is required for any length of time in a heavy rain, he dons one of these suits and goes on deck in a soft felt hat and a pair of slippers, only to return in 15 or 20 minutes with dripping garments, his slippers sopping at every step. In 2 minutes, though, he is arrayed in another suit, with the same footgear, and marches on deck again to repeat this operation as long as his dry clothes hold out. All this for dislike of oilskins and boots. Latitude 19 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 38 degrees 15 minutes west. June 19th. Rio is said to possess a superb climate in the winter months, But if it is finer than the weather which we are having now, it must be supernaturally beautiful. For 24 hours we have run before a fresh northeast breeze, the only fault to be found with which is the fact that, as we are now dead before the wind, the after sails are the only ones which draw, blanketing the others. The course this morning was given to the quartermaster, southwest, which will not be altered except in case of necessity till we have passed the Falklands. No mention has been made, by the way, of our helmsmen, dignified by the name of quartermasters. They do not really hold this rank, as they are merely sailors who have been picked out by the mates as the best helmsmen, and receive no more wages than able seamen. The idea of this is to have only certain men to steer the ship, that they may thoroughly understand her under all circumstances. It is curious to see how much less tanned these men are than the others, owing to the protection of the wheelhouse. The old mate continues to crawl growlingly about the decks, grumbling at various actual and phantasmagorical afflictions. His mode of progression is a sort of creeping prowl, as he thrusts his face into every nook and cranny with 100 wrinkles in his great flabby nose, as though he were continuously assailed with disagreeable odors. He hazes the men a great deal more than the second mate does, though I do not think that he is particularly courageous. A flock of Gogginses might, like jackals, prove dangerous, but singly his valor I'm sure would dwindle at close quarters. Being a poor seaman, the men have no respect at all for him, and in the presence of the skipper he bawls at the sailors and makes a feint of hitting them, glancing at the old man for approval as he rolls about, exhorting them in his most rasping voice to "Come now, get a move on." Mr. Rarks gets several times more work out of his watch, for he knows how to handle the men. And as he has recovered his equanimity, he continues to exhibit his claims to being a humorist. His men were hoisting the yards up taut in the second dog watch yesterday, and when they came to the maintop gallant halyards, they burst into a fine shanty, whiskey. Then, when they had finished with the main yards, they began on the foretop gallant halyards, but without a song. The yards seemed to stick a bit, and as sailors can always do twice the work with the inspiration of a song, Mr. Rarks called out, "Give us a little more of that whiskey, fellows," which so tickled the fellows' fancy that some of them shook in their extremity of mirth, though a sailor must always laugh at a mate's joke. If the second mate were not such a bad-tempered man, he would not be an unpleasant companion, for he talks well and is always very neat, but his recent villainous deed deprives his conversation of most of its erstwhile attractions, while he appears to think absolutely nothing of it. Luis Joaquin is indisputably the best sailor in the forecastle, though young Broadhead, the New Yorker, is by no means a bad second. Luis's marlinspike seamanship is really beautiful, and it turns out, as I expected, that he has served a long period in the French Navy. Strange how sailors shift back and forth from man of war to merchantman. This man has good principles too, for when the little boatswain Rumps began to blackguard the skipper the other day, saying, "I'd like to have a crack at you ashore," looking up at the poop, the Frenchman said, "Zat is not right," nor was this intended for me to hear. Luis made a queer mistake the other day. He was telling Broadhead about the attractions of Paris, and finally asked him, "Have you ever seen Paris la Chérie?" "What's that?" said Broadhead. "Paris la Chérie, the cemetery," answered Joaquin. It was an odd mistake for a Frenchman to make. The captain is in fine feather now that we are doing well, but is annoyed that we do not meet more steamers. I never saw a skipper so anxious to be spoken and reported as Captain Scruggs, and last evening, when a large steamer passed us bound south, probably to Rio, he almost wept because it was dark. One of our two cabin cats has vanished. It was the coon cat, and after a long search today, we were forced to the belief that it has fallen overboard. It is hard luck, for its companion, the Maltese, is inconsolable. The captain seems really cut up about it, for he has all a sailor's fancy for animals. One of Mr. Goggins's traits, however, is his cruelty to the poor ugly alley cat which belongs to him, another illustration of the sort of creature that he is. latitude 22 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 39 degrees 25 minutes west. June 20th. At 9 o'clock this morning I sighted a vessel's upper canvas ahead, far down in the southwest. She seemed to be a bark, and as such I reported her to the skipper. The breeze was from the eastward and blowing fresh, so that every sail was drawing to the utmost, and we were doing nearly 11 knots at the time. Slowly we drew up on the vessel, slowly but certainly, and at 11 o'clock she proved to be a ship, and we concluded that she was one of the Englishmen which sailed a week ahead of us. The Balclutha from London, the Marionette from Swansea, and the Peleus from Hamburg, all bound to San Francisco, and the Annesley from Cardiff for Portland, Oregon. It was quite probable that we would fall in with each other hereabouts. In spite of the power of our glasses, however, it was impossible to tell for a long while whether she was a Yankee or a Britisher until all at once she yawed, when the sun reflected from her sails showed that they were of cotton, so that the chances were in favor of her hailing from the States. We paid no further attention to her, though, till after dinner, when, by that time having raised her hull out of the water, we perceived that she carried a stunsail on the starboard side. Here was a spectacle as unusual as a blue moon in these days of scanty rigs and short crews. Still, in spite of her extra cloths, we overhauled her, and soon made the additional discovery that, like ourselves, she crossed 3 skysail yards. What a graceful, slender look they give to a vessel. Captain Scruggs at this instant emerged from the cabin with his ancient, feeble-looking, clattering brass telescope under his arm, leveled it at the flying stranger, bracing the long, tottering tubes against the top-gallant backstays, gazed at her for a full minute, and announced her name, the Judas Dow's. Now, this vessel sailed from New York to San Diego 6 days before we did, and though she has a fine record as a fast sailor, lo, we have overhauled her on the 40th day. I am under the impression that Captain Scruggs and Platt had a wager as to who would pass the equator first, and as the Dows undoubtedly crossed ahead of us, our skipper was in quite a bad humor when he found who the stranger was. We asked him if he couldn't be mistaken, to which he disdainfully answered, "Mistaken? Of course not. Wasn't I master of her 4 years before I took the Hosea Higgins?" "Does Platt recognize us, do you suppose?" I asked him then. "Most certainly he does," testily replied the captain. "Who wouldn't know them upper topsails?" And in truth, the Higgins could be picked out among a score of other vessels simply by her long topmasts. There is every prospect of passing the Judas Dow's in the night, for at the moment, 4 p.m., we could not be more than 7 or 8 miles apart. Many people, even those identified with affairs nautical, will be surprised to learn that there are still fully half a dozen of our ships which make a regular practice of carrying stunsails whenever they will draw. Those vessels which I am certain follow this plan are the Paul Revere, the Judas Dow's, and the Indiana. The sail which the Dow's carried this afternoon probably doesn't add half a knot to her speed, but some of the ships mentioned carry such an extra spread of canvas as to very decidedly augment their sailing powers. For instance, Mr. Rarks said, "While I was second mate of the Paul Revere a while ago, we had stunsails that added 1,000 square yards to the ship's canvas and put 2 knots on her speed." Some seafaring people of the present day do not believe that 50 years ago our famous clippers carried royal stunsails, a leading maritime publication in New York saying a year ago, "We never heard of a shipmaster foolish enough to carry royal stunsails." Now, this is a mistake, for Mr. Goggins has positively asserted that about 30 years ago he was in a bark for some months that set these auxiliary sails, the vessel's name, according to the mate, being the Chicloa, so called after a large coffee plantation in Guatemala. Far more conclusive proof, however, is to be found in 2 Years Before the Mast, in which Dana, always minutely accurate, mentioned the royal stunsails set on the ship Alert, in which he returned to Boston from California. Last evening at the pumps I had some interesting yarns from Murphy, who is a round, jolly, chubby individual, very active and good-natured. The second mate says that this fellow is not at all a bad lot, and that his only fault lies in his inclination to be a little fresh. Murphy commenced about the American bark St. James, in which he went out from New York to Shanghai in 97 days 3 years ago. Oh, but she's just a daisy, she is. Why, she's a square-rigged yacht. And go, I tell you honest, I saw her log 15 knots on that voyage under the topsails and foresails between Tristan da Cunha and the Cape. And if ever you want to sail with a nice man, you ship with Captain Banfield. There's no better. As a matter of fact, the St. James, which is a very large vessel to be bark-rigged, being of 1,500 tons, is the most yacht-like square rigger under the stars and stripes. And a friend of mine who went out to Shanghai in her on this very voyage which Murphy mentioned, in speaking from a passenger's standpoint, corroborated every word of the sailors, and said that it would be impossible to find a more agreeable man to sail with than Captain Banfield, who, for some time, was in the large Boston schooner yacht Alert. In contradistinction to this fast passage of the St. James, friend Murphy spoke as follows. The last time I went round the Horn was in the Yankee ship Centennial, and we were 199 days from New York to Frisco. We had a terrible time off Cape Horn, and ran back twice to the Falklands for repairs, and at last a third time we bore away for Montevideo. We passed close to Stanley this time too, but there was a heavy gale on, and we danc't try for that place again. As we ran by, though, we saw an American ship trying to weather the Billy Rocks at the entrance to Stanley Harbor, and we passed so close to her that I heard the captain say as how he could see the sailors in the rigging with the glasses. We afterward found out 'twas the City of Philadelphia. Then I remembered the tragedy of this ship. She sailed from Philadelphia for San Francisco a little over 2 years ago. Her captain had just bought her for himself, and she had on board a passenger traveling for his health. The vessel was disabled off Cape Horn, bore away for Stanley for repairs, missed stays off the harbor, struck on the terrible Billy Rocks in a gale of wind, and every soul on board perished. The last Yankee square rigger to lay her bones upon the beach was the Commodore, which ran on Malden Island in the Pacific in 5 degrees south and 155 degrees west about a year ago, while on a voyage from Honolulu to New York with sugar. All hands saved. Murphy, like Louise, is a man-of-war's man, and said that the last government vessel in which he served was the Olympia. "Oh, Lord, she's a terror for work," he added. "I'll bet she can't beat this packet in that line," said one of the men. "She can't, eh? I'd just like to see you try her once. This ship's a playground compared to her." This, in part, bears out what Mr. Rark said, that this is one of the hardest ships for work that he has ever seen. If sailors get enough to eat, though, by far the best way to run a ship is to keep them hard at work continuously, for they will always be in far better humor, and when they turn in they will think more about sleep than about imaginary grievances, which foremast hands are very prone to do. Latitude 25 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 42 degrees 14 minutes west. June 21st. Oh, simple, childish Captain Platt of the Judas Dows. This morning when day broke, we looked in vain for this vessel. For behold, the watery expanse void of objects fashioned by the hand of man, save ourselves. We had confidently expected to see the Dows upon our quarter, where in truth she would have been if Captain Platt hadn't shown the white feather, sheering off under cover of the darkness and secreting himself beyond the horizon. How odd it is to meet an acquaintance away down here near the end of Brazil. The last time that we saw the Judas Dows, she lay on the opposite side of the pier from the Higgins, both ships having just come in from sea. And lo, we renew our intimacy far down here, thousands of miles from home, below the southern tropic. And a sort of mutual good fellowship springs up between us. For are we both not going to fling down the gauntlet to the dreadful Horn in the darkness and gloom of midwinter? Everything is so very smooth and sunny and cheerful here at present that it is hard to believe that there are, no doubt, at this moment, giant foremasters struggling in the grip of an Antarctic sou'wester, hove to with a tarpaulin in the after rigging, or driving before it for their lives, buried to the rails in those great Cape Horn surges which roll so grandly onward in their endless journey around the globe. Turning, then, from such violent scenes, it is doubly pleasant to be wafted thus along over a motionless sea, rippled by the fresh northeasterly breeze that blows us over 200 miles of water every day. It is warm, too, for this latitude at this season, 77 degrees at noon, for the sun today reached the most northerly point of his declination, and at 4 o'clock this morning, at Greenwich, he entered the constellation of Cancer, ushering in the first day of the southern winter. Our skipper has formed the very obnoxious habit of immersing beer and Apollinaris bottles in the galvanized iron bucket which holds our drinking water in the pantry, for the purpose of cooling them off, so that we were shocked one day to observe several labels floating about in the water, having added to it glue and other equally unpleasant foreign substances. Fortunately, the weather will soon be cold now, which will, I hope, put an end to these objectionable proceedings. Every Sunday thus far, Captain Scruggs has blossomed out in a white biled shirt, with a standing collar turned over in front, by reason of which he suffers torments throughout the day, until about 3 in the afternoon, when indications of a sudden metamorphosis begin to appear. First, he begins to move restlessly in his chair, elevates and depresses his chin with great force, inserts his hand inside the band and tugs away at it, and finally, unable to stand it any longer, off comes the offending collar with a great wrench, while he passionately nods and revolves his massive head to free himself of all restraint, as though he had been in a pillory. It is a curious fact that hardly a single shipmaster will say anything in favor of Nelson. Personally, I have never yet met one who would admit that this greatest of sea fighters was better or worse than any other naval commander, for all of whom they appear to have a silent disdain. A sea captain usually takes as his model Napoleon or Caesar, or even the present Emperor of Germany. Our skipper reveres the memory of Napoleon and considers him the embodiment of everything grand and exalted. As for Nelson, he won't even deign to talk about him, and brusquely dismissed the subject today by saying that Nelson didn't even have much command or influence over his men. There was a vast deal of shouting and confusion on board all day, occasioned by the shifting of the old sails to the new strong suit for Cape Horn. As the captain said, "Now we're getting ready for business." It is the general idea that old sails, nearly worn out, are bent for the bad weather, whereas the very newest of all are sent aloft, for old canvas would melt like wet paper in a really hard squall. Therefore, the ship now glitters in a brand new suit of clothes, and presents quite a fine appearance. A yachtsman, however, would contemplate with dismay sundry streaks of mildew and tar stains on the mainsail, though this is the first time that it has ever been stretched on a yard. So long are our topmasts that the big upper main topsail has a double row of reef points in it. All the uppers are 3 times as deep as the lowers, which seem but strips of tape in comparison. When this vessel has nothing set but the lower topsails, it must verily be a howling gale. Latitude 27 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 44 degrees 30 minutes west. End of section 10. Section 11 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 11. June 22nd. Goodbye, sweet north wind. Farewell, bright blue skies and balmy weather. We turned out this morning to find the ship plowing into a short, severe sea, heading south-southeast with nothing set above the topsails and a strong wind whistling from the southwest, or dead ahead. The change came last evening in the second dog watch. It was hard upon 8 o'clock, and the mate was telling me something about the fit of the upper mizzen-top sail, when, looking ahead, he suddenly cried, "By Jiminy, look at that cloud! Here comes the River Plate!" and ran forward, bawling, "Let go the sky sail halyards!" Looking quickly toward the southwest, I beheld a very wonderful sight. For extending from west to east, about 20 degrees above the horizon, was a strange narrow band of black cloud, which came rushing toward us at headlong speed, with a gray bank of mist beneath it extending to the horizon. This mass had apparently risen by the exercise of some magic, for 15 minutes previously there was not the least indication of it in the sky. Even as we looked, another ribbon of sable cloud formed at an angle of 45 degrees to the first, and cornucopia shaped, though not vertical like a tornado, with the big end toward us, came charging down upon us with all our kites aloft. The mate's yell brought the skipper on deck, who sang out instantly, "Get the skysails and royals in as quick as you can, Mr. Goggins. Keep her off there, hard up." This last to the helmsman, for in an instant our northerly breeze had been nipped off, and the wind was now from the west. Therefore, as the yards were squared, there was a great thrashing about of new canvas. Nothing parted though, and by 8:30 we were pretty well straightened out, but were surprised an hour later to see the wind let go a good deal, while the ship came up to her course again southwest. But the captain, glancing at a gray mist to windward, muttered, "There's dirt in that yet." And sure enough, at 5 this morning we had our first taste of nasty weather, and breakfasted in a severe squall which played tenpins with the dishes. Once more it eased up before dinner, and we set the fore and mizzen-top gallant sails. But while the skipper was enjoying his postprandial siesta, the second mate came below, and, poking first his head and then his shoulders into the cabin, in that peculiarly cautious manner of mates desiring to speak to the old man, aroused him with, "There's too much wind comin' for the t'gants'ls, sir." To which the captain answered, "All right, tie him up," jumping on deck, whither we followed him. It is remarkable how quickly sailors rouse themselves from insensibility to alert action. Only a moment previously the captain was breathing heavily in a deep sleep. Yet no sooner did Mr. Rarks touch him and make the above observation than the answer came instantly, as though the skipper were talking in his sleep. The wind, when we reached the deck, was rapidly increasing and had knocked us off to south again, with a bad, greasy look to windward, and it was raining heavily. The men were hauling on the lean maintop gallant clewline and buntlines, while Mr. Rarks was settling away the halyards and swearing that never, since Noah took charge of the ark, was there a slower gang on a ship's deck, as he ordered 4 hands aloft to put the gaskets on the sail, the wind blowing their oilskin jackets up over their heads as they trotted up the ratlines, exposing them to a hard drenching in the pelting rain. During the forenoon watch we sighted a sail, which was doubtless the Judas Dow's again. It is astonishing how enormously a slight elevation will add to the visibility of objects at sea. From the deck, for instance, this vessel was sunk to her royals, and at the moment it was utterly impossible to tell whether she was a ship or a bark. But by mounting the top of the wheelhouse, only 7 feet above the deck, all 3 of her upper topsails were in plain sight. We saw Luis Joaquin fly into a regular Frenchman's passion yesterday afternoon while shifting the sails. He was at the lee upper mizzen topsail yardarm, putting the finishing touches on some gear, when the second mate shouted up to him, "All ready to sheet home?" To which he answered, "All ready, Czar," evidently misunderstanding the question, for no sooner did those below man the sheet on which Luis was seated than crack went that individual's black head against the underside of the yard, and he was then thrown off to leeward, only preventing himself from going over for good by a piece of wonderful agility. Oh, what a rage he was in! He thought that Mr. Rarks did it intentionally, and the atmosphere smoked with foreign imprecations. And even at that distance we could see his angry blue eyes (he has china blue eyes and raven hair) snapping and popping away as he roared down, "Eh, well, Czar, what is the matter below? Do you want to heave me overside with your sheet?" And it was several hours until he recovered his composure. Our new main-top gallant yard is all but finished and has been secured under the starboard rail till needed. A little remains still to be done to it, and these finishing touches the goblin carpenter insists on bestowing upon it in spite of the showers of spray. And it is an amusing sight to watch him pop out of his shop, snip off a few shavings, working like a demon for 30 or 40 seconds, and then pop into his den again to avoid a sea. By reason of all this spray flying and damp weather, I have donned my Cape Horn red leather slippers, purchased from the slop chest and said to be impervious to water. But they defy comfort equally well, being as inflexible as Cape Horn itself, and are spangled inside with perfect little galaxies of wooden pegs, so that I fain would have boiled them as the pilgrim did his peas. If man were provided with hooves instead of feet, it is conceivable that he might contrive to become accustomed to these slippers. As it is, I cannot understand it. Having crossed the 30th parallel, we are now off the River Plate in the sailor's sense, who always speaks of being off the plate when between 30 degrees and 40 degrees south. At least one gale is usually experienced before these 10 degrees of latitude have been crossed, though ships generally reach the 35th degree before anything happens. Latitude 30 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 33 minutes west. June 23rd. A pampero. By heaven's thunder, we are battling in the vortex of one of these River Plate howlers, with a high, confused sea, and the ship plunging heavily into it, almost denuded of canvas. Yesterday at 4:30, a reef was tied in the foretop sail, as the wind showed signs of rapidly freshening. But there was a lull from 5 until midnight, when it began to breeze up again, and when we went on deck at 7:30 this morning, behold, a strong gale coming out of the west-southwest, and the ship, under a reefed main top sail and foresail, was pounding considerably in a very ugly sea, but not taking much green water aboard. By the way, when a ship is under an upper main top sail, it is, of course, to be understood that all three lower top sails are set as well, and a reefed fore and main top sails means only the uppers, as the lowers are too narrow for reef points. Wonderful to relate, there astern of us at daybreak was the redoubtable Judas Dowse, with the same canvas set as ourselves. We knew her by her stunsail boom, and she was apparently gaining on us and was making better weather of it than we were. I never heard the wind so shriek and roar in a ship's rigging as it did this morning, and it whipped the tops off the seas and sent them flying aboard in storms of whistling spray, which seemed to cut the face like powdered glass. It kept on breezing too, and at 9:30 the old man ordered another reef tied in the maintop sail. Thus far, the damage from wind or sea was limited to the injury of one man, Luis Joaquin, who was thrown across the forecastle head against an anchor fluke with great force, badly lacerating his left leg and incapacitating him from other work than steering. And still the wind increased, and at 11:30 the skipper estimated its velocity at 55 nautical miles an hour. At noon, I started to go on deck to bring down a book which I had left in the wheelhouse, and, without stopping to put on oilskins, I got into a leather jacket and went up out of the companion door. The captain was leaning against the lee side of the wheelhouse, and I was about to join him when he called out, "Hey, don't you see that sea? Jump!" I looked over my shoulder and beheld a huge hill of water rising higher and higher alongside, in that peculiar, lazy manner of very large waves. Still, trusting to my own judgment, I did not think that it would break aboard, when there was a crash like a broadside of artillery, relieving me of any further suspense, and I was swept completely off my feet, and this on the poop, only saving myself from bringing to against the rail by a lucky clutch of the lazarette hatch-house. Then swash came the water back again, and I was once more half buried in the cold brine. But, watching a chance, the skipper and I shot across to the companion door, opened it, and were assailed with the cry, "The cabin's flooded!" which rang out above the gale. It was even so. The great sea had stove the forward skylight on the cabin house, and had deluged the dining room with hundreds of gallons of salt water. It is impossible to conceive of such a wreck as we encountered below. The poor little gentle Malay was leaning against the table almost in tears, trying to keep his feet under him, while Sammy was doing noble work with a bucket, bailing out the water which was swirling about with the rolling, to a clinking chorus of plates, cruets, thick glass tumblers, as indestructible as granite, knives, forks, and spoons, which had been swept off the table when the water broke full upon it. 10 minutes later, our dinner would have been reposing on it, and fancy the calamity in that event. But it is too dreary to contemplate. Indeed, the dinner was delayed nearly an hour, and we had neither soup nor dessert. The first occasion on which we ever knew these courses to be omitted at sea. The weather must truly be violent when it so happens. But we had plenty of good scorching hot coffee, and it might be asked, why is it that during the heaviest weather at sea, the coffee is always boiling, while in one's private house it is only after a protracted warfare with the cook that the coffee comes in at a higher temperature than lukewarm? Well, the wind kept on blowing still harder, and at 2 in the afternoon had attained the fury of a full-grown pampero. And the sea! Oh, how it boiled and seethed like frothy cream! And how the wind screamed aloft in the squalls! Fortunately, they came at comparatively long intervals, with sunshine between. But while one lasted, it was nearly impossible to catch sight of a square yard of dark water, for the surface was as white as milk, and the crests of the tall seas were fairly wrenched off and shot through the air with terrific force, the atmosphere being full of flying spoondrift which the toughest skin couldn't face, while the horizon was everywhere filled with ponderous breaking seas. Our motion all day was very severe. First a heavy roll which dipped the lee rail under, while the water boiled up to the lee fore dead-eyes. Then the awkward weather roll down the windward side of the sea, and finally a deep, headlong dive into the valley with a wall of water on either hand. The skipper thought that the average height of the larger seas was about 40 feet from crest to trough, not so large as the Cape Horn rollers. But it must be borne in mind that this was a very quick, vicious sea, with not more than 300 feet between the crests, so that solid water was bound to come aboard even on the poop. Well, well, it was a magnificent sight, and as we are now accompanied by a cheerful flock of Cape pigeons, everything has a true Southern Ocean look. My wife was not in the least frightened during the day, but she had such a good grounding on our first voyage that it is not astonishing. We made no departure in the 24 hours but 2 degrees of latitude, which was extremely good work, considering that we were by the wind in a pampero. Latitude 32 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 33 minutes west. June 24th. In the morning watch today, the gale broke after blowing for 24 hours, the mainsail being set at 4 o'clock, during which process both mates were knocked down flat on the deck by an unexpected sea while they were standing by the main hatch. At 8 o'clock this morning, the wind had moderated to a light, fitful breeze, and we wallowed all the forenoon in a high, broken sea. Indeed, throughout the night we could get but little sleep owing to the severe rolling. Glancing to leeward as soon as we appeared on deck, there was our old friend the Dow's on our beam, distant a little more than a mile, bobbing about under her top-gallant sails as we were, though she carried her cross-jack and we the spanker. She made indeed a fine picture as she forged sullenly ahead, showing a glistening sheath of copper as she divided the slopes of the larger seas, with a glint of brass from the poop when the sun peered out from between light showers. At 9 o'clock we perceived several agitated figures close to her wheel, and presently a string of flags blew out and were run up to her gaff end, and quite a little conversation ensued. The first signal which Platt made was DWV, signifying "How are you?" Thus we answered with BRC, which is to say, "All well." Then followed in rapid succession, "When did you sail? When did you pass the equator? A pleasant voyage," to all of which we replied with the various flag combinations which spelled the words. Each then dipped the ensign 3 times, and the interview was brought to a close. It was very interesting thus conversing with the sly wretch, and it is singular how much interest foremast hands always take in such proceedings, carefully following every shift of flag, some of the older sailors always professing to be able to read the signals, often telling their messmates the most absurd things which they implicitly believe. I never saw so great a change in anyone as came over Captain Scruggs yesterday during the gale. He was as quiet and retiring as the most bashful of individuals, and in fact exhibited an amount of anxiety surprising in so aggressive and domineering a person. Nearly all masters of sailing ships, as noted before, are nervous in bad weather. And in truth, a gale of wind at sea is something to make one quiet and mindful of man's trivial strength when measured against the mighty powers of nature. But the captain was unnaturally reserved and almost crushed, and asked me half a dozen times what I thought of it. While at 2:30 in the afternoon, standing on the weather side of the wheelhouse, he put his face close to my ear and shouted, "It's blowing harder than ever," with a rising inflection, as though awaiting my inexperienced opinion. This morning, however, he was his same old self again, drenching Sammy with heavy showers of profanity on the least provocation. In spite of his depression yesterday, the skipper gave vent to one of his quaint sayings. At the time he had on a cap, which, though not tied under his chin, resisted the utmost violence of the squalls. On commenting upon this to him, he cried, "They're great things. You ought to have one. 'Twould stop on as long as your pants." Some of the sailors are beginning to grumble even so soon as this. I had a talk with old Kelly this afternoon at the pumps, and in a low voice he let fall his opinions on various subjects. Now this man had been well educated and talks evenly, without effort, and the inflections and tone of his voice indicate that by birth his natural sphere in life is a good deal higher than that of a common sailor. "Well," he remarked, "I've been in square riggers for 33 years now, but I never did see one like this for yelling and cursing. Why, they knock all the sense out of a man's head the way they shout. And work, you talk about galleys, but there never was a gang of slaves driven as we are." This must be taken with the usual amount of salt, which should always be liberally sprinkled over the conversation of the average sailor. Still, when a second mate acknowledges that the men are hard pushed, there is not much doubt about its being true. Kelly is right, though, about the shouting of Captain Scruggs. If there wasn't so much sea room, I believe that we would all be deafened by this time. And the worst part of it is that this sort of thing is absolutely useless. I have frequently known the skipper to work the men into such a state that they were paralyzed and unable to execute the simplest order. At the present moment, sitting in the cabin, we can hear the wind beginning to sing again in the rigging, and a second gale would not surprise us in the least, for there is, in addition, a heavy swell rolling up from the southwest, all of which cannot be the result of our late gale. This roaring of the wind aloft when it is blowing very hard is resolvable into several different tones, the heavy shrouds taking the bass, the somewhat lighter backstays resembling the baritone, the halyards and braces standing for the tenor, while the buntlines and clewlines take the part of a piercing falsetto, as shrill as 1,000 piccolos, the whole blending into a resonant chorus of orchestral power, with grand, majestic crescendi like the double open diapason of a cathedral organ. Latitude 32 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 44 degrees 50 minutes west. June 25th. The question which agitates us at this moment is, are we going to have another Pampero? For it is breezing up fast from west-southwest, the same old quarter. We didn't have much wind this forenoon, but by dinner time it freshened so that at 1 o'clock the skipper said to the mate in tones of despair, "Get that upper mizzen top sail in, Mr. Goggins." And no sooner were the men down on deck again than came the order, "Reef the foretopsail." All hands were on deck, and the fore shrouds were instantly filled with the yellow figures scurrying aloft, and in half an hour the ship was once more under snug canvas. At 4 yesterday afternoon, Chancing to look under the foot of the mainsail, my wife and I saw a large four-masted bark under top-gallant sails, bound north and steering in such a way as to pass within easy signaling distance, and the skipper lost no time in appearing on deck in answer to a summons, at once ordering the ship's number to be made. On came the stranger, and in a few minutes we could see that she had lost her mizzen royal, yard, mast, and everything. She was a very ugly vessel, narrow and dingy, built of wood, with a curious stern like nothing we had ever seen before, and no more apparent sheer than a billiard table. Very soon she was abreast of us, but no answering flags fluttered from her gaff, and we wondered what manner of ship this was to ignore signals. We thought that she was going to pass us by completely unnoticed, when there crawled feebly to her spanker gaff the green, white, and red banner of Italy. The meaning of this maneuver was that this ill-starred old ship, which was evidently an ancient steamer, was totally destitute of flags, bar her national ensign, and having no signals, she would, of course, possess no code book, and therefore our number, standing out stiffly 100 feet from the deck, would be quite unintelligible to her. No sooner was this ship hull down astern than another one arose ahead. We were below at the time, and when we reached the deck, we were almost abreast of each other. Our name was still flying from the signal halyards, while the other had hoisted FGH, meaning "What is your longitude?" We gratified her wish, and she doubtless got our name all right, but refused to tell us hers. But, dipping her ensign, went surging heavily along on her homeward bound course. A long time passed before we could make out what her ensign was, for it was a flag seldom seen on the ocean highways, and the mate had the honor of being the first to distinguish it. It was the flag of Chile, a broad horizontal band of red below, the upper half being divided into two squares, white and blue, with a large white star in the upper left-hand corner. She, too, was a wooden ship, but not so villainous looking as the Italian, and carried double top-gallant sails on the fore and main. We all hope that she'll report us, for we have sailed through 36 degrees of latitude without having sighted any vessel which would be likely to report us on arrival. How happy our relatives and friends will be when they see our report in the ship's news columns by that steamer just north of the line. Spoken ship Hosea Higgins. Scruggs, New York for San Francisco, June 6. Latitude 2 degrees north, longitude 28 degrees west. Today at noon we were almost exactly in the latitude of Cape Agulhas, so that the Horn is 1,300 miles south in the southernmost extremity of the eastern hemisphere, a difference of latitude greater than that which separates Halifax and Key West, or New York and Havana. Latitude 34 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 45 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 11. Section 12 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 12. June 26th. At 4:45 yesterday, the skipper, thinking that we would do better on the other tack, wore ship at that hour in half a gale of wind. There was a deal of excitement and bad language on the captain's part, which so rattled the helmsman that we were 35 minutes in wearing, about 18 or 20 minutes being our average. There was a heavy sea running at the time, too, and in spite of cautions, my wife insisted upon sitting on top of the after cabin skylight during the process of wearing, and when we began to roll heavily when before the wind and sea, the expected happened, for my wife fetched away and would have had a very severe fall if the captain hadn't grasped her tightly and held on. I tried to reach her in time, but lost my footing, sat down vehemently, shot straight away across the smooth deckhouse with incredible speed, and brought to with a smash against the deckhouse monkey rail. I kept astonishingly cool in the flight across, and even selected where to put my feet when I should reach the rail. Indeed, it was an illustration of the theory that if a man is not paralyzed with horror at some frightful spectacle, the presence of danger sharpens his wits, and his mind becomes clear and calculating. Immediately after wearing, the captain ordered the mainsail reefed, and at 8 in the evening a single reef was tied in the maintop sail, the weather being very squally, with much rain and hail. Today dawned with a light west-southwest wind and a clear sky, with a long southerly swell which made us roll dreadfully all night. At 9 o'clock we broke off to the southward of northwest. So the captain wore round once more, and now we are making south by west half west. Skippers have an odd way sometimes of saying south by west, accenting strongly the by as a precaution against mistaking the course for south-southwest if slurred over quickly. We thought that we had finished with the Judas Dows, but no. This morning at dawn she was in plain view 5 miles astern and overhauled us so rapidly that when we went on the other tack she had neared us to 3 miles. No sooner had she observed us in the act of wearing than up went her mainsail and crossjack, and she followed suit. There is no gainsaying the fact that the Dows is the faster ship on a wind. Though free, things are reversed. By standing so long on the starboard tack through Wednesday's gale and some heavy winds since, we found, when braced up on the port tack last night, that the cargo had shifted slightly, and that on this leg the ship had a tendency to roll to windward. The captain said that the cargo hadn't actually shifted, but had listed, as sailors call it, the effect on the ship being perceptible to no one but a seaman. Mr. Rarks told me the other day that he spent 2 years on the West African coast, between Sierra Leone and Lagos, aboard of an English supply steamer, and that while there he saw what, in his estimation, was the loftiest rigged vessel that ever floated. "You can talk about your talkabouts," said he, "but that English man-o'-war had 4 yards above her main royal. I'm tellin' you a fact," he added. Well, we are dawdling away day after day up here in about 35 degrees south instead of clipping down past the plate the other side of 40 degrees. The captain says that after we have passed that parallel until we reach 50 degrees south, we will probably have a number of fine days, clear and exhilarating, with magnificent sunsets. We have had some good views of the Magellan clouds lately, as the sky at night in the south has been quite clear. They are strange-looking things with somewhat the appearance of the nebula of Andromeda. Latitude 34 degrees 39 minutes south, longitude 46 degrees 26 minutes west. June 27th. Very strong west to southwest winds, and the vessel laboring in a broken sea in corkscrew dives under single-reefed fore and maintop sail. It was fine up to midnight, when it clouded over and commenced to blow, so that we had to shorten sail. And at 8 this morning, the ship diving deeply, the upper mizzen-top sail was stowed altogether. The Dows made a valiant attempt to hold on to us, but I think that we can carry on better in heavy winds, for when day broke she had vanished astern. Last evening at the pumps, Olson and I talked together for the first time. He is a very decent fellow and the quietest man in the ship. "I never did see anything like the shoutin' here," he observed the first thing. "Oh, blow that," quoth Murphy. "It goes in one ear and out the other." "That's all right," answered Olson, "but I ain't used to it. And every time the old man hollers, me heart's in me mouth. If I ever sign in an American ship again, it'll be the S.P. Hitchcock. When me and Coleman come round from Honolulu in her little while ago, we did more work in one watch than we do here all day, and there wasn't any yellin' at all. You never saw Captain Gates on the main deck neither. He knew his business. On the whole, I like British vessels about the best of any, except the way they carry on is fearful, and being iron ships, they can stand it. I sailed in the British ship Dominion once from Barry to San Francisco, and I never did see such sail carrying. As for the main deck, you couldn't put your foot on it in bad weather without fear of going overboard. One night in the Pacific, about 45 degrees south in a southerly gale, there came a crack, and away went all 3 topgallant masts overboard, all from carrying on. Olson's remark about Captain Gates's knowing his business was a cut at Captain Scruggs for prowling around the deck forward at all hours of the day and night. Sailors hate this, and while a shipmaster has the right to scour his vessel fore and aft if he sees fit, he is generally never seen forward of the galley unless something special has happened. After dinner today, we went up on the poop. We found that both wind and sea had increased, but there was nothing to warn us of what was to happen. We had arranged the folding chairs against the wheelhouse, sheltered from the violence of the wind by the bulwarks, and I was in the act of arranging a rug around my wife when the skipper cried out, "Now then, mind yourself." We felt the ship rising higher and higher on an unusually heavy sea, and, looking forward, were just in time to see a great white cataract roar over the weather side abaft the main rigging. Half of it tumbled into the waist, while the other half broke with a stunning crash full against the forward end of the poop deckhouse. It wrenched away a heavy wooden shutter, built to repel just such an attack as this, snapping a thick brass hook as if it had been of glass, washed away a short, massive ladder leading to the top of the deckhouse, and then bore down upon us like a freshet. Captain Scruggs again came to the rescue, and picking my wife up, chair and all, held her clear of the flood, while the only thing for me to do, seeing that my wife was safe, was to fall across one of the stern bitts hard by and lift my legs out of the water as best I could. And here I remained for 2 minutes, floundering and wallowing about as though on a pivot, and this just after an especially hearty dinner. When most of the water had run off, the skipper placed my wife's chair on the deck again with such dexterous cunning as to disengage the supporting bar in the rear, letting the whole contrivance down flat, so that my wife lay prone upon the deck in the chill sea water, which still swirled about our feet. It didn't seem to disturb him much, and he only remarked, as he stamped on the deck, squirting little jets of water out of his Cape Horn slippers, "There, that's more water than I've seen on this ship's poop since I've had her." It was really a grand spectacle as the sea broke on board, and would have made a superb subject for a camera. We are now in the very heart of the violent River Plate region, being at noon today abreast of that vast estuary whose mouth is 3 degrees in width. The Rio de la Plata, or River of Silver, is, like Cape Hatteras, the dividing line between 2 climates, that of the torrid Brazils and of the cold, bleak pampas of the Argentine and Patagonia, just as Hatteras is the turning point, so to speak, in the climates of our southerly and mid-Atlantic states. They are, too, about equidistant from the equator. A rather noteworthy fact is that, bar Cape Horn, the 3 stormiest localities in the southern hemisphere are almost exactly in the same latitude, though thousands of miles apart. The River Plate, Cape Agulhas, and Cape Leeuwin, at the southwestern end of Australia. Latitude 36 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 47 degrees 20 minutes west. June 28th. By way of variety, light winds were vouchsafed to us for the 24 hours, varying from southwest to northeast, and we made not 50 miles of southing in that time. Very suddenly last night at 9 o'clock, the wind let go at southwest, and instantly came out of the southeast, backing gradually to northeast, where it is now. But though a fair wind, we are not doing 3 knots an hour. However, the glass is falling and a change is no doubt at hand, and the sea has gone down till nothing remains but a sullen, greasy roll from south-southeast. We earnestly hope for a strong fair wind which will give us at least 8 knots, for the skipper's temper is failing rapidly, and he is beginning to rage at the weather. Generally, by the 50th day from New York, he has crossed the parallel of 50 degrees south, so that in round numbers we are about 700 miles north of his average, this being our 48th day at sea. It has been noted previously, I think, that he has never been more than 130 days on a voyage, and has made 8 voyages between New York and San Francisco in less than 100 days. His longest passage of the Horn, that is, from 50 degrees to 50 degrees, was 19 days, the shortest 11. Fine work, all this, which few shipmasters can equal. My wife asked the skipper last evening if he had ever lost a ship. He said no, but that he had had one or two narrow calls. One of the worst cases of smash-up I ever saw, he continued, happened to me when I had the Judas Dawes about 6 years ago. We were well down in the southeast trades in the Pacific, bound from Frisco to New York. The weather had been squally, and on this particular day, in about 14 degrees south, I had specially told the mate not to lose the jib topsail, but when I went below after dinner for a nap, the beggar did it. When I went on deck again at 4, there was a squall making ahead, and I ordered some hands to stand by the skysail halyards, for I didn't know the jib topsail had been loosed. Well, sir, the squall hit us, it was a corker, and snapped off the jib boom, and as I ran forward, crack went the foretop mast, then the main gallant mast, and at last over went the mizzen to gallant mast. All in my going to sea I never saw the like of it. 'Twas as bad nearly as the May Flint, only we had smooth water. Forward we were a wreck, with nothing at all above the foreyard, while alongside was a fearful mass of gear slamming against the ship, and you know those trades in the Pacific blow fresh. Well, we cleared up the wreck after hard work, sent up a few of the old yards that weren't too far gone to fish, made sail, and crossed Sandy Hook Bar, 98 days from Frisco, under a jury rig. Captain Scruggs has as great a reputation for fast passages as any living American shipmaster in the California trade, but we'll have to have better luck if we are to reach port in less than 130 days from New York. We are entering that region most celebrated in the world for its sunsets. It would be interesting to know whether there is anything in this or whether it is imagination on the part of captains. At any rate, we witnessed one this evening finer than any which we have ever seen before. The sun sinking into the core of a huge crimson cavern in the center of an inky cloud, from behind which shot up scores of slender golden arrows toward the zenith, presenting a scene of such lurid magnificence as to fill the heart with reverence and wonder. And by that same token, the sun is getting low in the northern sky, his altitude at meridian being only a little above 30 degrees, or about the same as at New York towards the end of December. The day being chill and raw, with a noon temperature of 52 degrees, a fire was lighted in the cabin stove for the first time, and as the thermometer below has stood for a long while at 55 degrees, and a dismal drizzle prevailed all day, the heat and glow of the fire were grateful beyond expression. Latitude 37 degrees 42 minutes south, longitude 47 degrees 40 minutes west. June 29th. From 6 o'clock yesterday evening till noon today, we had a breeze so light that at times the skysails flapped idly against the masts, and for several hours we were becalmed on a motionless sea. A sea so wonderfully smooth that, but for the temperature, we might readily have fancied ourselves in the equatorial doldrums again. At 4 yesterday afternoon, a crisp little breeze came whipping along out of the south, although it lasted only 2 hours, driving away the squalls and muggy air, a bright rosy atmosphere taking their place at sundown, with a horizon as sharply cut as the edge of a razor. As for the night which followed, it was as brittle and sparkling as any evening in Nova Scotia, wanting only the flashing pennons of the aurora borealis to complete the picture. The firmament glittered with splendid constellations, the stars dancing and scintillating with the glance of steel, as though electric sparks, while the Milky Way seemed firm and solid enough to walk upon. A magnificent sunrise succeeded this matchless night, and we stood entranced by the glory of the scene for half an hour, watching the lovely colors shift every few seconds like the revolutions of a kaleidoscope, changing the tiny pink shell-like clouds into glowing golden embers as the great orb touched the horizon and threw a path of crimson fire even to the vessel's side. Where are the gales of wind which are supposed to scream incessantly over the Southern Ocean? Where are the giant seas which sweep the South Atlantic with their foaming crests? It is not difficult to answer the latter question, for we will not meet with any of those tremendous rollers which have made Cape Horn the hobgoblin of navigators till we have cleared Staten Land and received the full fury of the thousands of miles of tempestuous ocean which lie to the south and west of the Horn. It is true that on our first voyage we experienced very heavy weather when in this latitude, but then we were bound the other way and were near the 43rd eastern meridian, about 400 miles the other side of Good Hope, at this parallel. The weather, as a general rule, is far worse farther to the eastward at 40 degrees south than here near the land, where bright skies and much smoother seas are the rule rather than the exception. We are not more than 350 miles from South America now, so that even if we did have a heavy westerly gale, westerly winds are almost constant south of 30 degrees south, the sea could not rise to such heights as it does off Agulhas and Cape Horn. But these gentle winds we cannot understand. At dinner time today, though, a nice little breeze came along from the westward, and we are humming along under the skysails, doing well, except that we are not making much westing, as we can't do better than south by west. The captain is like one demented. As McFoy whispered to me this afternoon, when the jib topsail sheet parted, throwing him into a paroxysm, if he doesn't get a fair wind soon, he'll go mad. In truth, he has been in a passion all day, chassaying up and down the main deck as though he had a devil. Just before the sheet went, he had a spasm of tautening things up, and went braying about with a voice of brass, driving the men like animals before him. He had just ordered the above sheet flattened in, when crack it went, and in a few seconds the clew of the sail was in fluttering ribbons, for the wind, though not strong, whipped away the old canvas as though it were a cobweb. The mate caught it too, when he came out of his cavern at 11:45 to take the sun, and by the time that we sat down to dinner, the old man had worked him into a speechless state, so that throughout the meal he sat crushed and silent, with a face like a cigar Indian. These repasts on such occasions are pregnant with gloomy thoughts, stillness reigning as the skipper fiercely gnaws at his dinner, clicking his teeth, while the whole top of his head seems to move as he chews, his temples particularly rotating like the eccentrics of a steam engine. His head is quite bald, and his face is embellished with such enormous whiskers that his whole head looks like an inverted sea anemone. And when he is angry, as he was today, his black eyes so glitter and snap under the shaggy brows that they seem about to jump out and annihilate you. After dinner, which appeared to increase his ill humor, being a dyspeptic, he went up to put some new panes of glass into the skylight which the sea had broken. He fussed and fumed around with putty, diamond, and chisel for half an hour, at the end of which time he had one pane nicely adjusted, when it cracked across one corner. This almost prostrated him, and when two other cracks appeared in rapid succession, each calling forth a low, intense D blank, he simply got up and ran away. Then this amiable man commenced on the mate again, who, of course, began to bullyrag the men, and finally brought down young Louis Eckers to his knees with a hard blow in the face with his fist. This was due solely to temper, because he had to repeat an order which Louis didn't understand on account of his ignorance of English. Our first albatross presented himself to view this morning. When you are making your first long voyage, there is generally some confusion at first, resulting in the more or less similarity between an albatross and a mollyhawk. The latter are large birds and really look a good deal like the former, but when you have seen an albatross half a dozen times, you will never forget his appearance. There is no mistaking that great beak or the odd hunchback look of those shoulders, much less the majestic flight of the stately bird as he skims along close to the surface of the sea and then rises in a splendid circle on those great wings of his. Our friend of this morning, however, did not long abide with us, but after looking us over, wheeled about and vanished in the south. A Cape pigeon struck the taffrail this morning and fell on the poop by the wheelhouse. He was a beautiful little creature with a snow-white breast, dark brown wings splashed with white, and a glossy black head and neck, with a sheen as of satin on the feathers. After sufficiently admiring the little fellow and showing him to the cat, who wouldn't approach within 10 feet of him, we hove it overboard, and it whizzed screaming away to rejoin its companions, who now follow us in scores. Latitude 38 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 49 degrees 35 minutes west. June 30th. The bright, happy weather of yesterday has given place to a chill, gloomy day with half a gale from the westward, while the ship under reefed topsails has been digging into a strong head sea in quite a violent manner. How tender and delicate, so to speak, even the best and largest of wooden vessels really are. For instance, at 9 last evening, the second mate said that he thought he would put the gaskets on the royals, the skysails having come in before supper. "What on earth do you want to stow the royals for?" said I. "There certainly is not wind enough for that." "No, it's not the wind," he answered, "but this sea's making ahead, and she'll strain going into it with the royals on her." There certainly was a southerly sea running, but the ship was diving easily without wrenching or pounding, and it surely was very surprising that a powerful ship like this would have to shorten sail for such a swell. "And that's just the great point in favor of an iron ship," said Mr. Rarks. "You can drive her through most anything and not give her a thought. You know the William J. Roach? We opened her all up for'ard a driving of her into a head sea, beating up the Sea of Japan, trying to find Willie Woodstock in a fog." "Where's that place? It's new to me," said I. "Siberia," was his reply, and it was not until some hours afterward that I grasped his meaning. He intended to say Vladivostok. As the night wore on, it really grew squally, and at 3 in the morning the fore and maintop sails were reefed, while at 4 o'clock the massive iron hook on the cross-jack tack carried away, and the sail was saved only by the prompt and good work of both watches. I awoke in the midst of the operation, and above the boom of the seas we could hear the skipper's hurricane voice shouting, "Haul away on those buntlines! Haul away on those buntlines! Haul away on those buntlines!" At 5 yesterday afternoon, just before we clewed up the skysails, we sailed through a whole fleet of albatrosses, feeding quietly on the water. It was the first time that we had seen so many of the big birds at rest at one time, and they looked very large and dignified as they rose and sunk upon the swell. To say that we sailed through them is not strictly correct, though, for when we had approached to within 200 yards or so, they rose from the surface and went sailing away into the southwest. It is always interesting to watch them rise from the water, flapping their immense wings, each 2 yards long, and rapidly paddling with feet as large as cabbage leaves to gain an impetus. When, the wind striking beneath their pinions, they stow their great feet somewhere in their stern feathers, and with a couple of powerful strokes of wing, away they soar up to windward. And you can watch an albatross for half an hour at a time thereafter, and not a single ailer movement can be discerned. The Scottish boatswain entertained me last night for some time in drawing comparisons between various sailing ships. I asked him how the men liked it here. "Why, can't you tell?" said he. "They don't like it at all. And I can tell you it's no child's play aboard here. Most of the men, you see, have come out of British ships, where they don't break men's bones with clubs or their hearts with driving." "If you like British ships better than ours, what did you sign in this one for?" I asked. "Why did I?" he replied. "Why, for the same reason that lots of others do, for the sake of the snug harbor. Ye see, if any man serves 5 years in American ships and can prove it, he can end his days in peace and comfort in the sailors' snug harbor on Staten Island, where they take care of him. But say, I never see a skipper like this one before. Has he slept at all since we came to sea? I'm hanged if I think so, for at all times of the night, the first thing you know, there's the old man standing within 2 foot of you on the main deck, like a black spook. Lord knows how he gets around. I don't." Today we attained the highest southern latitude which my wife and I ever reached, as on our first voyage around the other cape, 39 degrees 5 minutes was the southernmost point. Having crossed the 40th parallel, We have also probably passed without the influence of the River Plate region, but it is too bad that we are not 200 miles farther to the westward. Latitude 40 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 51 degrees 10 minutes west. End of section 12. Section 13 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 13. July 1st. Strong winds from the westward, shifting in the morning watch to southeast, and a rough sea prevailed up to noon today, when it cleared up, a persistent rain having added its portion to the dreariness of the weather. At 5 this morning, when the wind shifted to the southeast, we wore and stood inshore on the port tack, heeling well over to a strong breeze. Both wind and sea increased as the morning advanced, and at 9 we had to take some of the sails off the ship. And here, mark the skipper's perversity. At this particular moment we were in quite a severe squall, and I shouted to him, "It's breezing all the time." "No, it ain't," he replied harshly. "The wind's letting go." 10 minutes later he ordered the main top gallant sail to be clewed up, and in another 5 minutes he ordered in the spanker. Anything to differ from me and express an opinion of his own, even if he has to act against it. After these two sails had come in, the ship was easier, but the sea was making very rapidly, and in another hour we were taking large quantities of water aboard. It was a wild sight then, an immense squall overhanging us and darkening the heavens and the sea. The ship enveloped in clouds of whirling spray, the driving rain whipping us with the sting of a lash, the crash of a sea now and then against the forward house, and the flock of seabirds astern wheeling and diving through the squall, with a brace of gaunt gray albatrosses sailing calmly along, as though this were a tropic zephyr. During one of these squalls the carpenter was observed at work on the weather side of the forecastle house, dodging the seas as each gave warning of its approach by a peculiar motion just before it broke aboard, which one soon learns to know. We were beginning to think that if he didn't look sharp he would catch it, when a great mass of water arose alongside, faltered a moment high up above the rail, and then, with overwhelming fury, the whole sea thundered aboard. First it flattened ships out against the deckhouse as though he had been crucified against it. Then it lifted him, mighty man though he is, and drove him with terrible force against the pumps, while the huge volume of water, encountering the various obstacles in its mad career about the deck, shot into the air as high as the mainyard, totally blotting out the waist of the ship. What saved the carpenter from mortal hurt is beyond human ken. The mate says that it was his sheathing of blubber which encases his carcass like that of a seal. At any rate, he painfully gathered up his clumsy, massive frame and stumbled forward with both hands on his left leg, which proved to be very badly bruised, and he complains now of a hard pain in his chest. This was by far more water than we have had on board at any one time, and it is difficult to conceive of the grandeur of such a sea breaking aboard, though it is an awful sight withal. Its power seems resistless, and as it sweeps over the side with a peculiar crushing sound, one involuntarily grips the rail or a belaying pin with the grasp of a vice. When this last squall had passed, lo, a ship to windward, and I was again the first to sing out, "Sail ho!" There is much secret pleasure for me in this, for whenever it occurs, the captain always walks over to Mr. Goggins, who is generally wool gathering at the break of the poop, and asks him if there is anything in sight. "Nah, sir, there hain't nothin'." "Oh, yes, there's a sail to wind'ard, sir, through the fog." "Oh, thanks," usually answers the skipper ironically, by which the mate knows that he's been caught again. Visions of the Dows appeared to us as we studied the stranger as closely as the flying spray and rain would permit, the ship being under her top sails with the mainsail hauled up. Presently, though, we saw that she had no skysail yards, proving that she was not our friend, while her short, thick pole bowsprit showed that she was doubtless a metal ship, which belief was later confirmed by painted ports. At noon, the sun burst through the dense pall of cloud, and an afternoon of dazzling beauty followed, with the good old Higgins surging ahead over the long blue foaming seas, a sky of sapphire overhead, dappled with a few thin cirrus clouds, and a grand breeze over the beam, giving us about 8 knots on a southwest half-west course. Just at noon, the other ship, too, presented a splendid appearance. To begin with, she was a very handsome vessel, and had so altered her position as to be close astern, a little on our weather quarter, distant about 1/3 of a mile. Her topsails and courses, she had set her mainsail and crossjack, were swelled out like great cylinders, while her painted ports lent her the dignity of an old-time frigate, and she presented to us a perfect ideal of the poetry of motion as she rolled deeply but easily, now sinking into a valley to her lower yards, now cleaving the lofty crest of a breaking sea which veiled her in a storm of spray. At 1:30 we decided to signal her, and ran up our number, to which she instantly replied that she was the La Palisse. Then we informed her that we were from New York, bound to San Francisco, 51 days out, while she proved to be from Hamburg for the same destination and was 59 days at sea, after which we dipped our ensign, which she answered with the tricolor of France. We are reading Nansen's First Crossing of Greenland together with the greatest interest, being one of the most charmingly written of all stories of Arctic work. What a delightful time we will have with his Farthest North. We have found it on board, but I am waiting till we pass 50 degrees south so that we can read it in a part of the world almost as rough and desolate as he passed over in his great journey. Latitude 42 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 52 degrees 36 minutes west. July 2nd. We had a good breeze from the south all last night and this morning, which put us off to about west by south. But as our aim for the past 4 or 5 days has been to make westing rather than southing, this breeze was most acceptable. The strong wind of yesterday eased up in the second dog watch last night, and we carried the topgallant sails without trouble afterward. A great change has taken place in the temperature, for at 8 this morning the thermometer stood at 38 degrees in the air and 47 degrees in the water, a fall in 36 hours of 15 degrees in the atmosphere and 16 degrees in the sea. People who have never been exposed for consecutive hours to a temperature at sea of between 30 degrees and 40 degrees can have no just idea of how penetratingly cold the wind is when the mercury drops below 40 degrees, or of how many clothes it is necessary to wear if one wants to stay on deck a long while without constant motion. For example, I have on now 2 suits of heavy underwear, pilot cloth trousers, a heavy jersey, a whipcord waistcoat, a padded leather jacket, and a mackintosh. The costume is completed with the mention of knitted woolen gloves and socks and leather boots and ditto hat. Now, there are numerous brawny, burly individuals who will ridicule this mass of apparel, and insist that one ought to keep moving, which would make it unnecessary. But to begin with, our promenade is here limited to 75 feet instead of several hundred, as in the case of a transatlantic steamer, and besides, I have not that manic passion for pedestrian which lays so fierce a hold on some people the instant that they set foot upon a vessel's deck. When I want exercise, half an hour at the pumps, even in cold weather, is sufficient, and I'll warrant that it would be enough for the brawny, burly individuals before noticed. Neither of us came to sea to stay below, so we pile on sufficient clothes to repel even the strongest blasts, and can sit comfortably and unruffled for hours on deck without a break. Points in connection with such a voyage as this can be learned only by experience. Our first one gave us all that was necessary, so that we knew exactly what to bring with us this time. A leather jacket very thickly lined is almost inconceivably useful, as are a pair of heavy leather knee boots, at least one size too large to allow for woolen socks. Such boots, well greased, will be sufficiently watertight for all ordinary purposes, and if they should become waterlogged, they can always be dried at the galley fire. Rubber boots, though, should never be omitted from the sea wardrobe. The best headgear is a woolen cap with ear flaps and a sou'wester, of course, for bad weather. As to oilskins, there is now manufactured a waterproof stuff, which has proved, in this case, to be everything that is claimed for it. It is brown in color and in texture much like a Macintosh, but harder to the touch, and is in two pieces, short jacket and trousers. These suits have been used in the life-saving service on the Atlantic coast, and the only objection which the men made to the suits was that the sand cut the stuff in a high wind, so that in a short time it became quite porous. At sea, however, I have never found the equal of one of these suits, and, as a test, I stood for 2 hours yesterday in drenching rain and spray in one position, so as to allow the elements full continuous sweep at one point, and when we went below, the inside of the jacket was not even damp. A long oilskin coat is extremely unwieldy at sea, for if it is blowing at all hard, the skirts cling to the legs most aggravatingly, and I have had some hard falls by being thus tripped. All mates wear long yellow coats, however, and I wondered why until yesterday, when I asked Mr. Goggins if a short jacket and pants wouldn't be more comfortable. But he replied indignantly, "What do yer think I am, a foremast and?" It seemed to me that a mate who has to wear a long coat to distinguish him from an ordinary sailor must be like the man who tells another that he himself is a gentleman. He must be somewhat in doubt about it. It is to be hoped that this treatise on deep-sea garments has not proved a bore, but after our previous voyage so many persons asked us what we wore in bad weather in the Southern Ocean that the above explanations may not be out of place. My wife dresses much as she would for golf, a short skirt and leather gaiters for clear, cold weather, with yellow oilskins when it rains and the spray flies. We observed some further fine cloud effects today a little after sunrise, the horizon being smothered at frequent intervals with dense squalls. And at 9 o'clock a ponderous mass of cumulus cloud appeared in the south, rearing its immense domes nearly to the zenith like heaps of yellow wool, for the sun's reflection changed the color of the great bank to that of rich cream, while far below, at the base, the cloud shaded off into a dim sable mass. "There's snow in that fellow," quoth the skipper, which was certainly true, for 10 minutes later we were swallowed up in a thick snow squall which lasted for 15 or 20 minutes. Snow seemed to be a singular phenomenon on the 2nd day of July, not to mention the biting cold. Latitude 43 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 56 degrees 45 minutes west. July 3rd. This morning broke with a clear sky and little or no wind, and when the sun came up fine and rosy, he looked over the rim of the horizon across an azure sea just crinkled by a faint westerly breeze. Light as it was, though, there was a biting sting in it, which, before breakfast, set the teeth chattering and raised one's knuckles into big gristly knobs. The broad sweep of the South Atlantic was well nigh motionless, for it was only at considerable intervals that a slight swell came sighing up from the Antarctic, and the sea was as calm as off Newport in August. Clothes suspended against the walls hung without motion, and we might well have fancied ourselves in Long Island Sound. As for the day, it was cloudless save for an occasional snow flurry, which lasted only a few minutes. This clear, cold, merry weather at sea is indescribably charming, though, no doubt, the men would tell a different tale, for Olson and Joaquin, who were mending an old fine-weather royal on the cabin house this morning, had to knock off work now and then to beat some feeling into their stiffened fingers before they could drive the needles through the canvas. As we draw nearer and nearer to Cape Horn, the men are daily growing very anxious to know the ship's position, and as I am, of course, the only individual on board who will gratify their curiosity, they often ask me several times a day. Frequently on the main deck, a man will ask what the position is in a very low tone, after a careful scrutiny round about to see that none of the afterguard is hard by. Sometimes, as I pass by the wheelhouse, I am assailed in a raven's whisper with, "Say, mister, what's the latitude?" And their pleasure at being told is quite childlike. A passenger on a sailing ship, by the way, is seldom, if ever, called by his name. He is simply Mister. Of course, in a general way, sailors often get an idea of the approach of land from the discoloration of the water, the increase in the number of vessels sighted, and the presence of land birds. But the average sailor probably couldn't tell within much less than 1,000 miles of where he is on a voyage like this. Even a second mate is generally very much in the dark on this subject, for he is never a navigator on American ships, as he ought to be, and keeps no reckoning. We have often seen Mr. Rarks go up to the mate and hint in various ways that he would like to know the ship's position at noon. The mate sometimes tells him, but Mr. Rarks is too good a seaman to stand well with such a man as the mate, who does not know very much more of the art than some of the sailors. Besides, it might get to the men through one of the boatswains, which would be truly horrible and unspeakable. Therefore, unless there is a passenger aboard, sailors live in almost blank ignorance of their whereabouts throughout a 4 or 5 months' voyage. The boatswain of the port watch, Big McFoy, has been limping badly for several days, his left foot being so severely mashed and swollen that he cannot bear even a loose rubber boot on it. This is the result of a sea which fell upon him one night at the weather forebraces. It slung him across the deck and jammed his foot against a fife rail stanchion, but luckily broke no bones. I have promised to give him a glass of grog tomorrow, the 4th of July, but exceeding caution will have to be exercised lest I be apprehended by the powers. Yesterday the main spencer was rigged, and as this is a heavy weather sail, a description of it may prove of interest. It is otherwise known as a storm trysail, and, being a fore and aft sail, is set on the main lower mast. A number of stout screw eyes were driven into the mast, extending from a point about 8 feet above the deck to an iron band 3 feet below the top. Through these eyes an iron rod was inserted, and to this rod the sail was laced. A standing gaff was then rigged, furnished with hoops, to which the head of the sail was bent, the method of setting being by hauling it out on the gaff like the fore and aft sails on steamers. It is 44 feet long on the luff and 22 on the gaff, and is of course of number 0 duck, with a bolt rope nearly as big as the foretack. The spencer is what is known as a steadying sail in bad weather, and is usually set after the courses have all been hauled up and the ship is head reaching under the lower topsails, or when the ship is regularly hove to. There was a very turbulent scene enacted while the sail was being bent. The mate was aloft, swinging over the rim of the top in a bowline, trying to fit the end of the gaff into a gooseneck, both men and spar flying wildly about as the ship rolled. 2 bangs led down from the gaff end to the deck, one on either side, while a man on each, trying to hold it steady, was jerked about like the tail of a kite. The mate was already in a passion, for no sooner would he have the end nearly in the socket than away it would fly, while he himself brought to with a thump against the futtock shrouds. At this juncture Captain Scruggs appeared with his sextant. It was the signal for chaos. Everything almost immediately was plunged into inextricable confusion. Something had manifestly gone wrong with the old man below, for he was bristling when he laid down his instrument on the deckhouse and walked with foreboding leisure to the break of the poop. You could see that he was seething within himself, but for some time he appeared totally unconscious of the mate, the spencer, and everything else. But when the gaff drew off and smote the taut weather shrouds with the force of a steam hammer, he thought it was time to take a hand. Did the mate give an order, he would instantly countermand it, sandwiching in sarcastic remarks such as, "Ah, that's beautiful. You'd make a master rigger, you would. Think you'll get that in by dark? I could put the whole mainmast in while you're scratching away up there." At these pleasantries, old Goggins fairly snarled, and bared his teeth to devilish grins, but kept silent. At last, seeing a chance, he bawled to the man below who was surging up on the rope. "Lower away smart now." "Hoist away there!" immediately cried the skipper. Behold the fatal straw on the dromedary. "How in the name of G am I to do this, Captain Scruggs, if you don't leave me alone?" And then they went at it like Kilkenny cats, so that the air quivered with blasphemous discharges. It was quite astonishing to hear the mate answer back with such intrepid vehemence, and they kept it up so long that the captain lost his sight, for when he removed his sextant the sun was falling, which didn't add very much to the geniality of his temper. Scenes of this sort are heralded with the most intense joy by the men, who turn their heads away to hide faces which actually glisten with delight. Latitude 43 degrees 13 minutes south, longitude 58 degrees 24 minutes west. July 4th. We celebrated Independence Day not with pyrotechnical demonstrations, but with a remarkable barometric performance. It fell 7/10 of an inch in 10 hours, from 30.40 to 29.70, and this with an ugly look to windward. The breeze began to freshen late yesterday afternoon, and at 5 o'clock in came the fore and mizzen royals. At table, the various utensils suddenly began to jump about, which was very astonishing, inasmuch as the sea was almost perfectly quiet half an hour earlier. The breeze kept on making, and when we came up from supper at 6 o'clock, the captain ordered the main royal and mizzen-top gallant sail clewed up. At this time the ship was diving heavily, and it was time to take the fore and maintop gallants off her too. The skipper had just concluded to furl them when, with a great weltering plunge, the ship pushed her lofty, flaring bows completely under a combing sea, and then instantly rearing back, the enormous mass of water was projected with terrific force against the forward end of the forecastle house. It smashed the lee door like cardboard, though it was 3 inches thick, and then washed aft like a hoogly bore, absolutely filling the lee decks to the rail with solid water. That is, it was 6 feet deep in the scuppers, and it seemed incredible that any bulwarks could withstand the strain, yet the water ran off in a few minutes, leaving no further trace of its power than a snarled mass of running gear which had been lifted off the pins. Good luck that the lookout had just been ordered to the top of the house instead of the forecastle head, or there wouldn't have been much of him left after the sea had struck him. The forecastle, though, was a spectacle indeed. Its doors opened forward, which no sailor likes, and when the big sea came from dead ahead and stove the lee door, the water poured into the house in thousands of gallons. It stood a foot deep on the floor and shot up violently to the car lines at every roll, washing the men's bedding out of even the topmost bunks. They are always built in 3 tiers, one above the other, while their chests went banging about in the deep water. The majority of them burst open, and others broken all to pieces. The sills of the doors on all ships opening on the main deck are usually about 18 inches high, to prevent the entrance of water, if possible. But if, as in this case, a great quantity finds its way into the forecastle, these very sills prevent its egress. To be sure, there are leaders which are supposed to draw the water off, but they are so small that more than an hour passed before all the brine had disappeared. How sorrowful and helpless the poor fellows looked as they surveyed their drenched clothes and broken chests, and worse than all, the dank, soaked forecastle. It means more suffering and privation than landsmen have any idea of, for the men will have to sleep in soggy, clammy, mildewed bunks for at least a month. No forecastle ever dries off Cape Horn, on account of the intense humidity of that region. And even if the forecastle has a stove in it, it doesn't dry things out, but calls forth instead a rank steam from the reeking walls which pervades the room like a foul mist. All this time the glass had been falling, and we looked for bad weather. The captain had the mainsail hauled up, and in every way stood by for a heavy blow. But we worked out a false reckoning, for the wind shortly afterward let go more than half, while the aneroid rose to 29.85, where it is now. Since 6 o'clock this morning we have been about 6 points off our course, with the wind at south-southwest. Therefore the captain once more wrapped himself in his mantle of wrath, and throughout dinner kept mumbling continuously to himself concerning the probability of there being a Jonah on board. This was not the first time that he has hinted at such things, and though we knew well that he meant us, I didn't say anything, but let him growl on. It is almost impossible to conceive how unpleasant it is to be considered a Jonah aboard ship. It is easy to say, what's the use of paying any attention to it, but you can't help heeding it, though it is only superstition, and the eyes of every one on board aft seems to say, look at the Jonah. Foremast hands do not care how long they are at sea if they get decent food and even passably good treatment. Indeed, the saying among them is, more days, more dollars. Still, in spite of everything, we are reminded of that dismal verse in the Ancient Mariner. One, by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang and cursed me with his eye. There is another cause, however, for the skipper's bad temper. Yesterday we slaughtered our first pig, and at all 3 meals today we had fresh pork. Captain Scruggs caused prodigious quantities of it to disappear and has been in anguish ever since. Indeed, it is hard to imagine anything edible which will so upset one's digestion as fresh pork at sea. It is bad enough ashore, where plenty of exercise is to be had, but aboard ship one hearty meal of pork, freshly killed, will cause an incredible amount of distress. The skipper instanced an illustration of how difficult it is to digest at sea. On the last outward voyage, he killed a pig just before he reached San Francisco, and the weather being too warm to keep the meat sweet, most of it was given to the sailors. Now, these men can digest sour, soggy bread and salt beef like ironwood, yet this fresh pork vanquished them, and 5 men were actually laid up in their bunks at the end of the second day. Had many severe hail squalls during the last 24 hours, but fine weather otherwise, sharp and clear. Latitude 44 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 59 degrees 58 minutes west. End of section 13. Section 14 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 14. July 5th. Very light southerly airs and a calm sea have added vastly to our surprise at such weather off Patagonia. How remarkable it is to find these gentle, variable winds here, when the popular notion of this region is a continuous westerly gale. Finley's South Atlantic Directory, however, indicates generally fine weather from 40 degrees to 50 degrees south near the land, and this has been our skipper's most invariable experience, except that the wind ought to be to the northward instead of to the southward of west. At the present moment, though, the breeze shows signs of hauling to the northward with the sun, instead of against, so perhaps it will stop there for a while. The wind has been so light and contrary for the 24 hours that in that period we made only 8 miles of latitude and 7 of longitude. My wife and I have finished reading Nansen's First Crossing of Greenland, and during its perusal we learned some remarkable facts. For instance, it is strange how the body craves fat or grease of any sort when deprived of it for a long while. And it is also very odd to read that a lump of butter eaten alone slakes the thirst of men in the Arctic regions. I wonder why Nansen doesn't undertake the ascent of Mount Everest. It seems to me that he, with all his strength and vitality, would be peculiarly well fitted for such an expedition, not to mention his being a man of science. How much interest the writings of Sir Joseph Hooker would lack if that great mountaineer had not been a scientist. The amount of risk to Nansen, too, in comparison with an Arctic voyage, would be very small, while the glory of being the first to stand upon the topmost pinnacle of the earth's surface could be dwarfed only by the attainment of the pole itself. I have loaned the second mate the Greenland book, as Mr. Rarks is deeply interested in such work, and is desirous of joining an expedition to the North Pole. He fears not being able to pass the physical tests necessary before becoming a member of the crew, but as he has considerable knowledge of the Perry Greenland expedition, it is my notion that he tried to join it but was rejected, and as he laid stress on the fact that no one would be taken who had any old scars on his person, it is not unlikely that he was barred for this reason. Considering his lean, powerful frame, he ought to be well able to endure hardships. Looking at the Spencer, which is, of course, brailed up in such light weather, Mr. Rarks said, "Oh, those are great sails. Wait till it's blowin' and she under that and the topsails. They'll stand a power o' wind, but I've seen 'em blown away. I was second mate of a Nova Scotia ship, the Mary L. Burrell, a few years ago, and we were bound across this time from Greenock to St. John in February, which isn't necessary for me to say anything more about the weather. We'd been lying to for 20 hours under a goose-winged maintop sail in Spencer when the wind all at once rose to a perfect hurricane and hove us down to the hatches. And then the maintop sail and that there Spencer, sir, nearly as hard and thick as a plank, flew away like a muslin handkerchief. And though we had double gaskets on all the sails, 4 of 'em was blown loose and ripped off the yards like paper. Now, it's blowing pretty hard when a lower maintop sail goes, but nothing short of a hurricane can budge a new Spencer. But no canvas ever made will stand a North Atlantic midwinter gale, and you hear me. We sighted a big White Star freighter this day, and she afterward reported the wind 80 miles an hour between the squalls, not in 'em, mind. And if you want to see something to put joy in your heart, you ought to see these big White Star steamers in a heavy gale. I saw the Kufik once coming across in another cyclone in the J.B. Walker, and the way she kept clear of the seas was a caution. I'm a good enough American, but you can't beat Harland and Wolff very much. Mr. Rarks is an infinitely more agreeable man to talk to than the mate, who is the longest-winded and most tiresome old porpoise who ever spun a yarn. His only recommendations are his hideousness, which is positively attractive, and his strange, absurd facial contortions when he doesn't intend to be funny. Sometimes during the first watch, when it is very dark, with the exception of the binnacle lamp which casts its rays upon him as he crosses its path, he is actually weird-looking. His voice, too, is as husky as a rusty hinge now, owing to a severe cold, and last night he vented some curious statements. Neither of us had said a word for maybe 5 minutes, I watching the compass card, he grinning and mouthing to himself in the moonlight. Presently he wormed himself over to where I stood, looked earnestly at me a few seconds, and croaked, "You'll see plenty of people in California with no teeth." "How is that?" said I. "Don't know," he replied. "They do say it's the climate. Anyhow, you'll see lots with nothing but gums." Then he crawled back to the other side, performed some further silent facial acrobatics, returned, and wheezed out mysteriously, "You'll be bothered with fleas there. They're that plenty. I always has a regular quadrille with 'em." A remarkable habit the captain has at table of asking the mate if he won't have some of everything in sight. No matter how many dishes there may be on the board, the skipper always gazes fiercely at him for a moment, and then says rapidly and severely, "Have some of the salt meat, Mr. Goggins. Have some beans. Have some potatoes. Have some bread. Have some sparrow grass." All this in one breath, to which the mate answers, "A little, if you please, sir." Or, if it's a second asking, which is merely form, he replies with his droning, "No, sir, I thank you, sir. I've 'ad sufficient, sir, I thank you, sir," as though to show how he is depriving himself, for he insists that it is vulgar to enjoy eating. Sometimes the old creature corners my wife and me and entertains us with anecdotes of his acquaintances in San Francisco, and how excessively numerous his influential friends are there. He will tell us that Ari Dolan is now getting $75 a month at the Union Iron Works, and when we venture the opinion that he must be a rising young man, he answers, "Oh, Ari's all right. Why, I knew him when he was getting only $3 a week at the works." Here generally follows a genealogical history of the Dolans for several generations, while their individual characteristics become the subject of minute discussion. Well, we're beating slowly down the inhospitable shores of Patagonia, and our luck doesn't seem to be much better than it was in the southeast trades. Latitude 44 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 5 minutes west. July 6th. If our nautical instruments had not assured us that we were at noon in about 45 degrees south, distant 125 miles from Cape dos Bahios, we might easily have imagined the ship to be lying off Staten Island in New York Harbor. We never but once before saw the sea so free from swell, and that was in the Indian Ocean, 34 miles south of the equator. which position we not only held for 24 hours, but during that entire period no one perceived the least motion in the ship. It is true that today we made nearly 100 miles, but from 8 till 11 this forenoon we were motionless on the water, while a stage was slung over the stern a foot from the surface, on which the mate and carpenter worked for 2 hours on the rudder head. It is only once or twice during an entire voyage that a vessel for hours at a time will not rise and fall 12 inches. To us, it is really a remarkable experience to thus float silently along within 350 miles of the Falklands, though the skipper says, "Well, I told you we'd have light weather north of 50 degrees." At noon today, however, the western sky indicated a breeze, and presently a little breath stole ever so gently over the quiet ocean, scarcely curling the smooth, level plain of the sea. And gradually freshening, the ship gathered steerage way in 5 minutes or so, and began to lazily move ahead through a large flock of Cape pigeons, which had settled to feed in great numbers during the calm, though we could perceive nothing edible in the water. The birds seemed to delight in the breeze as much as we did, for in light weather they seldom rise higher than a few feet above the surface, lacking the force of wind which enables them to rise easily. As in a strong breeze, they make no further effort than to guide themselves, rising and falling without movement of wing. A huge, hoary albatross, a perfect old patriarch, had been with us all day, skimming over the water so closely as to touch it occasionally with his breast, and seldom more than a foot from it. It is wonderful that they can maintain so close and uniform a flight to the surface without movement and in a calm. The day before yesterday, being more exasperated than ever before at the skipper's continuous grumbling at the weather, I told him that I thought that he asked altogether too much in demanding a fair wind all the time, and that when a man began a voyage he ought to expect more or less headwinds throughout the passage, for they were to be expected anywhere and at any minute at sea during a whole voyage, even in the trades. Since then he hasn't said a word against the weather, and is, for him, extremely agreeable. Heavens, how hairy he is! So thickly covered is his whole face that the only visible bare spots are his nose and eyes, for his beard grows right up over his cheekbones, and his eyebrows seem to be spreading all over his forehead. So dense are his whiskers that when he comes on deck after a session with his Dutch pipe, the smoke can still be seen eddying and seething in his beard. Last evening, as we were reading some of Kipling's delightful sea poems, the skipper called down and asked whether we wouldn't like to see a lunar rainbow. We went on deck at once, and there, sure enough, was a perfect specimen of this strange phenomenon, and so clearly defined that the brighter colors were distinctly visible. We had seen but one lunar rainbow before, and that was a very faint one in the Bay of Bengal, about 100 miles from the Sandheads. It is a curious fact that, like captains, there are comparatively few foremast hands who remain perfectly strong and well throughout a long passage. At least 8 of ours are looking quite seedy, some with bad colds, others with various disorders of liver and stomach, so that they have to be doctored and fixed up with an assortment of medicines. The way that 5-grain blue mass pills fly around on a deep-water ship is a caution. One would think they were peppermint drops. Latitude 45 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 62 degrees 10 minutes west. July 7th. What a change can be wrought at sea in a few hours. At 11 yesterday morning we were motionless upon a glassy sea. 8 hours later we were rushing southward under the topsails before a moderate gale. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his oar-taking wings and chased us south along. Throughout yesterday afternoon the breeze steadily freshened, and by 4 o'clock the skysails had been stowed, followed at 5 by the royals, while after supper the gaskets were put on the 3 top-gallant sails and the cross-jack was hauled up. The ship logging exactly 12 knots between 6 and 7 o'clock, the best which we have done yet, the wind being true and steady from west-northwest, a little abaft the beam. I have seldom seen a finer sight than that presented by the ship as she went bounding away south by west before this grand breeze blowing straight off the pampas of Patagonia. The moon, now at first quarter, casting a broad wake of silver radiance over the short, steep, foaming seas, which had arisen as though by magic, and were already snarling and showing their teeth up above the weather quarter. By 10 o'clock the spray had begun to bury the waist of the ship once more, while at intervals during the night a deep, heavy boom told us that something beside mere spray was tumbling over the weather side. When we went on deck this morning there was no diminution in the wind, though it had shifted into the west, but as the captain had kept off to south it was still on the beam. The maintop mast staysail had been set, and we found the watch in the act of hauling out the spencer on the gaff, and we presently had an opportunity of seeing this piece of canvas in actual use for the first time. Its cut was excellent, and, together with the staysail, steadied the ship wonderfully. The mainsail was reefed so that the arch of this great sail, which curved over the ship like the crescent of the moon, was fully 30 feet above the deck. Although still carrying the 6 topsails and the foresail, we were not taking anything but huge volumes of spray aboard, in spite of the fact that the surface of the ocean to windward showed long parallel streaks of foam, like the cross-section of a rasher of bacon, an appearance observed only when it is really blowing hard. When one has been accustomed to the heavy, rigid mainsails of yachts, a ship's canvas in comparison, bar the spencer, appears to be, and really is, singularly thin and limp. Even a brand new foresail or mainsail of a square rigger cannot at all approach in thickness or rigidity a yacht's canvas, and it could not for a moment withstand the strain to which the latter's mainsail is subjected, while being stretched on the boom and gaff, not to mention the sweating up of the sails with the jigs. As for a ship's upper canvas, it has always seemed to me too light, and I shall never forget my first acquaintance with square sails at close quarters. It was at Nassau. Walking one day through a sponge yard, I saw stretched on the ground great squares of smoky hempen canvas, and on feeling the various pieces, which were the topsails of a vessel that had struck and gone to pieces on Memory Rock, 150 miles northwest of New Providence, I remember thinking that it wasn't at all surprising that the sails of ships blew away if this was what they were made of. At any rate, I put the vessel down as an old, worn-out lumberman, fit for nothing but carrying railway ties from Brunswick or Pensacola to New York. As a matter of truth, these sails belonged to a fine British ship, the Blair Drummond, and experience has since shown that her canvas was neither better nor worse than the average, though hempen sails never feel as thick or stout as those made of cotton duck, which our ships use. The advantages claimed for hemp are that it lasts longer, and that sails made thereof are easier to handle than if made of cotton duck, but they do not present nearly so fine an appearance even when new. If a ship's canvas were made entirely of number 0 or even number 1 duck, it would be next to impossible to furl them in a hard blow. As it is, with the soft, pliable duck and hemp, the blood often starts from the men's finger ends, from trying to gather in the bunt of the sail, which bellies out like sheet iron when the halyards have been let go. It was only this morning that the mate told me that once, about 30 years ago, when a foremast hand in the North Atlantic trade, he was one of 30 men on the maintop sail yard, single, of the ship Southampton, trying to put the third reef in the sail during a January gale. "And, sir," said he, "we could not have tied the reef in that sail if the ship had been sinking under us, and that with a man for every reef point." It is also surprising how neatly and compactly this thin canvas can be furled on a yard. From the deck, hardly anything at all can be seen on the royal and skysail yards, while even the upper topsails, when in the gaskets, are not anything like as bulky or hammocky as the most fastidiously furled yacht's mainsail. I forgot to say that I gave David, the Scot, a drink on July 4th. He had been throwing out clumsy hints for one on that day, so I filled a 4-ounce bottle with Glenlivet and took it to him while he was eating his dinner in his tiny, waterlogged cavern forward of the galley. The radiance reflected from his countenance upon the walls as he sighted the grog fairly lit up the gloomy den, and when he had downed the fiery liquid perfectly raw, he put down the bottle and delivered the following oration, his superb figure raised to its supreme height. Wherever ye may go in this world, sir, may good luck go with ye, hand in hand. May it not be many years till ye get command of a ship, and the finest one under the flag. I thank ye for the best drink that ever passed me lips. I was quite taken aback by his earnestness and the depth of feeling with which he uttered these words in the broadest of brogue, so pleasant to the ear. And when he hoped that I would soon command a ship, he was wishing me to hold the most exalted position which the mind of a seaman can conceive. By the look of the aneroid, we are close to some dirt, as sailors say, for now at 3 p.m. the glass stands at 29.08, a fall of an inch in 20 hours. The sky, too, has a hard look, the sun at noon being unable to pierce the gloom, but shining hazy and dim like a gas jet behind frosted glass. The altitude at noon now is only 20 degrees, and the sun's rays are devoid of heat and almost of cheer. Last evening, though, we witnessed another one of those rare and radiant Patagonian sunsets. Everyone who has looked at the illustrations in Nansen's Farthest North will call to mind some strange, impossible-looking purple and crimson stratus clouds of the most violent hues. Well, we have actually seen one of these singular and extremely gorgeous skies, unnatural almost in its transcendent beauty. Nansen has caught perfectly the more delicate tints as well as the most flaming colors. We did fine work today, and in the 24 hours logged 240 miles. Latitude 48 degrees, 45 minutes south, longitude 65 degrees, 5 minutes west. July 8th. At some time during the morning watch, we crossed the 50th parallel of south latitude, and have, therefore, now commenced the passage of Cape Horn, the stormiest headland in the world at the worst possible season, in the heart of the Antarctic winter. When a vessel is between 50 degrees south in the Atlantic and 50 degrees south in the Pacific, she is said to be making the passage of the Horn, and is off the Cape when she is anywhere between those parallels. It matters not how far south she may be blown, she is off Cape Horn from 50 degrees to 50 degrees. I think that I have somewhere before said that an average passage would be about 20 days, though the bad luck of some men is astonishing. On her last westward voyage, for instance, the American ship M.P. Grace was more than 6 weeks off the Cape, 45 days to be precise. Late yesterday afternoon, the westerly winds, which we have carried for 2 days, began to weaken, and at 7 last evening had eased down to a gentle breeze. Still, a wind which will drive a vessel 300 miles in 30 hours in this part of the world and allow her to lay her course at the same time is not to be lightly spoken of, and we are all in a happy frame of mind. When the wind had almost let go, however, it began to edge stealthily to the southward, and at 8:30 was at southwest, the dreaded point blowing in unsteady jerks. We had nothing above the topsails on the ship, though she could easily have carried the royals, but there was no use in plying on the canvas with the look that there was in the southern sky. When the glass stands at 29.00, bad weather must be expected. And when the captain left the deck at 8:45, the moon was peering dimly through a gray, thin squall, bleared and sickly. The sea was coming up from various points in short, convulsive, oily heaves, and a frowning rampart of dark cloud was rising in the south. "I'm going below now for a wink," said the skipper to Mr. Rarks on watch. "Keep your eye open, for when it comes, it'll be sharp work." He had been down half an hour when, as the second mate and I stood watching the cloud approach nearer, an angry white glare now below it, suddenly, without a second's warning, like a blast from a cannon, the wind fell upon us, laying the ship far over, although the spars were almost naked. In a few moments, Captain Scruggs rose out of the companionway and stood for an instant, considering the best move. I have never yet seen him act without thinking, and it doesn't take him long to decide. "Shall we double reef 'em, sir?" said Mr. Rarks, meaning the upper topsails. "No, sir," replied the captain. "Let the yards run down, and then tie up the sails. Call the port watch, sir. All hands shorten sail." "Aye, aye, sir," heartily, and the next moment the second mate swung himself down the weather poop ladder, stopped for a second to rap on the mate's door, and then disappeared forward in the wet and gloom, while we could hear his clear, strong voice crying out above the howling wind, "All hands, shorten sail!" And now, what an inspiring scene is enacted as the big ship plunges forward, now on an upright keel, now heeled far down to leeward by the fierce puffs which streak through the rigging with a din which is absolutely infernal. Standing by the weather quarter bitts looms up the burly form of Captain Scruggs, whose keen, vigilant eye takes in every detail of the ship and the weather, while the gaunt, motionless face of the helmsman can be seen through the wheelhouse windows, illumined by the glow from the binnacle light. In another moment, a dull, rumbling sound is heard forward. It is the upper foretopsail yard running down, and then the dim figures of 15 or 16 yellow-clad sailors can be perceived as they jump into the rigging and claw out along the yard to windward and to leeward, utterly unmindful of the pelting rain which stings their faces, or the quick, tremendous rolls which one would think must whip them off into the sea. Oh, bold and valiant seamen, toiling so well and so silently up there in the gale and darkness, truly, ye are the bravest and the least rewarded of men. In another hour the ship was under the shortest canvas thus far, lower topsail, foresail, reefed mainsail, and spencer, bending over to the blast, the wind now rushing through the shrouds with that grand, deep hum like the whir of powerful machinery. Throughout the night we kept plowing ahead through an ever-increasing sea, with showers of buckshot hail rattling overhead like storms of bullets, varied now and then with heavy dashes of spray against the cabin house. At 8 this morning, though, the wind had so moderated that we set the upper topsails, the ship wallowing continuously in a big head sea which had made during the night. At noon, though, it began to breeze up once more, and at 1 o'clock the cry rang through the ship, "All hands, reef the main topsail." Again the men trotted up the weather rigging and turned in a double reef in less than 20 minutes. Not bad for merchantmen. It is curious to see the delight with which an order to shorten sail is invariably received by a ship's company on the approach of heavy weather. No matter what their humor at the moment may be, they always seem actually pleased when the expected order comes from the after guard, and, with eager glances over their shoulders at the approaching squall, they leap into the shrouds and race aloft to see who shall be the first over the rim of the top. For the first time we today had stocking-leg duff for dinner. It consists usually of a quantity of stewed dried apples wrapped up in a roll of dough and boiled in a piece of cheesecloth. It is by no means a bad substitute for apple dumpling, and, with good sauce, is always hailed at sea with extravagant joy. The name originated in the forecastle, where the duff is always boiled in the leg of a stocking. Latitude 50 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 64 degrees 34 minutes west. End of section 14. Section 15 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 15. July 9th. At 12 o'clock last night it began to blow hard from the west-northwest, and we went on deck this morning to find a fresh gale from that quarter, with a surprisingly heavy sea, considering the proximity of the land, for the weather shore was not more than 60 or 70 miles away. The ship was under the lower topsails, foresail, reefed mainsail, and spencer, going well and easily, a couple of points free, heading into the land for smoother water. Gracious, how the wind yelled around us this forenoon! drenching the ship fore and aft with the tops of the foaming seas, which the gale whipped like the blowing of froth from a vat of beer. In the severest puffs, the wind certainly rose to force 10, and on one occasion, when sliding down the weather side of a sea, being simultaneously struck by a heavy blast, we dipped the lee poop rail into the sea. At breakfast, the skipper said, "There was sharp lightning in the sou'west this morning early, and when you see this off Cape Horn, look out for bad weather and snug her down." I should think so, with the barometer at 28.98. A new bird has made its appearance. It is of a light slate color, looks and flies like a Mother Carey's chicken, and is familiarly called by sailors the ice bird, being supposed to exist chiefly in the vicinity of ice. They are very cheerful little creatures, though, and being small and light, were whisked about by the gale like scraps of paper. We are just abreast now of the damp, dreary Falkland Islands, which, if I mistake not, form the southernmost of all of Great Britain's colonies. She may possess islands which are farther south than these, but they are not strictly colonies. The group comprises some 200 islands, though there are only two of any importance, East and West Falkland. The area of the former is 3,000 square miles, being considerably larger than Rhode Island, and contains the most important settlement, Stanley, a town of 1,000 inhabitants. The climate of the Falklands is extremely healthy and equable, the average temperature for the two midwinter months being 37 degrees, that of the two midsummer ones 47 degrees. And although in the corresponding latitude and the precise longitude of the southern part of Labrador, ice seldom forms of sufficient thickness to allow skating. The weather, however, is excessively damp. But though there are generally 250 wet days in the year, the total annual precipitation is but 20 inches, or one half that of New York, the greater portion of the moisture descending in the form of fogs and dense drizzles. More than 50 vessels a year call at Stanley Harbor, and being so close to Cape Horn, in the vicinity of which more ships are damaged by the elements than in any other region in the world, it is natural that a shipyard and chandlery for the repair of sailing ships should pay extremely well. But, say the deep-water skippers, woe to the vessel which falls into the clutches of Stanley Harbor. It is almost impossible to escape in less than 6 months, and the most exorbitant prices are asked for absolutely necessary things. The last vessel of any size which put into Stanley for extensive repairs was the British ship Pasibelmaha, which was detained there for nearly a year. It is stated that the shipyard, etc., pays 40% on the investment. At 1 o'clock this morning we passed Cape Virgins at the Atlantic entrance to the Straits of Magellan, distant about 75 miles, and at 11 this morning Mr. Rarks saw the land on the weather bow, and presently the lonely barren shores of Tierra del Fuego rose faintly out of the sea, and appeared also on the port bow, as though we were sailing into the heart of a deep bight, as indeed we were. Before long, great ice-covered peaks began to appear, and I asked the skipper if he was going to keep away for the Straits of Le Maire. "No," he replied, "I'm not going through now for several reasons. In the first place, I think the wind will head us in the straits, and in the second place, as long as this wind keeps on, I'm going to heave to under the land when we get farther down. What's the good of going through? As soon as we showed ourselves outside Stanton Land, there'd be this westerly gale, and who knows how much sea. Then there's a 2-knot current setting to the eastward, and this, with 3 points of leeway, would send us to leeward like a cask. Better lie snug inside than go smashing into those seas. In a day or two, perhaps, we can go through the Straits of Le Maire." It is odd that every shipmaster whom I have ever heard mention these straits should call it Le Maire instead of Le Maire. Captain Scruggs added that we would have fine views of Tierra del Fuego later on, as he was going to run down to within 10 miles of the land. We are therefore anticipating a very great treat. It is utterly impossible to fitly describe these sunsets, or to do justice to the wild grandeur of the scene as the orb slowly and majestically settles into the sea among the far-away golden-cushioned clouds. In the tropics, the sun seems to drop suddenly behind the horizon. But in these high latitudes, he sinks so hesitantly that it appears as though he were loath to bid us good night. The air at this time of day is most wonderfully transparent here, with a sparkle of frost in the atmosphere, while the clouds, being almost exclusively of the stratus variety, stretch across the horizon in layers of fiery embers, with sometimes a gorgeous fringe of cloud fleece crowning the scene with a coronet of dazzling splendor. While if a heavy bar of dark cloud extends almost to the skyline, the sun will be observed glittering beneath it upon the crests of the far distant seas, with the appearance as of a flanks of golden breakers. The heavens on this side of the Cape seem to be always clear with a westerly wind, even when blowing a gale, and as the twilights are exceedingly long, the days so far are anything but disagreeable. The dismal, rainy weather will come when we get over beyond the longitude of the Horn. Gradually, the sun is getting lower at noon, the altitude today being but 14 degrees, while the orb rises at a point about northeast by north and sets in the west-northwest. It is a significant fact that at 12 o'clock today we were exactly abreast of the southernmost extremity of the mainland of the world. Cape Horn is generally regarded as this point, but the Horn itself is naught but an island, the farthest south of the great archipelago of Tierra del Fuego, the culminating promontory of South America being Cape Froward, in the middle of the Straits of Magellan, 122 miles north of the Horn. Latitude 53 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 66 degrees 6 minutes west. July 10th. All night we have been lying off and on under shelter of the coast, waiting for a favorable slant. Under easy sail, the lower topsails and foresail, we approach to within 6 or 8 miles of the land, and then, wearing round, stand to the northward for 20 miles or so, repeating the maneuver slowly, never making more than 2 miles an hour. The wind still holds to the westward, blowing a moderate gale, but with perfectly smooth water here where we are. On the other hand, outside it is doubtless blowing a hard gale with a heavy sea. As the skipper put it, outside it's a regular Cape Horn snorter. I lay in here 6 days with a westerly gale 3 years ago. All ships, lying here when the wind is like this till they get a slant. You see, if we went outside now, while we could get to the south'ard all right, tomorrow at noon we'd likely be 100 miles to the east'ard of where we are now. As for going through Lamar, I wouldn't try it with the wind to the north'ard of nor'west. So here we are in water as free from swell as a Central Park lake, taking things very comfortably indeed. But if the sea is free from swell, it is continuously whipped into foam by the succession of tearing snow squalls which strike us with seemingly cyclonic fury. At 11 o'clock, for instance, it will calm down to a royal breeze. At 11:10 it will be blowing a full gale, accompanied with a driving snowstorm, which whirls the flakes along in a horizontal tempest. And as the temperature was at 33 degrees all day, the drifts lay in the scuppers until shoveled overboard. How cozy and cheerful it is to come down to the great glowing stove from one of these black squalls, and the roaring wind and the sleet and hail, which feel as though they were drawing blood as they sting the face with a fury which is simply resistless. For below everything is delightfully comfortable at a temperature of 65 degrees, and we draw near to the red coals and shiver composedly as we listen to the watch hauling around the yards to the cry of "'Ware ship!" We will never forget the spectacle which met our eyes this morning, half an hour after daybreak. Right before us lay the bleak shores of Tierra del Fuego, stretching from east to west as far as the eye could see, the wildest, grandest coast which the mind can conceive. Sheer down into the sea fell its almost vertical walls of rock and steep rugged hills, with their black gorges and frowning chasms filled with the snow which had fallen heavily during the night. Farther inland extended a broad expanse of rolling plateau covered with small knolls, and then, in all their desolate sublimity, rose the magnificent range of snowy mountains. thousands of feet above the sea, clad in their eternal mantle of dazzling white. I have never before seen such a picture as that presented by this deserted volcanic land. The gray, mournful hills and snow-clad alpine peaks, now buried in a raging snow squall, now rearing their ice-covered summits far above the mists which shrouded their less exalted companions, filled the mind with the idea that their Maker, displeased at his own handiwork, had abandoned forever these lonely shores to the gloomy pall of cloud which usually enfolds the land in its cold, clammy embrace, and to the fierce, wild gales which sweep everlasting through its gaunt and spectral mountains. What eerie fancies the dark and powerful genius of Edgar Allan Poe could wreathe about this fantastic, uncouth land! Oh, for a day's wandering through those valleys and ravines, as cold and cheerless as the moon itself! And how I envied the Beagle's men their months of sojourn amidst the grandeur of these fascinating hills! Some curious forms are to be seen in connection with many of these peaks. The most conspicuous landmark consists of three hills called the Three Brothers, from 12 to 1,600 feet in height. Shipmasters always look for them, as they can then tell exactly where they are. One of the loftiest of the ice peaks, a mountain fully 5,000 feet high, bears a strong resemblance to the Matterhorn when the shadows of evening fall across its great snow cliffs. Another looks singularly like the rounded cone of Cotopaxi. And so it goes, one peak apparently more beautiful than its neighbor, till the eye is bewildered gazing upon such wonderful Antarctic scenery. How intensely interesting it must be to pass through the famous Straits of Magellan and look upon the wonderful panorama which is revealed at every turn of the rudder. Steamers are the only vessels that go through now in either direction, as the channel is very tortuous and the currents are powerful and treacherous. The experiment was at one time considered by the Chileans of maintaining a fleet of large towboats at Cape Virgins to tow vessels through the straits, but it was concluded that the ships would have to be taken so far out into the Pacific beyond Cape Pillar to get an offing, which would frequently be impossible on account of westerly gales, that the project was abandoned. The expense of towing, too, would be very great, as 400 miles separates Cape Virgins and Pillar, and no shipmaster, of course, would tow to the eastward, as there is nearly always a fair wind coming around this way, so that the tugboats would have to return empty-handed. The climate of this country is as equable as that of the Falklands, though even more humid. The temperature seldom falls below 30 degrees even in July, but on the other hand it seldom rises above 50 degrees in midsummer, and the wind at all times is extraordinarily cold and penetrating. In spite of this, however, the natives pass their lives in absolute nakedness, their sole protection against the rigors of the inhospitable climate being a smearing of oil upon their bodies, and in this state they go out to meet vessels passing through the straits. It seems almost inconceivable that human beings can live thus in such severe weather, for their exposure is infinitely greater than that of the Eskimo, even in his temperature of -70 degrees, for the latter is warmly clad and housed. The Yagans, as the inhabitants of the lower portion of the archipelago are called, are of particularly low intelligence, and, according to Dr. Fenton, they not infrequently kill and eat the old and useless women of the tribe. Their language comprises about 30,000 words, but strangely enough, only 5 numerals. Since 1881, the eastern portion of Tierra del Fuego, together with Staten Island, usually called by sailors Staten Land, has belonged to the Argentine, and the western end to Chile, the boundary line being supposed to run from Cape Espiritu Santo due south to Beagle Channel, the only settlement within hundreds of miles being Punta Arenas, Sandy Point, on the Patagonia side of the straits, where the Chileans have a convict and coaling station. The Straits of Magellan were discovered by the celebrated Portuguese of that name, though he spelled it Magalhães, who sailed through them in 1520. If anyone wishes to look at a remarkable sight, let him possess himself of one of Imre's charts of Tierra del Fuego, and examine the prodigious number of channels, fjords, and inlets in this remote and vast archipelago, which forms the abode of 8,000 people as low in the gauge of civilization as can be found upon the earth. I wonder how many persons are aware of the fact that the famous old dreadnought laid her bones upon the bleak rocks of Tierra del Fuego as her final resting place. She drifted ashore near the Straits of Magellan while on a voyage to San Francisco during a heavy swell in a dead calm with her main skysail set. What a sorrowful end for that grand old ship, the wild boat of the Atlantic, the queen of the clippers, the fastest of all the great fleet which sailed the ocean from Sandy Hook to Queenstown. Peace be to her remains in her grave by these iron-bound shores. Latitude 54 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 65 degrees 45 minutes west. July 11th. Late yesterday afternoon, the sun astonished us by bursting out in glorious splendor, and for the 2 remaining hours of daylight we sailed along parallel with the land, distant only 8 miles, in plain view of the 3 Brothers, past Cape St. Vincent and Thetis Bay. Truly, the days are none too long now, for the sun rises at 8:30 and sets at 3:30, so that on dark days, and there are plenty of them here now, we have not more than 6 hours of what can be called daylight. Last night was very fine too, with an almost full moon soaring through a cloudless sky. Throughout the earlier part of the evening we continued to hold an easterly course, for the captain wanted to have a look at the Straits of Le Maire to consider the chances of going through at daybreak. Some little time after we had finished supper, about 7 o'clock I think, we caught sight of the huge, snowbound cliffs of Cape San Diego, the southeasternmost extremity of Tierra del Fuego, lying calm and cold in the white moonlight, and a little later we opened out the clear water of the Le Maire Straits. Then we saw outside a thick bank of woolly cloud low down in the southwest, and the skipper concluded that he wouldn't risk going through the next day, as that bank was the infallible indicator of a heavy blow. Added to this, too, was the long, heaving swell of the Southern Ocean piling in through the 14 miles of open water in the straits, so we wore round and stood to the northward again. It was very pleasant last night on deck, for though it was blowing hard, the lee side of the wheelhouse made a delightfully snug retreat, and enveloped in mountains of rugs and shawls, we sat there in the deck chairs till nearly 11, discussing the voyage and enjoying the clear, soft moonlight. We awoke this morning to the howling of the wind and Captain Scruggs's voice raised in furious anger, the helmsman sustaining the full shock of the vocal hurricane. It was the unhappy Brun, who throughout the voyage has suffered more than anyone else from the temper and violence of both captain and mates. "Hey, you! What the blank's the matter with yer? Put your wheel hard down there and let her come up to the wind. The other way, the other way! Don't yer know the difference yet between up and down, eh? What the blank do yer come to sea for anyway? You're a haymaker, that's what you are. Look at the ship now. Do ye want to get her aback? Hard up your wheel. Hard up, you blanked farmer's hound. How yer headin' now?" "Nor'west by south, sir," answered the poor devil, nearly out of his head. "Now by the jumpin' blank." Here the wind cut off the rest, but there was a tumultuous scuffle of feet, and I could very well imagine the scene which was being enacted overhead. So as quickly as possible we dressed and went on deck to find a fresh gale blowing from the westward, with a very steep, quick sea. It was just daybreak, and both sky and sea had a very ferocious aspect, the atmosphere being charged now and then with long spears of sleet. After looking at the weather for a few minutes, I happened to glance to leeward, and was almost stunned to behold the ponderous headland of Cape St. Anthony at the western end of Staten Land, towering into the sky not more than 3 miles away. No wonder the old man was almost in convulsions. "We must be in the Straits of Le Maire," said I to my wife, and so we were. It appears that Captain Scruggs had determined to try it, and had gone halfway through when, at the 11th hour, he decided that he couldn't fetch by the land, and as the wind came on to blow a gale, which the woolly bank had foretold, he wore ship to stand to the northward once more. He probably miscalculated the strength of the current, which runs through the straits with astonishing velocity, often reaching 5 knots an hour, for all at once the mate, whose sight in semi-darkness is better than the skipper's, called out, "Land on the lee, sir!" Our position was really one of great peril, for we were on a dead lee shore and unable to carry sail enough to double the point with any degree of certainty. If we didn't weather it, it was good-bye for all hands, for even now we could see the great surges seething against that terrible coast, where the land is so bold that a ship may lay her jib-boom end head-on against the cliffs and still have fathoms of water beneath her keel. With the canvas which was on her at the moment, lower topsails and foresail, it was an impossibility for the ship to hold her own, and as quickly as possible a double-reefed main topsail was set, the difference in going to windward being felt at once. But could she carry it? She must, for the lives of 27 persons depended upon the ship's weathering Cape St. Anthony. No one thought of breakfast, and at 8:30 it was blowing harder than ever, and in the heavy windward rolls it seemed as though the masts themselves would succumb to the terrific puffs. From the shore we must have presented a magnificent spectacle indeed, had anyone been there to witness the struggle going on between man's skill and nature's power. Slowly we forged ahead, but slowly and far more certainly we drove down toward the foaming rocks, and all hands by this time, even the most callous of the sailors, realized that we were fighting in earnest now, fighting to save the ship. Not a word was spoken by anyone. The men were collecting at the weather rail in the waist, watching the land draw nearer and nearer, while the captain stood on the cabin house motionless, except when he slightly revolved his arm as a signal to the helmsman to hold her up all he could between the puffs. Oh, how deserted and bleak the immense gray-brown cliffs and snow-streaked hills of Staten Land appeared, broken now and then by gigantic fissures which extended far inland between vertical walls, against which the sea broke furiously, throwing cascades of spray high into the air. Astern, too, the view was equally rugged and grand, for across the Straits of Le Maire we could see the ragged coast of Tierra del Fuego and the massive white cone of the Bell Mountain rising up beyond the Bay of Good Success. All at once it became apparent to us that we were holding a better wind. The land no longer seemed to advance upon us, and at the end of another half hour, during which no one seemed to scarcely breathe, to our unspeakable joy it was plain that the worst was over, and that, bar accident, we would fetch by without further anxiety. And presently the skipper turned to Louis, the Frenchman, for this splendid seaman had steered the ship beautifully since 8 o'clock, and said, "Now give her a good rapful." In 30 minutes more all danger was over, and we stowed the upper main-top sail which had done such noble work. 1 p.m. The wind has risen to a full gale with puffs of almost hurricane force, and though we are still protected by the land, the sea is running high, probably 30 feet from crest to trough, and breaking in an ugly manner. At noon the order was passed, "All hands, haul up the foresail." This was the first occasion on which it was blowing too hard to carry that sail, and when it has to be stowed, it is blowing what sailors call a heavy gale. The wind indeed almost blew the breath back into one's throat, but the brave old ship behaved finely, and after the foresail was hauled up, no matter how high or fast the advancing wave was or how suddenly it broke, the backwash would rush out from the vessel's side, and, meeting the onrushing sea, they would shoot far up into the air, to be blown in drift all over the ship, while she rode calmly and safely over the crest. We have not set the spencer lately, as we have been wearing every few hours, which would necessitate brailing it up every time. I was surprised that the captain didn't set it this morning, but he seemed to depend more upon the main-top sail. There are 2 vessels to windward knocking about under easy sail as we are, one a small bark, the other a large 4-masted ship square-rigged all over, waiting for a slant. My wife has recovered her equanimity now, about 3 in the afternoon, for she was not unnaturally upset by the events of this morning. She behaved astonishingly well, though, during that crucial hour, and her courage and fortitude cannot be too highly commended. Latitude 54 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 64 degrees 30 minutes west. End of section 15. Section 16 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 16. July 12th. It came on to blow so hard yesterday afternoon that tackles were put on the tiller, and a little before 4 o'clock the ship was hove to, so that when we went on deck at 8 bells, after writing up yesterday's journal, the ship was riding the seas smoothly and dryly. Perhaps it wasn't absolutely necessary to heave the ship to, though she was far more comfortable that way, the difference being quite remarkable. The first object which attracted us as we went on deck was a three-masted ship head-reaching past us on the starboard tack, under lower topsails and foretop-mast staysail, distant about half a mile. When yachts pass each other on opposite tacks, they lie so close to the wind that they cross at right angles to each other thus. But when two square riggers pass each other close-hauled, they are so far off the wind, especially in a high sea, that they run past each other parallel. This shows how the stranger and ourselves passed by. It did not require much of an eye to discern that this was the Frenchman, the La Palisse, which we spoke about 10 days ago, bound round the Horn from Hamburg. And I must say that she commanded admiration as she slowly ran by us in the gathering dusk, a beautiful specimen of the iron shipbuilder's art. As previously mentioned, the relieving tackles were put on the tiller at about 4 o'clock, after the wheel had thrown the helmsman completely over itself and through the lee wheelhouse door, for he clung heroically to the spokes. When the La Palisse was about half a mile astern, she put her helm up to wear round on the same tack which we were on. At that moment the whole spectacle was a thrilling one, ourselves plunging into a fierce head sea, the flocks of sea-fowl whirling through the gale, and the angry sky, each contributed its part to the somber picture, while a great rent in the western clouds cast a broad shaft of light through the gloom full upon the big Frenchman, now in the act of wearing. Even Captain Scruggs and the second mate were impressed with the solemnity of the scene until they were attracted by the actions of the stranger. She had now worn completely around on the port tack, and as she had passed us so close to windward, we all thought that she would come up on our lee quarter. But what is this? Can it be possible that her captain is going to try to put himself on our weather to show how his ship can hold a wind? He can scarcely be so mad as that. On comes the ship, however, nearer and nearer. Fathom by fathom she hauls up on us till she is not more than a quarter of a mile astern and not 200 yards to windward. And we can plainly see the whole of her forefoot, as her great bows, sheering through the sea, are flung high up, and then come crushing down in a smother of foam. All of our men have crowded to the side, for here is a spectacle indeed. A vessel bearing down upon another hove to and without steerage way. However, she has still time to put her wheel up and pass under our stern. But no such notion is entertained by the maniac in command of her, and he is pinching her till her weather leeches shiver in his mad endeavor to pass us to windward. And as the ship rises to a sea and pauses for an instant on its crest, it seems as though she would topple right down upon us. At this juncture Captain Scruggs begins to grow anxious, as well he might, and mutters, "Is that D-blank fool really going to try it?" 5 minutes more pass, and it becomes evident that we must get out of her way or be cut down by that sharp iron stem. Now, this is quite a long job, being hove to, for it would be at least several minutes before we could gather headway. But we must do something, so the skipper sings out, "Cast off those tackles," and 2 men are sent to the wheel. Anxiously, we watch to see her head fall off, but she stubbornly hangs. "Square that crojack yard." This is done, and then very heavily and clumsily we fall off and begin to gather way. So close are we to the Frenchman now that we could talk to those on board if the wind were not so strong. But we are not out of danger yet, for the French skipper seems possessed of a devil and follows us up, as his vessel appears to handle like a yacht. It is but a few minutes more, though, until we have put half a mile of clear water between ourselves and M. Crépeau, and the danger is, for the time being, a thing of the past. All through the night, though, this demon ship haunted us, as if we were a magnet which resistlessly attracted her iron hull. I believe that if Captain Scruggs and the second mate could have laid hands on the French skipper, they would have strangled him. At supper, whither we repaired after the excitement, the captain delivered the following address. If you see an English or a Dutch or a German or a Danish or a Norwegian or an American vessel near you, don't be afraid, for he's all right. But if it's a Frenchman or an Italian, get behind the horizon just as soon as you can, for nobody can tell what he's going to do. During the night, sail was made, the wind having dropped to force 7, and this morning broke fine, clear, and cold, and showed us the Frog-Eater to windward. Will it be credited that no sooner did he catch sight of us than he started down the wind toward us? At least, so it looked, but he had only squared away for Cape St. John, at the other end of the island, having evidently given up all hope of the Lemaire Straits. We were presented with a beautiful view of the middle of Staten Land this morning at 11 o'clock. It differs from the western end in that the snows, instead of being confined to the upper half of the mountains, appeared to reach down to the sea itself. How silent and cold the hills looked, with the sun striking the sharp peaks and throwing its purple shadows across the great snow fields between. So dazzling were the mountains that, had we not known them to be land, we would have supposed that they were icebergs. It is singular that such a scene is not one of desolation, but of immutable repose, and seems to partake of that calm, fascinating peace and quiet which so irresistibly attracts explorers to the polar seas. It was a vista of enchantment, and it was difficult to believe that in the region of Cape Horn there existed scenes of such surpassing loveliness. It was the captain's intention to try the straits once more this afternoon, but alas, the implacable westerly winds began to lash out again, and it is now 3:30 p.m., blowing as hard as ever. The sky is covered with heavy snow clouds, and everything is gloomy and dreary once more. We now have to light the lamps below to read by soon after 2 o'clock. This is the third day of westerly gales, and goodness knows how long they may have been blowing before we got down here. These are the winds which keep ships off Cape Horn for a month at a time. One of the most arduous and protracted passages of the Horn was that of Lord Anson on his famous voyage in 1740-41, when he was 3 months in doubling the stormy Cape. While in modern times, the cases of the British ships Natuna and the Hahnemann offer examples of what the weather can do down here. They each made passages within the last year of about 230 days from Great Britain to San Francisco. The Natuna had a particularly hard passage. She made 4 distinct attempts to round the Horn, but was driven back so far each time that Captain Fretworst decided to square away for the Good Hope passage, which he did, running down the 85 degrees of longitude which separate the capes in 19 days. The cargo was a miserable one, cement and creosote, and while off the Horn, some of the casks containing the latter were stove, and the drinking water became tainted with the disagreeable stuff. To the eastward of Cape Hope, the perils of several of the yards carried away in a gale of wind, and the captain had to lash them with chains and wire while he ran away over into 130 degrees west before hauling up to the northward. The other vessel, the Hahnemann, had just as hard a passage, though she stuck to Cape Horn, and her captain died during the voyage. About 85 guineas premium had been paid on both vessels. A curious phase of the weather to the northward and eastward of the Horn is that a westerly gale generally doesn't blow steadily for more than 12 hours, when it will clear up for a while and then begin again, while fine, clear nights often succeed the most villainous weather during the daytime. This morning we sent down the 3 skysail yards and secured them on top of the forward house. This is the practice of some shipmasters, while others never do so. but to strike them must certainly greatly relieve the strain on the backstays, for each skysail yard, including sail and gear, weighs about 700 pounds, and the leverage of a ton, 160 feet from the fulcrum, must be very considerable. Latitude 54 degrees 20 minutes south, longitude 64 degrees 20 minutes west. July 13th. All last night it blew a fresh breeze and we gradually fell away to leeward, and at 2 o'clock this morning the captain decided to abandon La Mer and keep off for Cape St. John. When we went on deck after breakfast, it was too dark to see anything before 8 o'clock, we were startled at the sight. Broadside on and parallel with our course lay the extreme eastern end of Staten Land, distant not more than 2 miles, with the tiny, cozy harbor of St. John's just abeam. So close to the land were we that we could easily see the stunted evergreens that covered the hills up to the snow line, which is much higher here than towards the middle of the island, where the breakers seem to fling their spray upon the fields of snow, while high up on a rugged mountainside there stood an isolated, lonely pine tree, bringing to mind those exquisite lines of Heine. Ein Fichtenbaum steht eisern im Norden of Kalahu, in Schleefut, mit weißer Decke, umhüllen in Eis und Schnee. Erträumt von einer Palme, die fern im Morgenland, einsam und schweigend trauert, auf brennende Felsenwand. Now that we had approached so closely, we hoped to get some photographs of the hills, especially when the sun, bursting from a cloud on the horizon, threw his horizontal rays upon the distant peaks. But alas, they showed up as nothing but a blur upon the finder. St. John, comparatively speaking, looked like a snug, comfortable little place, but hardly such a one as a man would voluntarily choose to winter in, as do a colony of hardy sealers. The harbor seems to be formed by a neck of land projecting out from the right-hand side of the entrance, upon the verge of which we perceive the diminutive lighthouse which guides the rugged South Shetland seal catchers into safety. On the port hand going in, over against the lighthouse, rises a lofty cone composed of a single huge crag, standing sentry-like over the safe harbor within, while round about on all sides tower great, dark, scowling mountains and vast precipices, the harbor being in reality naught but a cleft in the hills, after the manner of a Scandinavian fjord. Yet the wild beauty of the place enchants one, and long before we had lost sight of the little lighthouse I had acknowledged to my wife that, after all, the thought of a winter spent in St. John was not such a very dreadful one, for the fascination of nature in her grander forms far outweighs bodily inconveniences. It is safe to say that von Humboldt in the deep recesses of the Ecuadorian Andes and Hooker in the awful solitudes of the Himalayas often long for even the rude comforts provided in a settlement like St. John. We looked in vain with the glasses for the little steamer which makes regular monthly trips to the Falkland Islands and at times even to Montevideo, but she was not visible, and was no doubt away on one of her voyages. A truly turbulent life in one sense, this one on the little vessel, but hardly so dreary as the lives of the seal fishers who winter at St. John, which is, I believe, the southernmost permanent settlement on the globe, and from October to April penetrate deep into the Southern Ocean in pursuit of their livelihood. Two strange natural formations attract the attention far out on Cape St. John. The first is a mass of gray rock perched upon the very brim of a vertical cliff, almost overhanging the surf that boils furiously around it, bearing a striking resemblance to an ancient feudal castle, and one can see, as it were, the high walls with heavy battlements and the lofty crenellated towers of the massive edifice. The second object is another monolith so closely resembling the Sphinx that one starts on first catching sight of it, for it seems impossible that mere chance could produce so accurate a counterpart of the famous Egyptian monument. Well, we have seen Staten Land almost in its entirety, and if we didn't have the satisfaction of passing through the Lamar Straits, we went a third of the distance in last Sunday morning, and we have beheld the Cape and settlement of St. John, where the scenery is, if possible, even grander and more desolate than at the western end. How odd it is, by the way, if Cape St. Anthony, near the Straits, should have been so called from the temptation that possesses mariners to pass through instead of going around the island, thereby often incurring great risk. On issuing into the open sea, we fell into a tide rip caused by the swift currents meeting at the point of the land, this rip being at times so heavy as to fill the decks of large ships. A number of hail squalls descended upon us here, and as the land at noontime had grown very dim, at that hour we had what I fear was our last glimpse of the sorrowful hills of Statenland. We found a long swell outside, but not nearly as much as we had anticipated, though we are as yet under shelter of the land. As for the wind, it is now almost calm, the hour being 3 in the afternoon, but there is nothing set above the topsails on account of frequent squalls of considerable violence. The men are now so heavily wrapped up in clothes as to resemble nothing so much as corpulent mummies. They have to waddle instead of walk, and many of them have tied pieces of gunny sacks over their rubber boots. This, singularly enough, is a wonderful protection against cold, and they assert that if nothing else is handy, by simply pulling a pair of heavy socks over their boots, their feet do not grow numb. It is strange that it should be so cold with the mercury no lower than 36 degrees. Yet here are stout, hardy men who have to knock off work sometimes to beat some life into themselves when the mate isn't looking. My own clothes now weigh 22 pounds, or 17 without the boots. This includes 3 suits of underwear and a sheepskin coat with the wool on, just as it came from the flank of the animal. Everyone knows how the spectators rattle and shake at a football game in spite of thick wraps when the thermometer is no lower than 50 degrees. Yet how much more penetrating it must be here than when the mercury is nearly 20 degrees lower, and when the atmosphere is charged with that bitterness peculiar to the air at sea in the higher latitudes. It cannot be said that we have done particularly well so far on this voyage, for we have been 9 weeks at sea this day and have only just pushed out into the Southern Ocean. I wonder how long it will be before we can point our jib boom for the North Star again. Latitude 54 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 63 degrees 36 minutes west. July 14th. Last night was an almost perfect one, with moonlight nearly as bright as sunshine and the sky absolutely free from clouds. About the hour of sunset we witnessed what, for spectacular effects, was perhaps the finest scenery that we have had yet. At 4 o'clock all the mists, etc., that sailors call muck had disappeared, disclosing in its entire length of 50 miles the south side of Statenland. This consists altogether of jagged rocks and fierce, angry peaks shooting up 3,000 feet above the sea. The eastern or St. John end of the island was wrapped in gloom and shadow, while the rest of the land swept superbly down toward the west, stretching away in ridges of wonderfully fantastic beauty. The peaks near the straits soaring up grandly against a rich crimson glare where the sun had sunk behind a rift in the clouds. Gradually, however, the light was diffused over the entire western heavens, changing from soft golden tints to royal purples and scarlets, which spread over the glorious mountains a cloud mantle almost supernatural in its marvelous hues. Imperceptibly, however, the bright colors began to wane and grow dull. Shapes of dun vapor seemed to rise from the land, and at length darkness fell upon the deep and the mountains receded till engulfed in the blackness of night. The scene on deck at 8:30 was also one long to be cherished, with the joyous rosy light of advancing day in the northeast, the full moon slowly falling, a huge golden ball, behind the western horizon, and the tall, violet pyramid of the Bell Mountain on Tierra del Fuego rising out of the sea, fair and soft, far away in the northwest. Ah, no one knows what the real beauties of the sea are until he has made at least one deep-water voyage in a sailing ship. The flying glimpse of the Atlantic that one catches from the deck of a steamer, or the experiences of a midwinter voyage to the Mediterranean in a North German loiter, gives one no true idea of what ocean life really is. No, To comprehend the sea in all of its splendid phases, one must live on it for months at a time, for not till then can one fully appreciate that they that go down to the sea in ships, that do business in great waters, these see the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep. Up to 11 o'clock this morning, the weather was perfect, and we carried the top-gallant sails without trouble. We were heading our course southwest, and the sun looked down from a cloudless sky. As we went below at that hour, we noticed a small bank dead ahead, but so insignificant that I didn't think anything more about it until half an hour later, when, buried in the ice with Nansen, we became aware that it was growing very dark. The next second the ship heeled far over, and someone at the same instant cast off the spanker halyards, the iron mast hoops jingling noisily as the sail ran down. Of course, we were on deck in another moment, and found that the wind had whipped around 7 points and that a heavy squall had struck the ship aback. The great sails were swelled out inboard against the masts and backstays, while snow and sleet hurtled through the air in cutting blasts. Luckily, the topgallant sails had been clewed up a quarter of an hour before, but a large vessel in irons, even under short sail, in bad weather is a shocking sight. The captain was perfectly self-contained, however, and executed some rapid and precise maneuvers, no one losing his head except the mate, who went bellowing around the decks till brought to by the skipper's angry commands. "Square that crawjack yard! Get the spencer brailed up! Call all hands! Stop that noise! And single reef the fore and maintop sails!" Oh, well hast thou earned thy reputation, boisterous and treacherous Cape. From bright skies and glorious sunlight we came in 15 minutes to reefed topsails, sobbing decks, and flying snow, while the heavens were completely veiled in that puny cloud, which had expanded as though by the agency of some black art. "Here comes Cape Horn," said McFoy, and looking to windward, we beheld another sinister squall, dark with snow, bearing swiftly down upon us. A squall with snow in it can always be detected by its peculiarly black appearance. They rapidly increased in number and severity until now, the middle of the afternoon watch, the wind seems to have settled down for a steady blow from somewhere between west and south. The glass is very unsteady at 29.25, 5 p.m. The wind has increased to a fresh gale, while a heavy swell is rolling magnificently up from the southwest. This is the first time that we have seen this heavy sea, as heretofore it has been cut off by Cape Horn itself. Every minute it seems to increase, and within 48 hours we will probably be surrounded by the huge rollers which have made this region so famous. Even now they are so large and steady that, as far as the apparent rise and fall is concerned when below, we might almost as well be in perfectly smooth water. Our experience of heavy seas has been that the largest of them do not move rapidly, and at the present time the ship mounts so leisurely to their summits that one cannot detect the motion. When below, it is only in the tremendous roll of the vessel as she mounts to the crests that one is conscious of the height of the seas. From existing indications, we are going to make quite a good bit of easting during the next 24 hours, for our course now is south-southeast, and as there is a strong easterly current running ceaselessly here, southeast will be nearer the true course. At noon we were 13 miles north of Cape Horn, but still considerably to the eastward of it. Latitude 55 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 65 degrees 48 minutes west. End of section 16. Section 17 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 17. July 15th. Last evening we prepared for a dirty night, and we got it. As the captain and I were pacing the poop after supper, the moon, then shining brightly in a clear sky, suddenly, from a bank in the southwest, so low and thin as to be almost invisible, there appeared a streak of light. "Wasn't that a flash of lightning?" asked the captain. "I think it was," said I. "It certainly looked like it." "Hmm," said the skipper. Closely, we watched the southern horizon, and within 10 minutes perceived two more brilliant flashes. A more uncanny effect it would be difficult to imagine, for except for the insignificant stratum near the sea line, no other cloud was visible in the heavens, and the vivid streaks produced a startling effect in the white moonlight. After a look at the glass, which stood at 29.15, the captain called the second mate, who was on watch, and ordered the upper foretop sail clewed up and a reef tied in the foresail. The upper mizzen-top sail hasn't been set for some time, as it generally comes in when the crossjack is hauled up. The wind at the moment was from the west, force 6, a strong breeze, with that deep swell that seems to be as eternal in the Southern Ocean as the snows of Mount Everest. Quickly, though strangely imperceptibly, some small, windy-looking clouds grew and expanded over the heavens, and from 8 last evening until daylight this morning it was a night of furious squalls, thick snow and hail, and high seas. Throughout the 12 hours we were under a single reefed main topsail, ditto foresail and mainsail and the spencer. During the 15 or 20 minutes that the squalls lasted, the wind blew with terrific force and shrieked like 1,000 steam sirens in the rigging, and then would follow a light spell, in which we might have carried everything. Our first really hard squall came at 9:30 in the mate's watch. It was accompanied with a sweeping snowstorm that drove in great drifts across the decks, the ship standing up like a church against the blasts and sliding comparatively dry over the big seas that came piling toward us out of the gloom, invisible till their foaming tops flashed out of the darkness to windward. It was a grand, wild scene, and as the heavier puffs went ripping through the shrouds with a peculiar scream, I thought, as I looked at the driving snow and the darkness and the raging ocean, that the dusk of the gods had come upon us. This squall lasted fully 30 minutes, and so heavy was the fall of snow that it took the watch some little time to shovel it overboard. All through the night we were affected with these unwelcome visitors, variety being afforded by hail, which fell to the size of marrow-fat peas, while along the lee alleyway, as that part of the poop is called between the cabin house and the rail, crouched the forms of the seamen, for they are compelled to stay aft every night now, ready at an instant's call, and not coiled away napping under the top-gallant forecastle. The helmsman, too, was kept busy, for every squall seemed to take us aback, more or less, and the air rang with the voice of the officer of the watch. "Put your wheel up there!" It had never been our lot to witness so dismal a scene as that disclosed to us at 8:15 this morning. A squall had just passed over us, and we were at the moment in a sickly calm, with a high, greasy sea which broke sluggishly at intervals like frothing oil. The decks and weather side of the masts and spars were covered inch deep with the wet, clammy snow that had just fallen. The canvas was flapping loudly against the masts in the great heaving rolls, and that miserable, leaden-hued struggle was passing between the breaking day and the wan gibbous moon showing between the ragged clouds, which casts so wretched and melancholy a light over all objects. A more oppressive scene it would be impossible to picture, and it was the moment best suited to him determined upon ending forever his earthly career, while, as if to increase the desolate aspect, an immense albatross, nearly white with age, flew circling around the ship, driving before him the flock of pigeons that hovers continuously near us. A rather distressing thought is that we are now well within the limit of ice, and that every degree farther south renders more probable the presence of some of these offspring of the Antarctic ice king. This is offset, however, by the fact that most of the ice is seen more to the eastward of the Horn, and that is usually not at all thick during the winter season. February is the worst month for those huge ice islands which render navigation in the Southern Ocean so hazardous an undertaking. Fortunately, at the summer season, actual darkness off the Horn doesn't last more than a couple of hours. The temperature has fallen too, and today reached the freezing point of fresh water, sea water congealing at about 28 degrees. To our surprise, the sun showed himself at noon, and though the horizon was bad, we got an approximately good sight, which showed that the orb was only 11 degrees high and that we were a degree south of Cape Horn and 50 miles east of it. Latitude 56 degrees 58 minutes south, longitude 66 degrees west. July 16th. Hove to in a heavy gale, Cape Horn in sight, bearing at noon east by north, distant about 15 miles. Yesterday afternoon it was very mild as far as wind was concerned, and I went down on the main deck and did a lot of pumping to make up for the days lost through bad weather when it was dangerous to try it. From the main deck the seas looked infinitely larger than from the poop, the difference in elevation of 6 or 7 feet making an immense difference in their apparent height. All through the early part of the night it was fine, and we set the upper mizzen topsail and the spanker. By the way, it is remarkable that a ship-rigged vessel will steer well with hardly any after canvas set. For instance, for some time previously, the only sail on the mizzen was the lower topsail, while forward were a jib, fore-topmast staysail, both topsails, and reefed foresail. The squalls, too, eased up as the moon rose, and up to 2 a.m. the weather was fine. At midnight, though, a sinister movement was noticed in the aneroid, the needle rising rapidly from 29. Everyone who knows Cape Horn understands what this signifies with a westerly breeze. It means a gale of wind. True to precedent, when we went on deck after breakfast, the ship being then on the port tack, it was breezing rapidly. After each squall it blew harder and harder, with proportionally increasing sea, and the skipper ventured the opinion that we were going to see a Cape Horn snorter. At 10 o'clock the mainsail had to come in, the ship from being driven too hard, taking in large quantities of water, especially from the lee side. So both watches were called, and it was a spirited scene as the sturdy fellows stretched along the deck, heedless of the seas that thundered aboard every few minutes, while they manned the weather man-clew Garnet with a chorus that rose above the gale. Brave? A more courageous lot of men than Cape Horn foremast hands do not exist. Here the old man thought he'd take a hand, though everything was running smoothly. So he hopped down on deck, sprang up on the main hatch, and in 30 seconds so great was the distraction that the men didn't know whether they were hauling on the main buntlines or the jib downhaul. The skipper commenced in what was for him a mild exhortation to "pull away lively now, pull away there." But the men were thoroughly drenched by this time, and the teeth of the weaker were beginning to chatter. For of what use are oilskins to a man in 2 or 3 feet of water, when he is constantly tripping on the slippery deck and flying headlong as the ship rolls? By and by the skipper began to swear, and then it was all up with everything. 5 minutes later he was in a whirling, cyclonic passion. He fairly jigged upon the hatch in his frenzy, and thumped his chest with his right fist as he clung with his left to the lee lower maintop sail sheet, still urging the men to pull away. At length his temper so flew away with him that he seemed to strangle, and the last sentence we heard was, "Catch hold of any D-blank thing and haul on it." In spite of him, however, both mainsail and foresail were hauled up in an hour and a half, the ship being then under lower topsails and spencer, and the captain announced his intention of wearing round after dinner, adding, "You could see Cape Horn now if it wasn't for the snow." All this time the wind had been increasing, and by the time that dinner was over it had risen to a full gale. "Land on the lee beam," sung out the lynx-eyed mate at 1 o'clock. We looked, and there, down to leeward, we perceived the most famous promontory in the world, the terrible Cape Horn itself, smothered in gloom, rising dimly out of the sea about 15 miles away. "Brail up that spencer, and stand by to wear ship." "Aye, aye, sir," cheerfully, for a hot meal had put life into the men. And now there followed a spectacle that it will be impossible ever to forget. The wind was roaring from the southwest, a violent gale, accompanied with tremendous squalls blowing with inconceivable fury, swallowing us up in blinding snow. The ocean had assumed a terrible appearance, white as a snowdrift to windward, while at intervals we could see the breaking crest of some immense sea towering high above the rest in his grand and stately progress. The helm was then put hard up, The main and cross jackyards were squared, and we fell away dead before the wind. For the next 15 minutes, a scene was enacted that absolutely defied a description worthy of it. The huge, shaggy seas came rushing along astern, full 60 feet from crest to trough, and when close by, if you wanted to follow their progress, you had to throw your head back as though looking up at a mountain peak, while they shook their white manes like wild horses, and it seemed as if they must crash over the stern. But no, the ship rode them superbly, and when she reached the crest of one, and we looked deep down into that dark green, foam-streaked valley astern, we caught our breath as the billows ran under us and fell thundering upon the main deck forward. The sight of the great ship with nothing set but the 3 lower top sails flying before the gale almost choked you with emotion. It was grand, it was fearfully sublime. It was the apotheosis of the power and majesty of God. An albatross, too, in a storm is a wonderful sight. No matter how furious the gale, no matter how fierce the terrific hurricane squalls of Cape Horn, the great bird soars up against the blast, grim and serene. Then wheeling, he comes sweeping down on the wings of the gale at a speed so tremendous that it cannot be less than 80 or even 90 miles an hour, when, describing a low but immense circle, with the tip of his lee wing just brushing the tops of the giant seas, he again takes his flight upward against the storm. No living creature conveys the idea of boundless freedom so perfectly as the king of space, the wandering albatross. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon we had the relieving tackles on the tiller, and when darkness came after a sickly, pallid sunset, it found us hove to in a mountainous sea, with the same angry squalls yelling in savage, ruthless glee over this desert ocean. Latitude 56 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 67 degrees 24 minutes west. July 17th. Last night the gale diminished somewhat, but at 11 o'clock the chain-topping lift of the Spencer gaff carried away, and we had to rig a makeshift with a tackle until today. In yesterday's log, I forgot to mention an incident that happened which came very nearly being a lamentable accident. After we had worn around, at about 30 minutes past 1, while some of the men were hauling taut the weather forebrace, we were boarded by an enormous sea that came whooping over the weather side. The whole of the starboard watch, including the second mate, were hauling on the brace when the sea broke on board and fell directly upon them. I never saw anything like the scene that followed. The men absolutely disappeared from view. It was as though they had gone through the deck. Only once before had we seen so great a volume of water on a ship's deck, and that was during our first voyage, when we were hove down to the turnbuckles in the North Atlantic. Yesterday it was, at the very least, 2 feet deep on the level, and it filled the galley and carpenter shop, putting out the fires in the donkey boiler, and this through the lee doors. During all this time we looked in vain for the sight of a human being. Not one was to be seen on the main deck, and the water was dashing up 20 or 30 feet into the air at every heave. Gradually it began to run off, and now and then a clumsy yellow bundle loomed up out of a snarl of ropes, sat up for a second, and then went whizzing away to leeward. Again, a man would gain his feet and clutch frantically at belaying pins, but before he could support himself, his legs would slide from under him, and he would be swept into the waterways like a cork in a sluice. When all but a few inches of water had run off, and it was deep only in the lee scuppers, we perceived a knot of men away aft wedged between the bitts and the rail, not far from the cabin bulkhead, entangled in a fearful snarl of gear. So tightly were they packed away that at first it seemed as though there were only 2 men there, but one by one they crawled apart till 3 half-drowned sailors sat wobbling on the deck, and then we saw that another luckless creature was lying prone in the scuppers. Slowly and painfully he got his legs under him, and, waiting for a lurch, with an effort reached his feet. It was Mr. Rarks, one of the most powerful men on board, and he was gasping for breath. It seems that they had all been swept aft together, and all were badly used up, especially Mr. Rarks, who formed the base of the wedge. He says that he was completely under water for a good deal more than a minute. We are beginning to regard deep-water sailors as little short of heroes. Indeed, they seem to me far more valiant than the battalions of soldiery that are hurled nowadays against little bands of savages. From 50 degrees to 50 degrees, they and the dark cavern in which they live are soaking wet. They have no time to change their clothes and no dry garments to put on if they had, for often no sooner have the watch below kicked off their boots, actually filled to the brim with salt water, than comes the cry, "All hands reef the main topsail," and when that is done, "Haul up the mainsail" rings out, and there are 2 hours gone from their watch below. There is no such thing as throwing off their coats or even oilskins when they turn in, nor would it be advisable in a leaky forecastle like this with half an inch of water on the floor shooting up in their faces. Yet look at these men as they haul on the braces in a gale of wind, hardly able to keep their feet. Never a word of complaint at the weather have I heard yet. Calm and unmoved in the storms of spray and snow, they sing out heartily as ever, grin good-naturedly up at the poop where we are standing dry and comfortable, and face the crest of a sea that rattles against them as if it were a summer shower. The more we see of forecastle life, the more difficult it is to understand why men ever ship before the mast for a Cape Horn voyage. It is pleasant to think that wretched man Goggins was washing about in his room too. Pleasant because he continues to drive and haze the men down here when they are striving to do their utmost under such conditions. When he awoke last night in the middle watch, he found several inches of water on the floor of his room, and he is wondering where it came from. Indeed, we had a shower bath ourselves last night, for part of a sea fell on the poop, ran aft against the wheelhouse when the bows rose, and then recoiled into our after window, which was open, drenching that portion of our room. Steam is kept up continuously in the donkey boiler now, as the men are getting pretty well used up from exposure and the immense amount of making and shortening of sail that goes on continuously. Captain Scruggs believes in taking every single point of advantage in the wind, and shakes out a reef at the least indication of a lull, each time, of course, necessitating the mastheading of the yard, though eventually even he realized that the men were wearing out, and now the donkey does all the heavy hoisting. Many people think that the engine does all the trimming of the yards, etc., during a voyage, but with the exception of the passage of the Horn, it is seldom ever in use at sea, and never for sail trimming. The chief use to which a donkey is put is in loading and discharging when in port and heaving in the anchor. Well, the wind now at 3 p.m. is at west, force 8, and we have set a reefed main topsail and spencer. We have drifted about southeast by east true since yesterday, sometimes hove to, sometimes head reaching through a heavy sea. The elements are somewhat more placid, and I must not bring this day's journal to a close without extolling my wife's bravery during the foul weather, for her courage was remarkable. Only those who have been to sea in a sailing ship whose main deck is but 7 feet above the water can appreciate what a whole gale of wind means under such circumstances. Latitude 57 degrees south, longitude 65 degrees 45 minutes west. End of section 17. Section 18 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 18. July 18th. Land was reported on the weather beam this afternoon. We think that it is Barneveld Island, about 30 miles northeast of Cape Horn, and it bore, when first sighted, northwest. We didn't do anything at all during the last 24 hours but seesaw up and down, north and southeast, with the wind at southwest, and we were surprised by a calm last night from 6 until 12 o'clock, with a comparatively high thermometer, 41 degrees at the latter hour, so that the skipper looked for a northerly wind during this morning. But no such luck for us. Daylight saw us under a reefed main topsail. We had set the main top gallant at midnight, with a moderate gale from the westward, though the sea was quite smooth. We have entirely lost the long southwesterly roll, and it is astonishing how that swell goes down if you are only a little to the eastward of the Cape. For instance, suppose a vessel to be in 57 degrees south and 68 degrees west. She is almost certain to have this big heave. But if in 66 degrees west and the same latitude, she will be almost entirely free from it. At least, this has been our experience. Great agitation pervaded the ship aft today when the discovery was made that the pumps had not been working properly for 24 hours. In heavy weather, the Higgins has to be pumped out every 2 hours on account of a leak near the rudder head, although the majority of wooden sailing vessels have to man the pumps every watch in a seaway, for they all leak in bad weather. Something was wrong with the plunger, I believe, and the pumps have been useless for a whole day, unknown to anyone, which in itself seems remarkable, though I must say that the decks have been so full of water that it has been very hard to tell whether a stream was coming up from below or not. Therefore, both men and donkey have been alternately pumping without result, and when the carpenter sounded the well this noon, lo, there were 2.5 feet of water in the vessel, which means nearly 20,000 gallons, or about 600 barrels. By using both sides of the pumps, however, the engine had them sucking in an hour, doing 60 revolutions to the minute. There was a violent scene, though, when the old man learned of the affair, and a still more turbulent half-hour followed while the plunger was being repaired. Here, in the bad wet weather, for it has been raining for 48 hours, the ship is extremely uncomfortable and disagreeable below, and the most slovenly one that I have ever seen. To begin with, it is very dark, for the skylights are absurdly small, and boards have to be secured on their weather sides to prevent a repetition of the River Plate incident, so that the gloom of the interior is that of a hole in the ground. However, this doesn't count, for we expected it. The after cabin is a rather unpleasant spot by reason of a sou'wester or two, a dripping black oilskin, several pair of wet woolen wrist protectors, a few greasy magazines, a chart or two, and a couple of camp chairs, all continually sliding about the floor, making locomotion an extremely hazardous undertaking. But upon approaching the forward or dining cabin, a spectacle meets the eye which would shake the heart of the stoutest landsman. In the forward end, in a recess, stands the stove, stayed with iron rods, while surrounding it on three sides is a permanent aggregation of various objectionable articles, perfectly appalling. The heater is completely smothered at all times in ancient wet garments of the skipper's, almost in a state of fermentation, suspended on wires so that the stove can hardly be seen. At dinner today, the following disreputable articles of clothing hung before the fire, dank and mildewed: 2 pairs of aged trousers, 2 waistcoats, 3 coats, 1 overcoat, 2 mufflers, 1 pair of knitted gloves, 1 handkerchief, and 2 pairs of socks. From these garments there issued a peculiarly obnoxious thin steam, through which a yellow lamp glowed unhealthily. Below, at the base of the stove, and surrounding it as with a chevaux de frise, were 2 pairs of rubber boots, ditto leather shoes, ditto felt slippers for boots, 2 dishes filled with the cat's half-devoured food, no one knows how old, a wash-tub half filled with soaking sheets, a bucket, and a wooden box nearly full of ashes, upon which reposed a coffee-pot. And when to all this is added the humidity of this region, which is so dense that moisture condenses on the walls, and the fact that the mizzen-mast coat leaks, covering several square feet of the floor with water, it will be conceded that the interior of this vessel is distinctly disreputable. Indeed, we never attempt to sit and read anywhere else than in our room, nor are the dishes what they should be, and I often find a clot of coagulated soup in the ladle from yesterday's repast. This latter is, of course, the fault of the steward, though the best of servants will grow careless if they are not watched. Then the mate is extremely unclean, so much so that even Mr. Rarks said a day or two ago that he was the dirtiest man whom he had ever seen in a ship's cabin. He never washes his face and hands to come to the table, both of which are streaked with soot, lard oil, and goodness knows what else. The captain is considerably better in this respect, but his temper seems to be more uncontrollable than ever, and he shouts at the steward and Sammy as though they were on the foretopsail yard in a gale of wind. He seems to consider it a personal affront every time that the men come aft on Saturday nights to buy things from the slop chest, which he throws at them with scant ceremony. Last night, Long John Peterson asked him for a pair of number 10 rubber boots in his cowed, frightened way. "I ain't got no tens," cried the skipper. "Here's nines. Take 'em and get out." And he cast the boots at John, who promptly dodged, and they struck the stove with a great clattering din. I will no doubt be accused of inhumanity in taking my wife to sea in such a vessel as this, but we had not the least notion that she would prove so different from what we supposed her to be, and few persons would suspect that such things would occur aboard of a ship which looked so neat and trim in the New York docks. Our previous experience at sea, we have since discovered, was not of any use to us as a guide as to what we might expect here. Indeed, in the worst weather off the Cape of Good Hope, the Mandalore's cabin, with its brightly polished open grate and shining bird's-eye maple paneling, would not have been discreditable to a well-found yacht. Latitude 56 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 66 degrees west. July 19th. Hail, mighty sun! Welcome, radiant, glorious monarch! We saw the luminous orb for 10 minutes at midday, marking an epoch, for events off Cape Horn date from the last time that the sun was seen. When day broke this morning, behold, the sky was clear and everything presaged at least 2 hours of bright sunshine. No sooner, however, did the orb show signs of appearing above the horizon than a cloud bank arose in the west, which proved to be the mother of a procession of squalls, which covered the sky for the rest of the day, bar a few minutes at noon. But how we did rejoice for even a glimpse of the heavenly body! For days we had dwelt in darkness and twilight, and when we caught sight of the golden disk again, it was like the face of an old friend. No one who has not experienced it can imagine what the gloom of Cape Horn is like even at midday. It has doubtless somewhat the effect of the darkness of the polar seas, which, it is said, kills more men than frost and starvation. Practically throughout the year, the heavens in this region are wrapped up in a pall of clouds so dense and low as to feel like an increased atmospheric pressure. And unless one's spirits are as elastic as rubber, the mind must succumb to the dreary influence of this endless waste of gray ocean. It is oppressive beyond the power of words, and so great is the solitude that it is difficult to believe that we are still on the earth and not floating upon the ocean of another planet. So lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed to be there. The sun's altitude at noon was only 8 degrees 42 minutes, so that he was only about 16 diameters above the horizon. But notwithstanding, all hands hailed him with glad paeans, and deep and mournful was the wailing when he withdrew. At 11 o'clock, while we were reading below, the skipper called down to know if we didn't want to see a regular old-fashioned squall. So up we went, and upon issuing from the companionway were almost literally blown over by a heavy gust. The ship was hove down till the sea flowed over the lee rail, thick and smooth and dark, like the water on the verge of a cataract. The wind howled and screeched overhead. Spray fell in blinding sheets, while the snow was positively overpowering and almost smothered us when we looked to windward. The ship for some time had dragged a double-reefed main topsail, and it was every stitch that she could stand. All through the day we were bombarded by these squalls, and by 3 in the afternoon the wind had once more increased to a fresh gale, with a wicked, breaking sea which frequently broke on the poop itself. How pitifully little departure we made in the last week. On Tuesday, 6 days ago, we rounded Cape St. John, and now we are only a degree farther west. I should think it was hard to make westing off the Horn. Call it 40 miles in a week, for the degrees of longitude are scarcely 35 miles long in this latitude. 6 miles of westing a day. Speaking of the length of degrees, though, it is remarkable how much farther south of the line the Horn seems, 56 degrees south, then 56 degrees north seems north of it. For instance, the 56th northerly parallel passes between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and is not very far north of Hamburg. Yet but few persons would suppose that, roughly speaking, these cities were in the same relative latitude as the southern extremity of South America. Last evening, just before dark, a sail was sighted about 10 miles to leeward, and was still there this morning. It was a ship, and we conjectured that she was the Dow's until the glasses showed that she had a standing spanker gaff, which made her a foreigner. Perhaps she is the demon Frenchman. May she approach no nearer. One of the men at the wheel, Jack Michaels, whispered to me this morning, "Say, was that land the Diego Ramirez we saw yesterday?" And when told that we were still east of Cape Horn, the poor fellow ejaculated, "Oh my God!" so earnestly and sorrowfully that it spoke whole volumes for what the men are suffering in the leaky forecastle. 2 men are constantly at the wheel now, and even when the tiller is lashed and we are hove to, the law compels one man to stand with his hands on the spokes as though still steering, so as to be ready in case of accident. Well, it looks as though we were going to have a worse night than ever for sleeping. Last night we got only 3 hours of rest. Latitude 56 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 65 degrees west. July 20th. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward we fled. It came on to blow very hard indeed yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, just as we had finished writing, and at 4 it became necessary to haul up the mainsail and foresail, though both were reefed. When the skipper sung out, "Clew up the mainsail," I think that it was blowing harder than we ever saw it at sea. The captain said that there was more wind the other day in sight of Cape Horn, but I think that this was only to contradict. Whether or no, it blew a fearful gale, though the full strength didn't last more than 3 hours, with, for a while, the worst snow and hail that we have had yet. The ocean seethed. Big seas swept the decks fore and aft like cataracts every 5 minutes, and the ship, with nothing showing but the lower topsails, was bowed down before the blasts like a palm tree in a hurricane. We thought that we were surely going to lose the mainsail through the fault of the wretched mate, who is of no use whatever in bad weather. It is necessary to observe extreme caution in hauling up any of the courses in a gale of wind, for the tack and sheet must be eased off just so, in order that both they and the clew garnets shall be perfectly taut until the clews are right up to the yard. If not, the chance of losing the sails is exceedingly good. Well, the miserable man, in the midst of a tearing puff, let the main tack get away from him. Instantly there arose a frightful slatting, and we expected to see the strong new canvas whipped into ribbons, while the great 90-foot main-yard buckled and bent almost like a coach whip. I hope never to witness such a sight again. The old man's state while this was going on must be left to the imagination. And when a sea swept over the side, carrying almost every man on the clew garnets and buntlines into the scuppers, we feared that his reason was going. After a hard struggle, though, the gaskets were put on the mainsail, and then the foresail had to come in. Here the mate, very properly, found something else to do, and Mr. Rarks, calm and perfect master of himself, slacked away the tack first, and when the weather side had been hauled up, he did the same with the sheet without the least show of exertion. He is a splendid seaman. At this moment I stepped into the wheelhouse to look at the aneroid, and found the needle actually jumping back and forth from 29.10 to 29.20, with a quick jerk like the second hand of a clock. This is known as pumping, when observed in a mercurial barometer, and occurs most frequently during cyclones, the cause being sudden changes in the velocity and, consequently, force of the wind. It is interesting to note that if a barometer is hung against a wall where the wind will blow steadily upon it at a rate of about 30 feet per second, the height of the barometer is perceptibly increased. Once before we observed this pumping of the barometer, which happened on the P&O steamer Cadive in the Bay of Biscay, when the glass stood at 28.64. This is, of course, a very low reading, but it is often eclipsed during tropical cyclones. Indeed, not long ago, the British steamer Foreland at New York from Hull reported the barometer at 28.10 to the eastward of the banks during a January passage. At 5 yesterday afternoon, the force of the wind was greatest, and the surface of the ocean smoked, and we couldn't see the jib boom for the spume, which flew through the air like steam. Yet, in the very eye of the storm, the gay little Cape pigeons darted about like sparrows in a summer shower. They seemed to find a deal to eat on the surface, and their method of feeding was this. At the instant that an unusually heavy sea passed, they would swoop down into the hollow where it was almost calm, snatch a few mouthfuls of whatever they found, and as the next huge sea rushed at them, at the very second before they were buried in the hissing crest, they extended their wings to the utmost, the wind struck beneath them, and without any perceptible effort they rose against the gale, only to drop again in a few moments and repeat the operation. It was really very pretty maneuvering, and compelled admiration at the ease and certainty with which the little creatures handled themselves even in the heaviest gusts. Alas, the poor sailors! They had been continuously wet now for more than 10 days. It is true that from 8 a.m. till 8 in the evening there is a fire burning in a small stove in the forecastle, but the atmosphere is so extremely humid that the heat doesn't seem to affect the forecastle or the men's clothes. Indeed, it is a gruesome sight to look into that apartment as I did the other night at 7 o'clock. The port watch were below, lying in their bunks with faces toward the stove, which was all but concealed by dripping, steaming garments swinging madly in the heavy rolls. Water was splashing high up on the grimy walls from the floor, while a dense, rank vapor pervaded the place, through which the stove glowed dully, like a headlight in a fog. Many of the men are now afflicted with the most grievous perhaps of all the ills with which sailors are cursed in cold, bad weather, the dreaded sea boils. These harassing sores are due to the friction of oilskins and other clothes upon the wrists and neck, continually drenched with salt water, though the bad condition of sailors' blood generally is doubtless responsible for the dreadful state of the wrists of the sufferers. It is singular that mere friction combined with cold sea water should produce such results. Sea boils, or salt water boils, as they are sometimes called, are exquisitely painful and very sensitive to any rubbing, and they must be bandaged and poulticed until it is time for the lancing, upon which a sort of core, like a short, thick piece of sinew, is laid bare, which must be seized and plucked out. 2 of these boils, as large as plums, will lay a man up, and any attempt to work him hard generally results in a high fever and his bunk for several days. Imagine what the suffering of sailors must be off Cape Horn when these boils are added to fatigue, cold, loss of sleep from frequent calls of all hands, and to the lethargy that comes from exposure. I repeat again, why do men ship before the mast? There are other things to do, and even breaking stones on a highway is to my mind infinitely preferable. Notwithstanding everything said to the contrary, the life of a Cape Horn foremast hand is the life of a beast. It is hard, wearing, and bitter beyond words, and when are added the kicks and the blows from belaying pins and knuckle dusters that the men are usually served with on American ships by way of dessert, it is difficult to believe that human beings can survive such privations and sufferings. Poor fellows! They stumble about the decks with drawn, haggard faces and 2 or 3 with staring eyes. We watched one this forenoon, it was Louise Eckers, tried to put a watch tackle strop on the lee lower maintop sail brace. The job amounted to nothing more than standing on the bitts and twisting a bit of rope around the brace. But so weak and stiffened was he that another man had to be called in his stead. Some of the younger fellows are still in pretty good condition, such as Broadhead, Charlie, and Olson, but most of the older men are practically half dead. I think the most remarkable of all of a sailor's characteristics is the rapidity with which they forget their hardships. For let Jack get up into the balmy trades again, and all of his misery and pain vanish. The memory of what he has but just endured fades away, and when he has been ashore for a week at the end of the voyage, he is quite ready again to face the snow-thickened gales of Cape Horn. All hopes of a rapid passage have now been abandoned, for we have been 10 weeks at sea today and are not yet around Cape Horn. It will be recalled that we were in the longitude of the Cape a few days ago, but heaven only knows when we can make up what we have lost since then. Our distance east of the Horn now is not more than 75 miles, and it does seem remarkable that we cannot make those few miles of westing. And we see now why all the sailing directions say, "Whatever you do, make westing, make westing." Even though the wind is at southwest, as we have had it almost constantly, one would think that by standing well to the southward, a ship could get a lay-up past the Cape. But what with a 2-knot easterly current, 2 points of leeway, and 22 degrees of easterly variation, not to mention her being 7 points off the wind under such short canvas, it is actually impossible. A yacht might do it, for she could go to windward under a storm trysail to an appreciable extent. But if a square rigger holds her own and makes no easting on the port tack with the wind blowing hard from the southwest off Cape Horn, she is doing very well. At 5 this morning, the wind backed to south and hope glowed warm in the hearts of the men. But it didn't take it long to shift back again to its old quarter, between southwest and west-southwest. And the old man now makes no bones about our being real bona fide Jonahs. It is growing colder, too, the noon temperature being 31 degrees, though no lower at night, but the wind is as cutting and clammy and dank as the breath of an iceberg. Some shipmasters, on account of the prolonged head gales and seas of Cape Horn, prefer the Good Hope voyage when bound from North Atlantic ports to California or British Columbia. But while the winds are fair in the Southern Ocean on this course, the distance is so much greater that it is doubtful whether or not there is any advantage in it. The latest example is the case of the British ship Wasdale, which reached San Francisco not very long ago, 165 days from London via Good Hope, having sailed the enormous distance of 24,526 miles. The Horn voyage averages 3 weeks less in time than the above and 6,000 miles less in distance. The Wasdale must be a smart ship to cover nearly 25,000 miles in that time. It seems very odd that we have as yet met no homeward bounders, as we have been several times right in their track. The skipper says, however, that there are doubtless a dozen vessels within a radius of 50 miles, all bound to the westward. Latitude 57 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 5 minutes west. End of section 18.